be used against you in future prosecutions.
There you go. This little of that. I heard that from the background.
Oh,
I wasn't
Anyway,
able to make out what he said.
he said, "Fuck you."
I the game is doing something weird.
Oh. Yeah, video games tend to make me curse quite a lot. It's one of the reasons I don't watch them much.
Well, this one's in alpha. It's like not even in beta, it's in alpha. So like everything we do is testing.
Oh,
Yeah.
Charismas.
Oh, hey, we've got Neil.
It's the
Neil,
Did
Neil
you want to come in
sweetie.
and join the chat?
Yay!
We've still got a space open here.
There's the
Okay.
Neil sweetie and the Angie sweetie and who other
And we've
sweetie?
got Randolph
Oh, the Doc.
Richardson.
The Doc sweetie is there. I see the
And
Doc sweetie.
by the
Uh,
way, Randolph is responsible for the meme I used for the thumbnail. He made that after something I said in one of the chats.
Okay then.
So
Yay.
it's my words, but he did the picture.
I didn't
I'm going
actually
to
see.
step out and step back in.
Okay.
Okay.
And then, yeah, one of these days I'm going to get a squeak toy so I can use that instead of the whistle thing, but that's beside the point.
Whistle thing for what? Oh. Somebody tweeted something and I was like, wow, that's brilliant. You know those clicker toys? Not clicker toys, clicker trainers for pets?
Um, are those the same sort of clickers that the airborne carried with them into Normandy? That they almost look, they're little spoon type things with a metal strip, and you go click 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 click.
Basically, most of the ones that you'll see, they're little boxes with a little metal top, and you push it, and it clicks. But somebody was saying something about using them, having one handy when they're recording a video. um, Using it like when they're recording and then they screw up, instead of like they'll hit the clicker, and it makes a nice big peak in the audio software. Oh, so if you use the clicker, it makes an easy to spot peak for audio recording. And
Oh,
I basically
this is
just said
just another application of the clapperboard.
that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Welcome back, Jen.
Yay.
Hello. How is everyone tonight?
Doing okay.
Is stuff and things and yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. All right. I'm getting out. I'm getting off of Twitter now.
Why would anyone want to do that?
I don't know. I have fallen so in love with the Twitter trans community. Just some real genuine good hearts and kind, thoughtful people. And I like being with them. So in love with me. I thought you said, oh, Neil's in the audience. I thought you said he was coming on the show. My mistake. Did Angie get her internet back yet?
Oh, she was just in the side chat. There she is. Yeah, she says,
Yep.
"Oh, good night, Neil." So
And
either
again, I'm just realizing I had my mic muted and nobody heard anything I was saying.
oh, okay.
Good night, Neil.
Yeah, either she's got her internet back or she's doing that with smoke signals. I'm not sure.
I'm okay, Angie.
Oh, good night, Neil. I was hoping you could come in for a while. Randolph, if you're still in there, I dropped a link in Neil's chat. We've still got space open for somebody. And now it's all quiet.
Yes. This is what happens when you start the live stream. Everything goes quiet, and you get to stream silence for 2.5 hours or something. I don't know.
I can get annoyed Kitty back in here. She squawked all the way through my interview with Bub.
I saw that. I hadn't watched the interview yet, but I saw the thumbnail.
Usually she's really quiet, so that was unusual for her to carry on for that long. But Sloth Girl thinks it's just because of, that I was talking with somebody she didn't know. So I think she might have been taking that as there being a stranger in the apartment.
Well, you want Kitty, then you can have Kitty. Well, we can do that.
Yeah, I don't have any Kitty here. Sammy went to sleep on Sloth Girl's bed and hasn't come back.
Yeah, I actually figured out how to shoot a photo of a sleeping kitty. I finally found the settings that would not make noise sufficient to attract her attention
Oh, yeah, to shut off the camera click.
and all that stuff. Yes, um, raising the flash will wake her up. Flicking the switch to turn the damn thing on will wake her up and all that stuff. And yeah, now we've got the little picture just waiting in the wings there, with the kitty
Sorry.
just happily asleep.
Sorry
Still
about that,
happily
Jen. I hit
asleep.
the wrong button there. Okay.
And yeah, this is Sylvia at her best behaved.
Yeah. They're so cute when they're not wrecking the house.
Yes. Earlier today, I heard a sound that sounded very, very much like claws ripping through shears. So I haven't found the tear. Well, let's put it this way: there are so many tears in the shears that I'm looking for a new one, um, which is why I haven't put new shears on the window in over a year. Uh, I love the kitty. I love the kitty. I love the kitty. Yes.
Yeah, the other night I heard an avalanche out here, and when I got out of bed to come and investigate, it appeared that Samuelson thought there was a space wide enough behind some boxes on the shelf, and turned out not so much.
Oops.
Yeah, so he had managed to push about 5 boxes off of the shelves.
Okay. You've got stuff going on in the background.
TV tube missing.
Hi, sweetness.
Oops.
He says, how nice to be conjectively oblivious to any real problems. And apparently that's what I need to learn, because I have had 3 professionals tell me that I am not clinically depressed. I'm just too self-aware of being in an unhealthy situation. So if I could manage to not think about it every day, I'd be doing much better.
Well, actually, that's true. I mean, I'm not saying it's true in your case because I don't know you intimately enough to say so, but I got the same thing from my therapist back in the 80s, that she said, you're never going to be a happy person because you're too smart. you see all the stuff that's going on, and
Yeah. Is it not recorded that IQ, if you will, and incidence of clinical depression are positively correlated?
Yeah,
I don't know. I have not read that.
There is something to the old adage of ignorance is bliss.
Yeah.
Because, yes, highly intelligent and extremely creative people definitely suffer a higher rate of suicides.
Now, which engenders the other, or are they are they not comorbid? Are they confounded? Who knows? But yeah, it just seems that clinical depression and intellectual capacity go together.
Joy of joys.
Yay! Yeah. What the hell, man?
Well, Jen, what's the procedure you've got to do tomorrow?
What's it called tomorrow? That thing? Cardioversion.
What?
They stop your heart and then restart it. And what they're hoping for is that the naturally programmed behavior of beating and not overbeating resets itself, not unlike the rebooting of a computer.
Yeah, I've heard of them doing that to try and stabilize people who had irregular rhythms.
I'm going over to the font of all knowledge. Oh, man. Yeah, this looks like shitloads of fun, guys. All right, what do we have?
Cardioversion is a medical procedure by which abnormally fast heart rate,
Tachycardia.
or other cardiac arrhythmia is converted to a normal rhythm using electricity or drugs.
And I'll bet you the drugs aren't any fun.
Synchronized electrical cardioversion uses a therapeutic dose of electric current
I always wonder about that.
to the heart at a specific moment in the cardiac cycle, restoring the activity of the electrical conduction system of the heart.
Oh, Jesus Christ. This sounds like something Mengele would have invented, you know?
I can't talk right now.
And then there's this cat. Hi, kitty. Kitty is being a kitty. No, I'm not going to try cardioversion on the kitty. No.
Yeah, I think it's become common enough practice that's not considered a serious procedure anymore, but I mean, they are stopping your heart, so there is some risk
Yeah.
there.
I always have a little bit of concern when they do things like that. You
Well,
know,
they were telling me that a large number of people just have it done on an outpatient basis.
Oh, great.
It's kind of unusual that I'm inpatient and having it done, but my AFib, I guess, is different somehow because it won't stop with other ways that they tried.
Yeah, just come into the office and have your heart stopped. You know, no problem at all. Jeez, man. Okay, I'm looking at the font of all knowledge page here, and okay, we have a photo, and the photo is captioned "Burn mark remaining 1 day after DC electrical cardioversion." Oh yeah, that sounds like a shitload of fun.
Yeah, but it is. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. I'm sorry.
For
But
most
it
people,
is
there is,
considered routine.
yeah, and for most people, there isn't any visible mark on the skin afterward.
Oh, I'm not worried about that.
No, it's just Diana seemed kind of upset about the burn mark.
I'm just being a piece of shit. You know, let's just apply 30,000 volts to you. You know, no problem.
Well, you know, the voltage doesn't really matter that much. It's the amperage that kills you.
Well, really, when you get down to it, it's a kind of complex combination. I mean, the power. Once you get stuff flowing through you, the power, which is for DC current, it's voltage times amperage.
Yeah.
That's the biggie. It's the voltage is required to start the current through you. Because the dry skin is has a remarkably high resistance.
Thank you.
Several million ohms.
Yeah.
Now I can. The nurse is left, so now I can talk. The nurse I have is a spitting image of a woman back in Milwaukee who I used to romance, and was also a nurse that I worked with way back in the pre days in the 70s. It was shocking when she walked in the room. I just it's like, what the?
Hey,
like doppelganger.
Well, at least she's not a spitting image of Nurse Ratchet, huh?
No, definitely not.
Sorry, I jumped to a different reference point. Although it's actually related, it's because of that movie that the medic in the Transformers was named Ratchet.
Oh, okay.
That's fine.
You know, it's been a long time since I've seen or watched that movie or read that book. But I mean, she was just doing her job, wasn't she? I mean, she wasn't. I can't remember her being like extra super evil. Just like these are the drugs that you have to take. You have to take them. This is what the doctor prescribed. Or is my memory just really bad?
Oh my! I guess there's some space for conjecture. She wasn't all that pleasing a character. That may have been her personality in neutral state. I don't know that she went out of her way to be evil, but I may have to go back and read the book again.
Well, it's been too long since I've seen the movie, but
Same here.
unfortunately, I really think what happens with nurses is the ones who actually care about the patients tend to get burnt out or they have to become so callous that they don't notice people suffering anymore.
Right,
That
and
seems to be
Yeah,
the only way they can keep doing their job.
and Ratchet may be an example of that second, um, whatever it is that you love.
archetype,
Second.
I guess.
Thank you. That's a good word. Yeah.
Because like I've seen it a couple times when you're reading books and stories, and like if you step back for just a little bit, the character themselves the character themselves wasn't necessarily evil or bad, but they were the bad guy simply because like they were doing the thing that they were supposed to be doing it, and it was like and antithetical to what the hero of the story wanted.
Okay.
Does that make any
Okay.
sense? Like it's hard for me to think about it right now, but
Well,
like take Snape from the Harry Potter books. He
I did
wasn't
not read those, but continue.
in my summation. Like if you've read or seen the Harry Potter books, whoa, read the books or seen the movies, Harry and Ron were not good students. You know, they were very lackluster in their studies. So a lot of I mean, yes, there was the whole thing about Snape seeing Harry's mother in him and resenting that, but like he was a bad student and he always was screwing up in the potions class. So a lot of the flack that Harry got from Snape was because of his bad studies. Like he would use every time Harry would mess up in potions class. Every time Harry would mess up in potions class, Snape would get on him about it. Well,
What was that?
sorry, my boyfriend's trying to butt in from behind me, not knowing what we're talking about exactly.
Well, as far as this, I mean, I don't know poo poo about the Harry Potter stuff because my
Mm-hmm.
ex was the Harry Potter freak, not me.
Mm-hmm.
It just worked out that way. I mean, for all I know, I might like Harry Potter if I picked up the stuff. I just never did.
Mm-hmm. But it's just one of those things where it's like a character is painted as the villain, and they're not doing terribly much more than what they're required to do. Like Nurse Ratchet's job is to give them the medication and to see that they follow the doctor's orders. If they give her a hard time in that process, it's reasonable for her to give them a hard time back to get the job done. But like I said, it's been a long time since I've read that book which name completely leads me right now, or seen the movie.
One flew over
One
the
flew over the
cuckoo's
There we
nest.
go.
cuckoo's nest.
I couldn't remember the
Yeah,
name.
the thing is that Casey was no fan of the mental health treatment system such as it was at that time.
Mhm.
Um,
Right,
and
that's true.
yeah, it was not a fun thing. There was no compassion in that system, and he was
Mhm.
emphasizing that. And it's entirely possible that the Ratchet character was as she was because she was without compassion as the entire system was.
Mhm. Right.
Oh, hello. We have let's see, we have this one guy here in the side chat. We have Phil Holland. Hi, hi, hi. Hello, hello, hello. Yay. Oh, while we're at it, how's my audio level? I'm working with a new system. Um,
It's fine as long as you don't yell.
okay, great. No problem at all. I set up a microphone boom, and I'm working on the position of it just to have the position right and to have the level settings and everything else. And okay, looks like things are working pretty well. I'm not going to complain. Yay!
Yeah.
Hey, Robert.
Hey,
Diana Sloth
Robert.
Girl's commenting that looks like you've lost weight.
I'm trying. I really am. Last I checked, I was at 219, which is up 2 pounds from the time before, but it is down from the 240 I was at a couple of months ago.
Well, she's saying she can see your face looks thinner.
Well, yeah, at least that's thinner. Let's get to work on the rest of me now. When I was filming, this was yesterday, as a matter of fact. I was filming the work I was doing here in the Lavender Studio, and every time I presented a profile to the camera, yeah, I looked like freaking Barney Rubble.
Don't do it. It's a
Um,
trap.
so yeah, I've got. I know I'll never be svelte. Okay, I'll never be a fashion model or anything like that. But I wouldn't mind looking a little less like a beer keg.
Diana, you need to paint that wall behind you lavender.
I can't. You forget. I'm renting.
You could paint it. You just have to paint it back when you're done.
Yeah, but what you've got around here, because this is a HUD unit,
Oh.
they're always coming in and looking around, and as soon as they see something they don't like, it's bye bye.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like Sloth Girl's saying, you could just hang a piece of fabric behind you. Find a
Well,
purple sheet.
what I eventually would like to do, if I could get enough money together, is find a chroma key screen and just put some stuff back there. Put myself in outer space or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna try that too. That Sloth Girl got me a couple yards of some green fabric. I'm gonna try doing a green screen.
Yay. Yeah, it's just a matter of figuring out how to do it on the fly here.
Oh, click on the top. Oh.
I'm trying to remember if OBS has anything that will allow you to do chroma key.
Oh, the software. Yeah, I'm not sure what
Oh,
software to use
thank you,
for
this
it.
one guy. I was just, yeah, OBS does that. Okay, fine, perfect. This one guy, no, I can't. I can't get permission for crap around here.
Okay, I still can't get OBS to work, so I'll have to find something else that'll do it.
No, it's going to be interesting enough. I mean, I've really done my thing to try to keep everything like the holes down to a quarter inch, just as they say. Because yeah, I know I went ahead and installed drapery rods. I know how to clean up after myself, shall we say, if ever I leave this place. I mean, to be honest, this is not ideal here, but I think I'd rather die here than move. Because moving is just such a pain in the arse.
Mm-hmm.
Especially now, I'm getting older. I'm coming apart. I'm starting to throw parts and everything, and
Yeah, I
the
think we
exert.
still need to move you somewhere that you've got some people nearby. I think we
Yeah.
all need to get together and just pool all our money and just, buy an abandoned town somewhere and we can all move together.
Yeah, and go to that place in Kentucky where the ground's on fire.
Yeah.
Now, who just said
Well,
that?
there's a place in
It's Sloth Girl, I
Pennsylvania.
think.
Like, there's
Yeah,
a
that's
place in
Sloth
Pennsylvania.
Girl sitting next to me, so my mic's
Oh,
picking
okay.
her up.
That's a
Yeah.
place in that's a place in
Hi.
Pennsylvania like that as well.
That's the one I was talking about.
Yeah, the coal mine fire.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's in this state.
Yeah, we could live there.
Yeah, sure.
There's a couple of abandoned towns in Minnesota also.
Hey, they always said I was going to hell. Well,
That'd be one way to do it.
Yeah, but those are towns that are in floodplains that are going to be flooding constantly from now on.
stilts.
Yeah, teach the cats to walk on stilts.
There you go.
That's an overhand bowling.
Hey, and this is what I said in another tweet about another thing. You folks wonder why I was looking forward to dying. You're describing the reasons.
Yeah, unfortunately, I got the next generation started already, so, I kind of feel I need to keep this world habitable for at least another 60 to 80 years for all of them.
Oh man, I don't know. It's
It's been sitting now a couple hours, that's all.
I should probably shut up because I do not have a hopeful outlook.
What the hell?
Yeah, shut up, Diana. I'm the one who's
Okay.
going to be on the table and having my heart turned off tomorrow.
Rebooted. Think of it as being rebooted.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, rebooted.
Redo.
And everybody says it's routine, and I keep reminding everybody that Abraham Lincoln would routinely went to the theater too.
There you go. Oh, Bush and Moyne. I'm just looking over here. Am I? Oh my! I am not subscribed to you. This one guy. I don't know here. Let's fix that.
So something just came across my Twitter feed.
Oh
Apparently,
boy.
Ohio.
Uh oh.
Ohio.
Is it what I think? Is it what I think it is?
It might be. They're trying to make it a law that doctors, in order to avoid
Yes.
criminal
Oh,
charges,
no.
including murder by abortion, a physician must attempt to reimplant an
An ectopic pregnancy?
into the
Ah,
woman's
jeez.
uterus.
Oh, for the
Oh,
fuck!
God.
Ah!
Yep.
I got a great idea. Let's just take a giant bandsaw or something and just cut around the border of Ohio and everything else, lift Ohio up, and drop it into the middle of the Atlantic.
Well, my thing is like, okay, so if they're actually going to talk, like sometimes they'll have those open houses where people can come in and say what they need to say. They need to just hand everybody a script that says the exact same thing. Reimplantation of ectopic pregnancies is impossible. And hand every person in the line the same line and just have everybody walk up and say the same damn thing. This isn't open for debate. This is a medical impossibility at this current time.
They're still going to demand it, and the women are still going to be charged for it. And yeah, I mean, why can't we just set Ohio on fire?
In Ohio instead of Australia.
There you
Except
go.
California.
Yeah, put up a big fence around Ohio and just.
Well,
Wall.
Ohio's kind of a weird thing now because,
Tell me about it.
well, they had been a swing state, so I think we just gotta wait for them to head back the other way.
The swinger state.
No, definitely not a swinger state.
I got cans of Nocturnals.
There's a couple in my fridge.
I'm trying to remember. Do you guys remember that? I can't remember if it's Ohio or not, but there was that kid. Oh God, I'm gonna have to find the video because it is. Let me see if I can find the video, and I could actually play it. Yeah, I figured out how to do that.
Well, we figured out how to play it. It's just a matter of the audio levels that you may wind up blasting your own ears out before everyone else can hear it.
He won his. So he went before Zachary Walls, not Wash. Blah. Where was he?
Yeah, no, I don't think that's the problem.
Oh, and that was Iowa, not Ohio. Never mind. But you guys remember the kid came up and talked to the Senate about his two mothers. No, I can share. Let me share.
I may remember that.
I can share, Purple. Got to turn it down a little bit though. Purple. Share the screen. Purple. Purple, are you still awake? Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
And
Sorry, there's
and
too many
if
things
you guys
going on
remember
right now,
this,
and yeah, Sloth Girl's asking me things at the same time.
if you guys remember this, I'll stop it once you guys remember.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. My name is Zach Walls. I'm a sixth-generation Iowan and an engineering student at the University of Iowa, and I was raised by two women. My biological mom, Terry, told her grandparents that she was pregnant, that the artificial insemination had worked, and they wouldn't even acknowledge it. It actually wasn't until I was born and they succumbed to my infantile cuteness that they broke down and told her that they were thrilled to have another grandson. Unfortunately, neither of them lived to see her marry her partner, Jackie, of 15 years when they wed in 2009. My younger sister and only sibling was born in 1994. We actually have the same anonymous donors, so we're full siblings, which is really cool for me. And I guess the point is that our family really isn't so different from any other Iowa family. When I'm home, we go to church together, we eat dinner, we go on vacations. But we have our hard times too, we get in fights. Actually, my mom, Terry, was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in 2000. It is a devastating disease that put her in a wheelchair, so we've had our struggles. But, we're Iowans. We don't expect anyone to solve our problems for us. We'll fight our own battles. We just hope for equal and fair treatment from our government. Being a student at the University of Iowa, the topic of same-sex marriage comes up quite frequently in classroom discussions. And the question always comes down to, well, can gays even raise kids? And the question, the conversation gets quiet for a moment because most people don't really have an answer. And then I raise my hand and say, actually, I was raised by a gay couple, and I'm doing pretty well. I scored in the 99th percentile on the ACT. I'm actually an Eagle Scout. I own and operate my own small business. If I was your son, Mr. Chairman, I believe I'd make you very proud. I'm not really so different from any of your children. My family really isn't so different from yours. After all, your family doesn't derive its sense of worth from being told by the state, you're married, congratulations. No, the sense of family comes from the commitment we make to each other, to work through the hard times so we can enjoy the good ones. It comes from the love that binds us. That's what makes a family. So what you're voting here isn't to change us. It's It's not to change our families, it's to change how the law views us, how the law treats us. You are voting for the first time in the history of our state to codify discrimination into our Constitution, a Constitution that, but for the proposed amendment, is the least amended Constitution in the United States of America. You are telling Iowans that some among you are second-class citizens who do not have the right to marry the person you love. So will this vote affect my family? Would it affect yours? Over the next 2 hours, I'm sure we're going to hear plenty of testimony about how damaging having gay parents is on kids. But in my 19 years, not once have I ever been confronted by an individual who realized independently that I was raised by a gay couple. And you know why? Because the sexual orientation of my parents has had zero effect on the content of my character. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I remember this, and if I remember correctly, the Iowa chamber ignored him. Is that not the case?
No, I think well, I can't remember, but
No, it's Walls. Yeah, you got it now. Yep.
he won his bid for election to the Iowa State Senate.
Hey, how do you like that?
Mm-hmm. I can't remember what the results of that election, that search was. Let's see. Let me see.
Okay, so let's see. That address, the one in the film, was 31 January 2011, if I see correctly.
Yeah, on February 1st, 2011, the Republicans in a majority of the Iowa House passed House Resolution 6.
Mm-hmm.
That's the abortion one?
Oh, gay marriage.
Oh.
And yeah, he ran for state senate and won the seat last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still can't even conceptualize the argument of how legalizing gay marriage in some way makes straight marriage something less.
Oh,
Well, it's driving up
okay.
straws is what it is.
I think I've got it as far as that goes. But okay, tell me I'm full of shit if I am here. But what I see, or the way I see it, is that these shitheads, these bigots, these whatever else you want to call them, are
Haters.
afraid that their kids are going to see this in the world around them, and they're going to say, "Hey, somebody else is being what I think I might be, and it's okay for them. I'm going to go ahead with it."
Mm-hmm.
It's an extreme case of isolating their kids.
Yeah, it's the concern that by seeing people who are gay and lesbian and having them treated like normal people, that their kids will be like, well, hey, I could do that and it's not a problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So this is weird.
Of course,
Which, what it comes down
it's
to is them not wanting to allow their children or anyone else, for that matter, to see normalcy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just too easy to argue the opposite extreme, that if people really understood what biblical marriage meant, very few women would be willing to have anything to do with it.
Well, have you guys seen the Miss Betty Bowers. Okay, for one thing, are you guys familiar with Miss Betty Bowers?
Of
Oh
course.
yes. Oh
Okay.
yes.
Have you
I'm
seen
not.
her? Miss Betty Bowers is America's best Christian. And I'm saying that as sarcastically as possible.
Well, that's what her
Well,
advertising
that's what
says.
she's saying as well.
Yeah, I know. It's.
Here we go. Okay. Let's see.
Well, let her finish the point.
She. That's the point, dear. Stop.
All right.
She basically points out all of the contradictions, the way that Republicans will behave and claim to be Christian, but they're acting in a very unchristian-like manner.
Oh, somebody got to it before. No. I'm looking at it. Okay. It's okay. Fine. Let's take care of that. Anyway, who was doing what to whom and for how much? And
But she did this video on traditional marriage, quote unquote, where she listed all the kinds of traditional marriage that appeared in the Old Testament. You know, a man and his wife, a man and his 3,000 concubines.
it
Oh,
should
crap.
be it should be appearing on the
Mhm.
whatever you call that thing. It's a YouTube page. There we go. Yeah.
Yeah, basically, but she animates it and does all this stuff. And points out if you look at the kinds of relationships that were allowed, man and a woman, or man a woman and her concubine and his concubines, a man a woman and his wife's slaves, stuff like that. That's not traditional in any way, shape, or form.
A man and all the prisoners of war he could gather.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
that's on
the
there.
that's Numbers 31. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Deuteronomy 21. Now, I do read something here that the one where it says rapist and his victim, she doesn't, according to apologists, she doesn't have to marry her rapist unless her father decides to sell her to him as damaged property.
Yeah, but again,
It's a
the
bit of a
woman has no
nitpick.
say in this. This is a question of whether her attacker and her father can make a deal.
Exactly.
Yeah. In some of the research I was doing for a video I made early in my career here at YouTube, I looked at the rapist and his victim, and a number of sources, reputable sources, mind you, I was seeing indications that rule was put in place in the Code of Hammurabi, by the way, not necessarily Deuteronomy. They just copied it to attempt to address what was called marriage by abduction. A young man who did not have the means to pay the bride price would rape a young lady in the hope of obtaining a discount, if you will. And yeah, that whole whatever it was in the Code of Hammurabi, that's where it started out, and it became Deuteronomy 22. That's what that was supposed to address. I'll go and look at my video catalog one of these days and pull it up again. I mean, it's still not very nice. You know,
Right.
it's still basically selling the girl off,
Mhm.
but you could almost see where they were actually trying to do
Well, and even in its
something.
most pure form, a biblical marriage of, okay, this guy goes and asks the girl's father, that he wants his daughter, he wants to marry her. Even in its most pure form, this is nothing more than a livestock transaction.
Right,
It's the
right,
church keeping
absolutely.
a record that this woman no longer belongs to her husband or no longer belongs to her father. She now belongs to her husband in
Bingo.
exactly the same way that they sell a goat.
Yes, absolutely. Oh my. Um, yeah, you
You
don't
know, so
have.
yeah, even at its very best, a biblical marriage is still treating the woman as property, and the woman still
Yes,
has absolutely no say in the matter.
yes, and you don't get any recognition of women as much of anything until, oh, I don't know, just a few years ago.
Well, now
Literally.
I have this question now. If you're going to do this biblical marriage type of thing, and the woman is property and all that subservience kind of stuff, and that, how the heck is a lesbian marriage ever going to work? Do you get my point?
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
just thinking that in that context, that wouldn't even be a thing.
yeah. Well,
it was
that's
it was a
part of the
joke,
problem
guys.
there too. Is that
No, I do understand that.
Yeah,
yeah?
who owns whom? I don't know.
The older one, no, never mind.
No, they would be non-entities. They would be probably regarded about the same as a pair of feral cats.
They would be this weekend's target practice.
All too often they are anyway.
I mean, I could understand to a fashion why it had to work that way and in those times. Like I understand, there's only so much housework a woman can do and you only really need one, but you need multiple sons to work the land. So if you've got daughters, they're not working the land, they're at home and there's not enough work at home for them to do to contribute to the family, so you marry them off. I understand that kind of a context in that era, but at some
Bullshit.
point,
Bullshit.
hmm,
My grandparents owned a farm.
mhm,
They only had one son. They had three daughters.
mhm,
Guess who
The
was
daughters
pitching
did a hell
hay?
of a lot of the farm work of taking care of the livestock.
You
Yep.
can't compare your parents, your grandparents' farm setting to a farm setting or any setting 2,000-3,000 years ago in the middle of the desert.
Well, but as far as
It's not the
taking care of the
same.
livestock, there's no reason that women can't do that work.
Right, but that's not the way it was. So it's just not the way it was. Period.
right. But
Yeah.
but I'm saying it's like as time progressed,
Shut
and
up,
things,
Clarion. Just shut up.
and as time progressed and things changed, like there should have been a point where they were like, well, this doesn't really work anymore. We don't necessarily need to do it like this anymore. So
Well,
we'll stop.
Yeah.
that's exactly what happens as a culture matures
Mhm,
and you educate women and machines become more prevalent in a rural setting. There is less need for labor, and so
Yeah.
the need for having sons to do the strong work lessens, and
mhm,
families begin to shrink, and all that kind of stuff. And women exercise their rights of not carrying babies all the time,
And then
um, and you
get
get America.
kicked down for it even, oh, I don't know, 2 months ago, shit like that.
mhm.
Yeah.
No, we have no standing even now.
Yeah. But the basic idea that society changes, it's like there are, thousands of laws in the Bible that all the Christians are perfectly happy to ignore.
Mhm.
But yeah, they will
Yeah,
pick
but
a
then you
couple
go
of
to
dozen
Leviticus
things that they
19.
think
Yeah.
everyone has to adhere to.
Oh, exactly,
Mhm.
exactly.
The
The, the,
talk about gays while they're eating shrimp and wearing poly cotton blends.
Yeah.
with their tattoos,
Mhm.
Well, I mean, have you ever read Leviticus?
right?
The
Uh
entire
huh.
book is just all
Unfortunate.
these rules,
Oh my word,
most of which
Leviticus.
no one today will follow.
Mhm.
Like disabled people aren't allowed in church.
That is the one that broke me and finally made me decide I could never be a Christian.
Mm-hmm.
Because I went and I had a discussion with the pastor of the church I was going to. And I asked him about that, and I said, these are the people who need God's help the most. Why aren't they allowed to go to church? And all he said to me was, well, we try to focus on the New Testament. So he completely evaded the question altogether.
Yep.
No one ever gave me an answer to it, and it's like,
So
what
did you
the
come back
fuck?
with
So
then?
somebody who's had a serious injury or a limb amputated isn't allowed to go to church, and this is
Did
supposed
you
to
come
be an
back with?
all-loving God? I just
And
couldn't
Did you
reconcile
come?
that one.
Did it?
and
Did you
Ken
come
Did it?
back
Ham
with that? Since we're going to do the New Testament, does that mean we're going to love gay people?
and Ken Ham does actually have a point when Ken Ham says you've got to believe the Old Testament, the beginning in order to be saved. The New Testament, that sort of thing. Remember that the Old Testament served as the backdrop for the fan fiction. The Gospels, that sort of thing, were fan fiction written on the scriptures that are today recognized as the Old Testament. So you've got to have that in your bibliography before you can start to do anything with the New Testament. So when they say, "Yeah, we concentrate on the New Testament," they're full of shit.
Well, that's the thing. You'll get people that try and say that they'll say like the Old Testament doesn't count anymore. Um, then what's the big? Without the Old Testament, you don't have original sin. You don't have the Ten Commandments. You don't have the Leviticus that you're relying on to bash the gays with to begin with.
Well, you don't have original sin either, but that's another story
Mhm,
entirely.
mhm.
Yeah, Paul.
Sorry, that phrase
Well,
always reminds me of a bad joke.
What's
what
that?
original sin?
Yeah. Well, there's this drunk prostitute who sees a guy collecting for the Salvation
Before
Army.
you go on, perp, before you go on, I have to sign off, you guys. I am just not feeling very well.
Okay, yeah, you need
Okay,
to
you
rest.
get
Take
to
care of
rest.
yourself.
Okay. Good night,
Okay.
all. Good night, Chad.
Yeah, we'll
Bye,
talk to you
Jen.
tomorrow. Let us know how it
Night,
goes.
night.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
So your joke.
So anyway, there's this drunk prostitute, and she sees a guy collecting for the Salvation Army, and in her state, mistakes him for actually being a soldier, and goes up and propositions him. And the guy just, looks at her disdainfully and says, "Madam, are you familiar with the concept of original sin?" And she says, I'm not sure, but if it's truly original, it's going to cost extra.
Well, when we were talking originally about gay marriage, there's this one thing that I used to say, and it's not original in a long shot, but when people talk about gay marriage, I would be like, I actually do feel really bad for those kids raised by gay parents, because if it's two dads, you get twice as many dad jokes, and if it's two moms, you get stuck in an infinite loop of go ask your mother.
Yeah, okay. I like it. Oh, boy, moi.
Yeah, I just, there are too many people who are too obsessed with controlling other people's lives when most of them don't know how to handle their own.
Phil,
Here,
we've talked
here.
about that before. We've literally said like we would make so much money if we didn't have the scruples, if we could just start a church
Yeah,
and
wouldn't you love it?
exploit the people.
Oh, yeah, I've said many times I should have just started a Woo channel. I could be selling colored water for $1,000 a bottle.
I mean, there is some luck involved. I mean, not every woo peddler is a millionaire, but there are enough of them out there to give you uh, some hope, if you will. Hey, there's a chance I could do it.
Well, like I
Most
said,
of them
the,
are.
the one thing I can do online is I'm a good storyteller. So I can string the words together to imply that somebody intelligent believes this might work without actually making any claims.
Well, I mean, you've got a whole community behind you. You could get them all to write fake. This is a wonderful product. It did amazing things for me. Testimonials. Uh, Stop scheming to be evil.
Yep. I don't scheme too much to be evil because it's like the whole notion of I'm going to take over the world. Yeah, have you ever looked at, what
The
it
logistics of
what
that.
a high level administrator has to deal with? That just yeah, I don't want that's too much work. I
Well,
prefer to remain obscure on the fringe and nobody pays attention to what I'm doing. I get away with a hell of a lot more.
that's what I've always said is, being a autocrat or a dictator or whatever involves too much responsibility.
Hmm.
Well, at least if you're going to do it right, and when I say do it right, I mean do it right. I offer
A
a
benevolent
reason.
dictator.
Yes, that's what I'm after there. Yeah, and for all I fantasize, I admit I do fantasize about ruling the world. Um, I'm only half joking when I talk about the U.S. needs to be an autocracy with me as the autocrat. Um,
I would be very kind to my subjects at
yeah.
first.
Well, that's what you'd have to. What you'd have to do is you'd have to set up a system whereby after your passing, everything is automated or everything is um I don't know. Like you set up all your things
Yeah,
and you set them up in such a way that they can't be abused after you're gone.
yeah.
Well,
Or
There
do I?
are a lot of historical examples of monarchies that were run very well until the king died and the successor didn't really know what they were doing or didn't give a shit.
well, that's
I
one of those.
think that you're pretty much defining most of Tsarist Russia.
Well, that's one of those things I said was I said like, okay, so you become king or queen of a nation and you choose a child to be your um successor, right? What you do is instead of raising them yourself, you find a super trusted couple to raise that child off in some far corner of the kingdom, and you turn it into a Truman Show where that child thinks that everyone in the kingdom is living in a horrible fashion and that the king or queen is an unjust and evil ruler. That way when they grow up and they realize they're going to be the next king or queen, they're in the frame of mind where I can make the world a better place for my subjects. And then when they get there, you're like, oh, everything was fine except for that one little spot. Those people were all acting and they were all pretending, and that poor beggar lives in the basement down the road. He's got a queen size bed and fluffy pillows and all that, and he was just acting. And the guards didn't execute him; they just took him to another town where now he gets to live in a house and get 3 square meals a day for free for his act.
Although the end reaction depends on the personality involved because the person could also flip the other way and go, "You bastards lied to me my entire life. Suffer."
Mhm.
That's true. That's true.
Now, if I remember correctly, and please, someone correct me if I am wrong about this. Did the society in Brave New World just go after the original group of executives, if you want to call them that, went bye bye? Or was that something else I'm thinking of?
I don't think I've ever read Brave New World.
Well,
It's been too fucking long since I've read it, and I can't remember half the shit that I've got to pull that down again.
I don't remember them covering very much beyond them, getting to the new planet. One of the problems I saw with it was, yeah, they loaded up the ship with all these geniuses and these intelligent people. They didn't mention taking any farmers with them, so I think they all starved to death a couple of months later.
Very likely, very likely.
Uh,
Oh,
oh,
I've got
did you see my tweet, Purple, after last week about the book or the story that I was talking about?
Oh, yeah.
If anybody was here, the story was called Orphans of the Sky, and it was
Yep.
by Robert Heinlein, I think is how it's pronounced.
Heinlein.
Yep.
Yeah,
And I'm
which was,
surprised I didn't recognize that with the Heinlein because he is one of my favorite authors. For some reason, I was thinking that was Clark.
and it makes it should have made sense to me that it was that author, because the first adult book, and that is to say more than 12 chapters, that wasn't targeted for teens, was one of his books called A Cat That Walks Through Walls.
Oh yeah, that one.
That was the first book that I consider an adult book that I ever read. So it would make sense for me to go looking for more of his work.
Okay, cats do not walk through walls. Cats are able to teleport. But for some strange reason I haven't yet been able to figure out, they're only able to teleport into locked rooms, not out of them.
Maya says, "How do you get
Right.
that poor beggar deal?"
How many times has the little one uh, got herself into the closet while I was getting something out, and then I haven't seen the little one in a while, and then I start hearing, and I'm looking around and looking around. Finally, hold my ear up to the closet door and say, not again.
Well, in 35 years of working in building trades, I was called in at least half a dozen times to cut a wall open because somehow there was a cat inside it.
Oh my.
That somebody hadn't been able to find their cat all day and they heard the mewing and they're realizing that there's no opening to get into where they're hearing the sound coming from.
Oh, yoy. I had a cat in a ceiling at one point. My Merlin managed to move one of the tiles in the drop ceiling at the place I lived, and it wasn't enough to be absolutely obvious that he had moved it. But we hadn't seen him, and what the hell? And he finally got bored, and he started coming down. And here's this absolutely black. He was gray and white, but now he's totally black coming down out of the ceiling. Ah, geez. A long-haired. Well, I think to be a Maine Coon, you've got to be long-haired, right?
Yeah, it's part of the
Yeah.
breed.
Yeah. Okay. So saying a long-haired Maine Coon would be redundant, but yeah, that's.
Yeah,
Oh,
I had to get a heat register, had to get a chinchilla out of the return pipes for the furnace one time.
Oy.
oh no.
That's one of those things my boyfriend and I were worried about with ferrets, was them getting out and working their way into the furnace closet or underneath back behind the refrigerator or something like that.
And it's
No,
amazing.
not all cats are psychopaths. Sammy certainly isn't. Petunia, you can make a good argument for.
It's amazing though how a kitty can get lost in places where there's nowhere to hide. I mean, this apartment
Yep.
is about the size of a matchbox, and there are times that the little one will be disappeared for hours, and I'm checking under everything, I'm checking in everything, and I don't see her, and then
Yep.
she comes out and, hey, where's the chickie? Okay.
Oh, I know what you mean. My apartment isn't any bigger than yours. And when he decides to, Sammyson will go 4 or 5 hours that I won't be able to find him.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I thought these shells were packed pretty tight, but he manages to find little holes that And this isn't a joke. This is actually true that cats have a much softer skeleton than most mammals, a lot more cartilage.
Yeah, so they can work their ways
Yeah, so
into holes and spaces
they
and
can
shit like
actually
that.
like flatten out the rib cage and such to the point that pretty much the only thing that's not flexible is the skull. So pretty much any hole they can fit their head through, they can get through
Hmm.
because they can flatten out their rib cage and their shoulder blades.
Kind of like a rat,
Yeah.
because rats are good that way too.
But yeah, something about like a cat can get through any hole as long as its whiskers fit.
Well, and that's what the whiskers are for is generally if you look at most cats, the whiskers are slightly wider than the head. So that's how they can feel it out. You know that if the whiskers will fit through, their head will get through, and if they can get their head through, they know they can stuff everything else in there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I should probably announce now that I'm closing the stream down because we all know that'll take 3 or 4 hours.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, let's see. It's 02 hours here, so you're announcing it now. We should be closed down by 0800
Yeah,
here.
I
Yeah,
figured
okay.
it's the only way I have any chance of shutting the stream down before sunrise.
No, it's ferrets are pretty good for weaseling their way into holes, and in fact, the female that I have, her name's Serenity, and she is not serene.
Yeah.
Um, but the very first day I brought her home, I had some of those file crates with the circular holes.
Hmm.
So the first day we get her home, she gets her head stuck in the file crate, and we had to give her a bath because the only way we could get her out was by slathering her head in ferret shampoo so that she would slick enough to come out.
Jeez.
Okay, there's got to be a joke about a greased ferret, but you'll fill it in. I can't quite get it together here. Honestly, I don't like ferrets. I'm
I haven't been around ferrets enough to have an opinion.
they're too close to weasels, and
Excuse me. Goodbye.
I have seen examples of them getting nasty at people. And no, I did not
I
knock
was
Fire
kidding.
Kitty out for that.
No, I was making a joke. You said you don't like ferrets. I'm like, goodbye. No. Yeah, it really depends on the 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 animal. My ferrets have never done anything even remotely. Well, no. Malcolm would get nippy when I played this with the squeaker toy too much, and he didn't like it.
Yeah.
So he would come in. He would nip my wrist. If I had the squeaker toy in my right hand and I was squeaking it, and I'm not talking about squeak. I'm like squeak, 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 squeak. He'd come over and he would nip at my wrist until I'd stop squeaking, and then he'd walk away. But that's about the only thing he ever did, even remotely
Okay,
aggressively.
now see, and even that I wouldn't hold against him. I mean, petunias like that yeah, if you rubber belly or that, she'll put her teeth on your wrist and she'll leave dents, but it's been a long time since she's drawn blood.
Hmm.
And they can't talk to us. If they need to give us a signal for something, I'm okay with that.
Hmm.
I'm not going to hold that against the animal.
So wait a minute here. I'm looking at the font of all knowledge again. Looking up ferret and weasel. I am seeing them in the same genus, Mustela.
Hmm.
We are listed here. Okay, there are several species of weasel listed. Um, Ferret, there's only one. Or I'm sorry. Yeah, there's only one. ferret is allegedly Mustela putorius, but that's also listed as a species of ferret. I'm sorry.
Ferret's
No,
pretty
no,
much a
ferret
weasel with a
was.
soft coat.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I screwed that up. A ferret, Mustela putorius, and weasel, a type species, is Mustela erminia, and yeah, it looks almost like their difference is only at the subspecies level.
Yeah, it really seemed to me that the difference between a ferret and a weasel is a lot less than the difference between different breeds of dogs.
Well, ferrets are most closely related to polecats, and so the species, yeah, the species is a polecat. Ferret is a subspecies of that.
Okay, I've
Um,
usually heard polecat used as slang for a skunk.
Now I'm looking over here, and this is also out of the font of all knowledge. Yeah, polecat is listed as Mustela putorius, which is the species listed for ferret. And then
there's a sub. There's a
we have a subspecies. Yeah, Mustela putorius fluoro.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not that up on the rodent classifications.
They're not rodents.
They're not rodents.
Oh, they're not.
They're a member
No.
of the order Carnivora. They're carnivores. So the superfamily is oh goodness, Mustelidae.
Mustelidae.
That's let me see.
Yeah, the family is if I have this correctly, it's Mustelidae.
Well, I was looking at the superfamily. So it's
Oh, I don't
it's, you know,
see that.
kingdom.
Okay.
Well, I'm looking on Wikipedia, and there's order Carnivora, and then there's Mustelo. It looks like idea. Musteloidea, which
Sorry.
Mustelidae is one of the families, but they're I think they're more closely related to bears than they are to rodents.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I need to spend a lot more time researching phylogeny.
Oh, it's wonderful. It really, really is. You ought to look at some of Aaron Ra's stuff on phylogeny. It's
Basically realizing that when it gets down below the family level, I've made a lot of bad assumptions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so weasels are in Mustelidae, which split from raccoons and similar, which then split from the red panda, which before that split from skunks, and then before that, seals. And then there's bears.
Earlier this week, I was having a similar conversation like this on Dapper Dinosaurs channel about how the various families of birds broke down.
Mm-hmm.
And realizing that species that I thought were closely related really weren't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let me see. This doesn't break down. Let me see. Oh, this doesn't even.
Angie's saying they have an escaped giant mustelid.
Where?
Okay, I'm not sure what a mustelid is.
That's the family level of the animals we're talking about. Ferrets, polecats. Let's see. Let's go to the Mustelidae from the Font of All Knowledge again.
What is the Font of All Knowledge, please?
Wikipedia.
Oh.
Is a family of carnivorous mammals, including weasels, badgers, otters, ferrets, martens, minks, wolverines, among others.
Yeah.
Well, she's saying a giant one, so I'm wondering what.
Would that? Let me see.
Oh, it's Johnny. Oh, hi, Johnny. I didn't see you there. Yay.
There's a something called a hyrax. It says the
Hyrax.
elephant's closest living relative is the rock hyrax.
Those are African, I think, aren't they?
I had no idea. I've never heard of it before. Does that sound familiar?
Okay, what do we have here?
Yeah. The elephant's closest living relative is the rock hyrax, a small furry herbivore native to Africa and the Middle East. Manatees and dugongs are also closely related to elephants.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, oh, the thing that's roaming through. Let me look up that one. Tytayra. Ooh, he don't look pleasant.
Who are you
Oh,
looking at now?
the thing that Angie is saying is the giant mustelid roaming their woods.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up the picture of it, see what it is.
Does she has the pictures? I do not see the pictures. Is it in the thing over here?
Well, I'm
No.
just looking at a picture of it on Wikipedia, and yeah, it looks like a very something between a ferret and
Bulky.
an otter.
It's very bulky. At least those images that I'm seeing. The legs are much longer
Yep,
than a ferret.
and according to what I'm looking at, it's native to Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
Stavak idea.
Ricky Tiki Tavi.
Oh, what is that? What you're looking up is?
Yeah, the
Tyra.
Tyra is the thing that Angie's talking about.
Yep, and I'm just looking at the page on Wikipedia that talks about it.
Never even heard of that. It's got a badger face a bit.
Yeah, well, you can see its characteristics of a weasel and an otter and a badger.
Well, let me see how close. Let's see, badger. Oh, yeah, it's in this. It's in the same family. A badger.
Badger. Can we summon him?
Probably not.
Oh, he should be awake. He should be having breakfast by now. Of course, he is nocturnal.
I didn't think weasels. I mean, badgers were in that family. I don't know why.
Yeah, Johnny Drive-By saying Ricky Tikki Tavi. That's actually not far off.
Ricky Tiki Tavi was just a straight weasel, though, wasn't he?
Mongoose.
Mongoose.
Yeah.
Actually, they are not. But mongooses are not Muscelidae. They are Feliformia, if I'm pronouncing that right.
Yeah, they are in the line with domestic cats. And by the way, the plural of mongoose is mongooses.
Mongooses. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, that's that. The hell was it? Three Stooges thing way back when you have Curly talking about what the mommy gooses is and the daddy gooses is and the little baby gooses is.
Isn't the plural of goose geese?
Well, more than one goose is a geese. So more than one moose should be a meese, right? Yeah, I know. We're doing the
Yeah.
oh, who did that? God damn it, I can't remember the poet's name.
Well, that's like the plural for octopus.
Isn't it octopi?
No,
No, octopus
No.
is plural for octopus.
no.
No, it isn't.
Octopus is actually derived from Greek, so the correct plural is octoped.
Oh,
It's not octopuses. It's not octopi. It's octoped. Otherwise, you're trying to Latinize a Greek word.
yeah. That's one of those issues.
Yeah. I the last gaming conference I was at, this one woman had this fabulous T-shirt. Let's see if I can get the phrasing right. It said, "English doesn't borrow from other languages. English follows other languages down dark alleys, roughs them up, and goes through their pockets for loose grammar."
There you go. Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Well, there's this poem that I like to occasionally look at, and it's basically it says why English is so hard, and it goes, "We'll begin with the box, and the plural is boxes, but the plural of ox is oxen, not oxes. One fowl is a goose, but two are called geese. Yet the plural of moose should never be mices. You may find a lone mouse or a nest full of mice, yet the plural of house is houses, not heis. If the plural of man is always called men, why shouldn't the plural of pan be called pen? If I speak from my foot and show you my feet, and I give you a boot, would a pair be called beat? If one is a tooth and a whole set are teeth, why shouldn't the plural of boot be called beef?"
Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of.
Yep.
Who's the author of that? Who's the poet that wrote that?
Let me see if it.
I know I've seen that poem before.
I know I'm going to be saying you're a moron, Clarion, for not remembering as soon as I hear it, but I cannot take up his name.
Let me see. So let's see.
I mean, it's almost got the right beat to be a Dr. Seuss book.
Almost. Um,
This doesn't. Let's see. It's called. The poem is called "Why English is So Hard." Um. Let me see. No, that they want me to turn
I
off my.
see the poem, but there's no attribution, for fuck's sake.
Um. So it says "Why English is Hard to Learn" poem by James Donovan.
Oh, that's not who I'm thinking of.
Oh, there's actually 5 verses to it. I've only ever seen 3.
This is going to bother me for the next month.
Yeah,
Okay,
it says it's here. Here you go.
What I'm following is that the poem was originally entitled The Chaos and was published in 1920 as part of a collection by a Dutch writer, Gerald Trenite. I'm not quite sure of the pronunciation with the accent marks.
This I put the link in chat that I got. Well, and there's probably multiple versions because I remember that there was one that had a lot to do with thought, bought, and brought, or something like that.
Yeah, well, what I'm reading is saying that the history of the poem shows it probably traveled around Europe in several separate pieces before being compiled.
There's the name I was trying to think of. Ogden Nash.
Hmm.
Ah,
Now I can sleep today.
today was the only day all week I did sleep, so doing better.
I've been doing too much of that sleep thing. Barely starting to get any work done. I detest winter.
Yeah, I detest it getting dark at 4:30 in the afternoon.
So you guys are all familiar with The Sound of Silence, that song, right?
Oh
Oh
yeah,
yeah. Oh yeah.
Somebody took that and they changed some of the lyrics. And so now it goes, "Hello, darkness, my old friend. What the fuck? It's 4 p.m." It's like, what are
yep,
you doing here?
yeah. Well, and I have to keep in mind that I've actually got it fairly good that if my grandparents hadn't moved here, might still be living up in Finland where they actually go several weeks without the sun coming up.
That would just be weird.
Yeah, the village they came from is actually a bit north of the Arctic Circle.
Okay then.
That's one of those things that I wondered. Is there any place, or where's the closest place where the sun doesn't set? Like I'm imagining that like that doesn't actually happen. Like sunsets everywhere, but
No.
No, no,
where
there,
Above the
everywhere where people live is what I meant to say. Sorry, I'm
no,
talking.
nope.
there are sections in Finland and Russia
Uh
where around the summer solstice, the sun goes down to the horizon but never goes completely below it.
huh. Interesting. Because one of these songs that I've listened to says something about a city where the sun don't set, and I was wondering or trying to think about like what what would the circumstances and the rotation of the earth have to be for there to be one spot or one area where the sun actually never sets?
Yeah, it's just a matter of the tilt of the earth. But yeah, actually, I had thought about that because in one C.W. McCall song, there's this one line that's supposed to be this threatening Russian authorities saying that you've got until daybreak in Murmansk to get out of here. And it's like, well, depending on the time of year in Murmansk, daybreak could be 3 weeks away.
I just want to live somewhere where we have reliable weather.
Yeah.
You know, like
That's
Well,
spring.
nowhere anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
in
You
World
know.
War II, that's really what stopped the German army. It wasn't the Russian army, it was the Russian winter they couldn't fight.
Right. Right. Yeah. Not taking a cue from Napoleon.
Have any of you guys heard of the channel No Science Denial on Twitter?
I don't think I've seen that one.
No.
Hans just posted a link to the Sounds of Silence you were referring to. The parody of the Sounds of Silence.
Let me see. I keep closing the window on accident.
Yeah, it just did that to me too. I didn't mean to.
Let's see.
Now I gotta go and get the pop-up chat over again. Yeah, it looks like somebody did a music video of it. I didn't get to listen to it. I'll have to mark it for later.
Oh, this is Tobiacus. Ugh. Let's
Not
see.
someone you're a fan of.
Yeah, he's Jacqueline Glenn.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
He's her ex before Social Repose. There was some accusations and things made against him that she said she never saw, but you know,
right. Well, accusations without evidence, you can't put much in them. Especially when it's from an ex-lover. Hey, Defiance. Well, and that kind of brings up the question of what if there's music you really like and you find out really something horrible about the artist who made it?
Well, you can do that with just about anything. Yeah.
so I've
Um,
actually thought about that a lot because that's been happening quite a bit with me. Like the aforementioned Social Repose. I like his music. Um uh Chris Brown. I like his stuff. Um but they're problematic people. Um
Hmm.
Chris Brown beat Rihanna, and Social Repose multiple times cheated on Jacqueline Glenn. And the stance that I've decided to take on that is if I'm not causing them to garner income from my listening to their music, I will. So that means if Chris Brown comes down on the radio, I'll listen to it. I'm not going to go to Chris Brown's YouTube channel and garner AdSense for him or Social Propose or whoever else. So as long as my listening to their music, I would not buy their albums. But if I've already bought their albums, there's not much to be done with that. I'm not going to destroy it because that's wasting my money, like all those people did with the Yeti stuff a while back. But that's generally how I address it. What about you guys?
Yeah, well, generally I would go along with what you say, but it gets confusing because things are more interconnected, and it's
Mhm.
like, radio stations make their money by advertising.
Mhm.
So, in a roundabout way, the artist they're playing is getting royalties from you listening to it.
Right, but it's not the radio station's going to play that song whether I'm listening or not.
But if more people were turning off the radio when that artist came on, they would stop playing it.
But I mean, do they
I know
really?
I'm being rather pedantic here.
No,
I'll
no, no,
admit it. I'm
no,
just,
no. It's fair, but I'm like, how do they know I've changed the channel?
yeah. Well, mostly it's a matter of, you know, unless you've got some kind of a digital device that reports back to them, they're mostly going by, surveying people about what they listen to.
Right.
So then that comes to the question of, okay, if you're walking in the mall and somebody surveys you, do you like this song or do you listen to this artist? Then what do you say?
I like the song, but I absolutely hate the artist. I mean, if I could prevent, it's weird.
Yeah, it gets complicated if you think about it too much. And I think about things way too much.
I think my answer to the survey would be: is this radio station aware of the drama and the and the controversy surrounding this artist. And if they aren't, maybe they need to be informed. And then they can make a choice of whether or not they want to continue to play the music for that from that person. Wait a minute, man.
Yeah. It's one of those arguments that, yeah, you can get into a lot of nuance and it's hard to really, come to a solid answer on it.
Mm-hmm.
But for the most part, I go along with what you say. It's a question of, is this person actually making money off of me paying attention to it?
Right.
Some people get upset about me being a little too political about things, about, like not wanting to go to Chick-fil-A and things like that.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, if I actually had a Target that was in any reasonable distance, I would not go to Walmart.
Yeah. I don't know. I have mixed opinions about Walmart.
I had somewhat low opinions about Walmart, and then I got to know some people who worked there, and they got much worse.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
But so here's my question: were they complicated people?
Huh?
So the people, I don't know how to phrase this in a way that's not going to sound as bad as it's probably going to sound. So just take that with a
Just
grain of
make it
salt.
sound bad. Let's not worry about it.
The people who have the most problem with Walmart are complicated. As employees of Walmart, are complicated people. Got 3 kids, 1 income, expect Walmart to pay them enough to care for 3 kids and themselves. Don't have a car, rely on public transportation. Um, Young, unreliable. These are the kinds of people that Walmart tends to hire, and that's where a lot of the problems are. I have a job at Walmart. I'm not going to say where. I'm not going to give the other details. But
Okay.
my schedule says I'm supposed to be at work at 3 o'clock. I'm there at 3 o'clock. It says I'm supposed to go home at midnight. I go home at midnight. Um, and that's just how it is. And I take that responsibility seriously as an adult. That my job is to be there at 3, work until 12, and go home. But you'll get people that come in, and granted, kids get sick. That that that's understandable. I'm not faulting anybody for that one. But the people who end up having problems with Walmart are the people who have to constantly call out, and they're constantly late because I have to be at work at 3 o'clock, and the last bus that I can take to get to work is leaving at 3:15. The last bus, for example, I have to be at work at 3. The last bus that I can be on is the 12:30 bus. I'm at the bus stop 5 minutes before 12:30, and then I miss the bus, and then I'm late for work, and it's the bus's fault. But it's like you showed up at the last minute to catch that bus, that kind of stuff. You know.
Oh, I run into that stuff. You don't want to take a bus that'll get you where you're going 3.5 hours before you're supposed to be there.
Mm.
But if you take the next bus, you could end up being 45 minutes late. Yeah.
Right, and like I used to take the bus to get to and from work. I could have taken a later bus, but I always chose I left my apartment 2 hours early to get to work. Now, I work 15 minutes, a 15-minute drive from my apartment. But in order to take the bus, I had to leave 2 hours early.
I know the feeling. I'm with you. I live in an area like that where the bus service here is bullshit.
Mhm.
It isn't worth it isn't worth a plug nickel. And yeah,
But
you have to deal with it because you have to get places.
Right. And so when you know you need to be somewhere, you don't wait for the last possible bus that you can take to get there on time. You go early.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And that's probably the biggest issue that most people that I work with at Walmart have is they don't account for time. They're like, okay, I can leave my apartment at 1:45 and I'll get to work on time as long as nothing goes wrong between here and work.
But
It's
something
like
always goes
life
wrong.
doesn't work that way.
Okay, I'm going to get myself into a crap load of trouble, but you know what the hell here when I say that my observation, there's a Walmart right across Route 30 from me. You know, less than a mile to get there. Unfortunately, I'd much rather go to Target, but it takes 2.5 hours to get there
Eek.
and back. But the staff at Walmart, the average IQ seems to be about 63.
Mm-hmm. I would
Yeah, they get some real winners there.
I would agree with that. I mean, and my thing is like I always say to the hiring managers, like, how did some of these people get hired? Like, I don't even believe that they could answer an interview question, and I have yet to be able to explain how some of them have jobs. Like, I'm
It
not
would
saying that they shouldn't have jobs, but
just
Yeah,
not
why not?
that job.
it's
Don't
not
think
a
of something
job where
else.
you have to deal with people face to face all day. And that's the like I walk through my store and some of the mid-level managers, I'm like, "Why are you a manager? You talk to everybody like they're a pile of shit. How are you still a manager?"
Oh well, that's the bottom line, if you will. Yeah,
And I
that
think it's
the managers and stuff are not they don't manage people. They are taskmasters basically.
mhm.
Simon Legree, that sort of thing. Um, and that's not the way to manage, but that's the manager you get in a lot of environments like that.
Mhm.
Just the way you're not supposed to get people who choke people to death as cops, but that's the kind of people who show up for the interviews.
Right. It's just one of those things. It's like if Walmart would raise their hiring standards just a little bit.
Yeah, well, and that's from the people I've known who worked at Walmart. That's where I came up with the issues with them is that the people they promote to management positions usually treat the employees like shit.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Mhm. The problem is they'll bring in a bunch of people. Let's say they hire 10 people and 3 of them are good workers. They will work those 3 good workers into the ground and not put any pressure on the other 7 that they hired.
Yeah, and this
Yes,
is one of the reasons that the workers they get are so shitty because if you display that you can do the job, you get treated like a workhorse
yeah,
basically.
and
So
that
Mhm.
the only way to stay alive is to not do a good job, basically.
Mhm.
and that
And
was the case of someone that my fiance and I knew that we were actually considering bringing into our relationship was that she was one of the people. She was working for Walmart and trying to do a good job, and they were constantly promising her promotions if she would just hang with it a little bit longer.
mhm.
And it's like they kept using that carrot and stick things, that they kept making her these promises that they never came through with, but they kept using that lure to get her to work holidays and get her to work extra
Mhm.
hours.
Mhm.
And she was doing more than the rest of her entire department. And they just
Mikey,
kept taking
hi.
advantage of her.
Hello.
Right, and,
And
like, that
Mikey,
was that was
How
a
you doing?
common thing that would happen. Hello. That's a common thing that would happen to me. I'd be at one end of the store doing a task, and somebody would be like, "I need you to come do this thing in toys or something, and I'd be like, I'm doing this. Could you grab somebody else? Oh, they won't do the task. I was like, okay, so you're straight up admitting to my face you are abusing me because someone else will not do the job.
Yeah, there you go.
And then I'd usually get this, oh, come on, Sherry, you know that's not how this is. You know how this works. Just do the job. And I'd do the job and go home.
Yep.
Yeah, I am firmly convinced that there's no way I could ever work retail again because I wouldn't be able to take it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I could never work retail just because I'm not good at holding that stuff in. I would tell the
Right.
managers and the customers what I really think.
Yep.
So, Mikey, what's going on with you?
Well, as a retail manager, I've been listening,
Mhm.
and I don't want to be contentious, but
Oh,
I
go
think-
ahead. Go
I
ahead.
Go
think-
ahead.
No.
I think
All we're looking for is you honestly relate your own experiences. Don't worry how other people respond to it.
I think you're mad at the wrong people.
Okay.
I think y'all are mad at poorly educated poor people for being poorly educated poor people.
Oh, no, and
Walmart takes
Yeah.
full advantage of those people and gives them crap jobs with crap pay,
Yep.
and they
Yep.
take it because it's all that they can get, and they know that
Yep.
they can get the job. So it's not
Yep.
so much their fault; it's our fault as a society that this is acceptable to them as employment, right?
Yeah.
No,
Like,
and
so-
I agree
so-
with you, and
so
that's
there's no-
I've said that the way that the employees treat the customers is usually a reflection of the way that the company treats
Exactly.
the employees.
Exactly.
Mhm.
So if they're getting 50 cents to $1 above minimum wage, which is never enough to sustain yourself. Yeah, I'm not showing up on time for that job. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? If it's bare bones, just the bottom of the barrel pay, I'm not doing that. And honestly, Pirate Kitty, hi. We haven't
Hello.
met.
Yeah.
It sounds like you're deserved of more pay in a higher position if this is your dedication to the job. You know what I'm saying? So you should be compensated for your effort. So then if people can't put up the same amount of effort, then yeah, they should not receive as much pay as you. It shouldn't be a matter of, well, that's on them. They should just learn how to show up on time. Well, give them a reason to show up on time.
I
Yeah.
mean, I'm
You know?
working with them. I have the same reasons that they do to show up on time, and I show up on time, even if I have to leave my apartment 2 hours early to get to a job 15 minutes away.
Yeah.
And what I think my issue is not is if I have a job and I'm being paid to do a job, I'm going to do the job I'm being paid to do.
100%.
I understand that it's shit pay, this, that, and the other. Now, granted, I've been with with the company for 13 years, so I'm making a little bit more than the company average, which now I think is something like $11 an hour.
Yeah, and something Hans is saying in the side chat
Hmm.
might be that the owner doesn't want anyone to get many pay raises. Better to get someone to work for a short time and fire them before they can get it.
That
And I
is
know there
legitimate.
are companies
Yeah.
that use that strategy.
Yes, there are.
You know,
Almost all of them.
they'll basically recycle the employees every 6 months so they never have to give the promised pay raises.
Yep. And so then they don't have to pay out vacations. They don't have to worry
Especially in
about
fast
insurance.
food, you find that a lot.
So I mean, nothing against your work ethic, Kitty, but it sounds like Walmart doesn't deserve you, and you need to find somewhere else to be.
Mm.
Because if you're willing to do all of that for them, and they don't care, and they're not doing anything to compensate you, they're not taking care of their people, then you need to go. And that's been I've been in retail for 10 plus years off and on, and I'm an assistant department manager now, and I'm making more money than I've ever made, and I've been in this company for like 4 years.
Mhm.
So
Well, and Mikey,
I make it- I
I
make
totally
money.
agree with you in theory, but in reality, it's not always that easy to find another job. So staying with
That
a
too.
crappy
That
job
too.
Yeah, it
is
is.
often something you have to do just because there's nothing else available in the area.
I hear that.
Well, see, and my
And I
my
didn't have a car for 11 years,
let's say
so I hear
I
the
don't have
bus.
my own car.
Yeah, I had the bus. I had the bus problem too because I had to take 2 buses and a train to get to
Oof.
my job when I lived in St. Louis, and I had to do that for a year, like a full 12-month lease. So I had to do that for an entire
Uh-huh.
year, and it was just I had to move somewhere, and I it moved me away from the job I had, but I was making $10 an hour. Oh boy! So I had to spend all that extra money and do all that stuff just to make it. And in retrospect, I should have just found something else. You gotta find, even if it's close, and even if it's not enough money. If I did 2 jobs that are close to me, it was just better than me going for $3 extra plus an hour and a half one way and an hour and a half home every day.
Mhm.
Because no one needs to fucking do a 12-hour day and then go home and have $80. That's
Yeah.
Well,
crazy.
how do you find 2 jobs when it's hard enough to find one?
Mm.
Finding jobs has never been, maybe it's just a me thing and I may be speaking out of privilege and I don't know it, but finding a job is never really hard. Finding a job worth having is where it's difficult.
See, for me, it's finding a job. It's not keeping a job. My work history, I've probably had Target 3 times, 4
I worked,
jobs.
I worked for
I
Target for 8 days and I quit.
um
Oh,
I
sounds like they were a lot of fun.
Oh, they're like a cult.
that is really one of those things that irritates me about retail is the okay, I'm going to have the job, I'm going to do the job, and I'm going to smile at the customers. But I'm not chanting, I'm not doing the whole company policy thing. I'm not being like this robot cult
Yeah.
person in the background. And I get that a lot with people. They're like, "Oh, you need to smile." And I'm like, "I smile for the customers. I don't have to smile for you." And then I crack a big grin because then they think I'm joking.
Sociopath behaviors. And then the humans expect a smile, so I smile.
There you are.
I hate that part. I hate the whole you have to smile thing. I'm like,
Yeah.
I can be pleasant without smiling, but if the customer's being nice to me, I mean, I'm in a fairly decent position now. Um, I'm what we call a customer host, which
What the
means
hell is that?
I stand at the door and check receipts all day, and that's pretty much it.
Making sure people aren't walking out
Oh,
without
oh,
anything they
okay.
haven't paid for.
You're that person I always smile and talk with just a little bit as I'm going in or going out. Okay.
Right, because we're the only people in the store who actually don't get penalized for talking to people.
Mm-hmm.
You're the person I walk directly past when they ask me for a receipt.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I wish I could express to people that like when you're in an establishment and there's a person at the door and they ask you for the receipt, they're not they don't think you're stealing. I've told people, I was like, trust me, if we thought you were stealing, we'd let you walk out the door and let the cops nab you. Because if they think
Yeah.
you're stealing, they have police posted outside ready to get you as soon as you go out the door
Then why are you
Mm-hmm.
guys checking receipts?
to make sure the cashiers aren't forgetting things. That's 90% of what it is.
That's a very corporate answer.
Well, see, if I check your receipt at the door and I find something that's not on the receipt, oh, this isn't on the paper. Your cashier must have forgot it. Did you still want to get it or did you want to leave it? And nine times
Mm-hmm.
out of
Mm-hmm.
10, 9 times out of 10, they're like, oh shit, yes, I still need that. I told the cashier that was under there. If you did or not, I'm not judging. We ring you up and then we get you out the door with the thing. But most of the time when I stop somebody and there's something that's not rung up, it's on the bottom of the shopping cart. It's bottles of water, Coke, detergent, things
Yeah,
that
yeah.
the cashier missed, literally.
That actually did happen to me with a bottle of salad dressing. And
Yeah,
I'm not going to steal a dollar bottle of salad dressing. Okay, I could think of
Not
better
worth it.
things I would want to steal if were I to want to steal something.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I've had that happen with cases of pop or when I get the 20-pound bag of cat food.
And then I go I entered into a logbook, and they have a conversation with the cashier and make sure that they were trained about Bob, Lisa, and I can't remember what the third one is. But Bob is bottom of basket.
Look in
Lisa
shopping cart.
or look inside always.
Yeah, there you go.
Lisa. People put stuff in stuff to ring up, and then they forget that they've put it in there,
Oh yeah,
and then the cashier doesn't ring it up.
Yep.
I've actually done that once or twice, and yeah, it was nothing nefarious. It was just it's easier to carry this inside this thing than it is to carry the two things.
Exactly. And that's why, like I have coworkers who always assume ill intent, but I'm always the one that's just like, oh, it was an accident. No big deal. We'll ring you up for it. You'll be on your way.
So on the same page here. So me and my girlfriend went out to Target to do some. She's decorating her office at work, so she got a little Christmas tree. She got a little garland. She's got all this stuff. No less than 5 or 6 people who worked at Target are. Oh, let me just put this back. Oh, it doesn't go in this aisle. Oh, let me put this back. So I'm like, I'm gonna steal a Christmas tree. Y'all following me around for a Christmas tree? What do you think? I'm gonna take some ornaments? The $5.
Wait, what?
I was followed around the store.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think
And
you probably can hear me thinking loudly when I'm thinking about their motivations and following you around.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, unfortunately.
so when we walked in, we went to this Japanese restaurant and got ramen, like authentic ramen, like the big bowl with the fucking extra spoon and chopsticks. It was fucking excellent. So then we scooted over to Target to pick up that stuff, and she had to pee. So I go over to like the TVs and like the headphones and stuff, and I got my little basket, and I'm just hanging out. And then the kids walking around with paper towels to put the paper towels away. I'm like, paper towels don't go here, bud.
Uh-huh.
And then he walk, oh, not this one. And then I see him later on, and he's got cat food or something else, and he's putting it. I'm like, that stuff doesn't go nowhere near over here. Why are y'all keeping an eye on me?
Were they in uniform?
Yeah.
No, they would not be in uniform, would they?
That's what I was just thinking. Like, somebody who would be following you would not be in uniform, because that is the easiest way to get fired. Because if you go to a manager and say, hey, that kid's been following me for 20 minutes.
No, but like, oh no, he was doing overstock. He wasn't following you. What are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, they will say that they would say that to you, yes, but there's a high likelihood that that kid would get pulled into the office and either be coached or fired, because you cannot, as an employee who is not an undercover associate, imply that somebody is stealing.
It
and
is
following somebody. No, I'm not.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm not saying that it doesn't happen, but people who do that, like at my job, if I was to say you're stealing, I'm done. Right then and there. They would put me in the office and they would be like, you are fired. You cannot accuse someone of stealing. You cannot follow someone around the store. That is not part of your job.
And that's what I was like. She didn't really catch any of it, so I talked to her about it. I was like, and when we were walking out to the car and going to the next place, I was like, and this is why I buy everything from Amazon, because I don't need this.
No, you do not need that at all.
I ain't gonna make no fuss. I ain't gonna talk to nobody's managers. You can keep your little funky little job. I'm out of here, and I'm not coming back. That's a wrap. I have like 10 stores that I don't shop at anymore. Because it's like, dude, if you're gonna follow me around all the time because I came in with sweatpants on my day off, and you're thinking I don't know what's gonna. Okay, Best Buy, keep your money, or keep your products. I'll keep my money. I literally stood there for almost 25 minutes waiting for somebody to get an audio cable because I have subwoofers in my truck, and I needed an additional cable to hook it up initially. They ended up not even having it, but we're waiting. And every time somebody walks past, like, hey, I was waiting for car audio. Someone said someone was coming over. Can you check on that for me? Yeah. So then this large fellow walks over to where we're at, and there's like the little GPS, like Garmin's and stuff like that. who buys a garment nowadays? This dude goes literally thumb on chin, finger on chin, like reaching over, like leaning over to look at garments. I'm like, who the hell looks at it? Oh, okay. So I was with my buddy and I go, hey man, wait till he walks away, gets to the end of the aisle. I guarantee you he turns around. And when he turned around, we were both smiling and waving at him. It was the best moment. We're like,
Well, I'm glad you can have a sense of humor about that.
but it's so stupid. It's like, dude, if I was gonna steal something, I would have steal the thing that I am asking y'all to get for me. But I've been waiting here 25 minutes for y'all to get something for me. I'm not deedle dawdling so that you guys will stop paying attention. I'm waiting for service. And you send loss prevention to go check out my behavior.
That's
What?
sketchy.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I don't need the cable. Kiss my ass. I'm not shopping there anymore.
Yeah, I have
Well,
a feeling that the only reason that sort of thing really doesn't happen in this neighborhood is because were they to do that, they would be doing it to everybody.
Right.
I am the person. I am the person who stands out in this neighborhood. In other words.
Yeah. Well, and Kitty, while you're
Hmm.
saying that the people, who are dressed, who like have the Walmart vest, aren't supposed to do that,
Mm-hmm.
um, just because I tend to take a lot of time looking at things and comparing products, I've had the experience of having the same employee, circle the aisles and, give me the sideways look 4 or 5 times because
Yep.
I was taking too long in one aisle.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Tria's here. Hi.
Hey, Tria.
Well, from what I understand, they promote aggressive assistance. If
Yeah.
somebody's in an aisle for 20 minutes, you keep popping back because just because someone says I don't need any help doesn't mean they might not realize they need help 10 minutes later. And like, so one thing that I do know, I'm not trying to like, this is what I learned when I was working for Target, actually, or at least what they claim. I'm not 100% sure, but they're saying like people who are going to steal aren't really going to pay attention to the price. They're not going to be standing there examining the difference between a $30 item and a $40 item because they're going to buy it. They're looking for something to take. So
Yeah,
I'm not
no, and
sure about
I
that.
see where that makes sense, but
Yeah.
I don't know how many people I've had looking at me while I'm looking at because sometimes I take a while to decide what I want. Take a while to decide if I want it and if I can afford it right now. And it's like, okay, I need this thing. But can I manage it right now or can I wait a month? One of those deals. I don't know how many people I've had looking at me. I really haven't paid attention. I can imagine it's probably fewer than other people just because of my complexion.
yeah.
But I don't know.
Well, and yeah, I have definitely found that I don't get scrutinized as much as I've gotten older.
Yeah.
When I was in my 20s,
Yeah,
that they would watch me a lot more than they do now.
that kind of
I
makes sense. They always watch the kids rather than
I,
the
I
old
can't tell
farts.
you I can't tell you how many times I've been at work at the working with another associate and somebody will walk by and it's just a little old lady and we're supposed to scan what we've started doing now is because a lot of our registers don't work is we've just asked to scan receipts because we're supposed to have a count of how many times we've scanned a receipt. And so we'll
Yeah.
just be like, can we scan your receipt? And they hand the receipt, beep the receipt, and you're done. Not even checking the receipt, not even checking your cart. Just beeping the receipt and letting you go. And we'll be standing there and they'll just watch the little old lady hobble out the store. I'm like, why didn't you ask to scan the receipt like you're supposed to? Oh, she wasn't stealing anything. I'm like, that's not what it's about. We're not scanning the receipts for any theft prevention at this point with this particular action. It's just scan the receipt and go. And
Now,
just
see,
what
I actually thought that scanning the receipt had largely increased quite a lot with them having the self-service checkouts. to make sure that everybody had actually scanned everything they put in their cart.
Um.
Like
So
that. Oh, go ahead.
so the way that I understand it is checking the receipt is only supposed to be done usually for large unbagged items, things that could easily be forgotten by the cashier. When it comes to the self checkout, it's the same there because we're not going to dig through your bags. If you're
I dig through my bags.
it skip scanning and stuff like well, no, like we're not allowed. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Mhm.
If it's not something that is obviously been forgotten or that obviously could easily be forgotten, we're not paying attention to that. Um, at the door. And then if we're asking to see a receipt to scan it, and all your stuff is bagged up, it's just to scan the receipt. It's
Yeah.
not to really inspect anything because I wouldn't personally even pay attention to anything.
No, I mean, going along with what you said earlier, that, with the self-service checkouts, that it seems, they're worried that people are more likely to forget the stuff that's on the bottom of the cart or that.
Oh yeah. That happens quite a lot. People they're on their phones and they're just do 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 do, and then they're done, and then there's a bottle of
Yeah.
water. There's
And
soda or something that they forgot.
I know that when you're doing it, it asks you, did you check the bottom of the basket and stuff like that, but it's like,
Nobody reads the
yeah,
screens.
well, yeah, if it's the same set of automated prompts that you've gone through every time you've been at the store, after the third or fourth time, you don't read them anymore. You just hit the buttons and get out of there.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Just becomes routine. Yes, yes, yes. No. Whatever. You
And
were
and all of this is like this ruse that they're trying to save money. Like they lose so much money due to theft is just that. It is somebody's nephew's some corporate nephew's idea who's like, you know what? I think a lot of people are stealing. I think that's the thing. You know how much money they make on everybody else actually paying for their shit?
Well, that's the thing.
It's such a small amount that they're going after with all this loss prevention, all this other shit. Like, look, I could have saved this, this, and this. Yes, but you've also paid somebody. Well, you paid 5 people an additional 50 grand a year to save how much? $2,000. What a good year we've made. You know what I'm saying? Like it's I don't know. It's all a ruse about
Well,
actually caring
they
about making a
assume
profit.
they assume that some of their stock is ambulatory, and build that into the price.
Right.
Yeah, well, that's
Yeah,
what
the
the
customers
stores
are
call
worth.
shrinkage.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So if they want to go after shrink, they'd go after their shipping methods. They go after the efficiency of their vehicles. They go, you know what I'm saying? If they were actually concerned about saving money, but they're not. They're still using the same old Peterbilts that they've been using since '85. That's not, you know what I'm saying? Saving money is not the problem. I think the uh, keeping up the face that they're not going to let people steal from them is more of a thing, as opposed to being more inclusive and putting Walmarts up in all these low income areas and all that kind of stuff. Even if they did that, and even if those stores didn't make money, it would put out a message. But that's not what they're after. They're after keeping up this mantra of, because Walmart always wants to be Target, Target always wants to be Macy's, Macy's, you know what I'm saying? Everybody's just faking it till they make it. And in this like weird retail corporate sense, everyone is assuming that there's $1 million in theft going out the door every year. And it's just
Yeah.
not a thing. It just isn't a thing. I've been in 3 states over the last 12 years. It's not a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and Umeå is the name of the city you're looking for. It's in Sweden. My friend lives there. For the place with the weird sunsets and long days and long nights and all that.
Oh. I was like, that was out of left field. I've got no idea what he's talking
I
about.
still
right
had
now.
the link up and I was going to close it, and then I found it. And I was like, I have to say it now. Yep.
Yeah, well, up in Lapland.
was looking. I was like, why do I have so many links open? Oh, I was looking up, and then I tried to post it, but I couldn't.
You know, that
Oh,
bothers
you're
me to the
another.
point of almost being an OCD thing. That if I've got more than 4 tabs open, it really bugs the hell out of me.
What am I doing with my life that I have all these tabs open?
I can't even go. I can't even go to my boyfriend's computer. He has got so many tabs open that you know the little icon that begins a tab on Chrome?
Yeah, you
Like
can't even see it, right?
you can barely see half of it. That's how many tabs he's got open end to end on one of his browsers. And I'm just like, why? Close some.
Does he start a new tab for everything he does?
Pretty much.
Yeah, yeah, I could get like that as well. There'll be times I'll have 15, 16 tabs open until I finally say, "Hey, look, there's no room to open another tab. I might as well close a few of them."
Mhm.
Oh, boy.
If I'm like prepping for a show or something like that, then yeah, I might have like 7. But I will not. After that point, what am I trying to say, really? What am I talking about?
Yeah, no, for me, it's like as soon as I've given somebody the information, I gotta close it right away.
Yeah, just check it
So it's
off.
like,
That way I
yeah,
don't do stuff twice.
either I pass somebody the link or I bookmarked it and it's gone.
Yeah, they have an option. It's called bookmarking, people. Clean up your browsers.
I do. I sometimes will have 2 or 3 windows with 2 or 3 tabs each, but sometimes it's repeated. It's like I'll put StreamYard on my second monitor on its own tab, and then I'll have another tab with like my Facebook, Twitter, and the video. But then I'll minimize that, and I can't find it, so I'll open up Twitter on the StreamYard's tab, and then pull it into its own window and start the process over again. So at the end of the day, I've got like 4 tabs open, 4 windows open with 3 tabs each, and it's the same 3 damn things that I have to go back and close.
Oof. Nah, can't do it. I'm getting anxiety just listening to you.
Yeah.
Oh, that should be interesting to watch later.
Are you looking at what I'm looking at? Dora's film.
Film? No.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking through my subscriptions, and I just saw that Cosmic Skeptic did a debate with Douglas Murray, and I thought
Oh,
that would be an
okay.
interesting thing to watch.
Now, I'm looking at Dora's channel here, and she has a film up, Field of View of a Sphere. Let's see. Images created with POV ray. The apparent size of the diameter of the sphere changes, even though the checker mark pattern stays the same size. So it's a whole 9 seconds, but it'll be interesting to have a look at it at one point or another. I always like interesting and strange subjects. That's why I have
I'm sorry,
subscriptions to
you said Dora,
Dora.
and my mind just went to Dora the Explorer.
That was the
Okay.
first place I went to, too.
I was like, no, I'm not interested in the Dora the Explorer movie.
Yeah,
No,
that's.
I
I was
have.
wondering why Diana would be talking about that, but I heard that they had put one out with Dora as a teenager.
Yeah, there's a live action one.
Yeah,
I
I
have
heard
no
about it. And
idea.
I never saw anything
We'll
about
be
it.
right back.
I have no idea how to pronounce the rest of her name, so I'm not going to try right now. Strange consonants next to each other, and it's like, no, I don't think I'll do that. I don't want to ruin
I
it.
would be tempted to pronounce that like NICU,
That
like
would be my first.
NICU. It would be NICU. Are
Yeah,
we at all right there?
that would be my first try.
Yeah, I'm not even going to try. I keep screwing up everybody's names anyway.
Well, that's one of those things that I actually kind of find slightly entertaining about my job sometimes is when I get the chance to see someone's name. I always try and pronounce it, and then I ask them how far off I am. Because when I did my stint working for Target back in California, um, we had, I don't know why, but we had a lot of people from a lot of different places, and they'd give me their credit card, and I'd try and read their name, and they would be like, "That's wrong. That's right. That was pretty good." Stuff like that. And so it became a thing that I would do is if I ever got the chance to see someone's name and it was a name that was quote unquote exotic, I would try and pronounce it just to see how well I could do. So I always apologize. I said, I'm probably going to butcher this, but is this how you say it?
Jeez,
Yeah.
here I am refreshing my Twitter feed, and strange things always happen when I do that. And sure enough, we have from Rudy Giuliani: Pelosi will not go to court because they know they are conducting an entirely illicit and unconstitutional witch hunt. Screw you, Rudy. God damn.
It's like if I ever.
Crap. What's that, Pirate Kitty?
See, the way American politics are going, if I ever lost my job, I would think I would just hitchhike to Canada.
Yeah, well, at this point, they won't let me into Canada, and that's why I keep pushing for Canada to annex the upper Midwest.
Yeah, nobody wants me. I'm too old. And I'm poor.
Well, see, if I could
Yeah.
get Canada to go through with this annex plan, I'd start by like setting up a refugee camp in Minnesota so that, anybody who wanted to could just get up there in time before the border got changed.
Are we going to Canada?
To avoid
Because
American
America sucks.
politics. I was having this conversation with a coworker. Now, this coworker is an atheist, but he's got some other really wacky, like he believes that 9/11 was an inside job and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, being an atheist does not mean that you're rational.
I know.
Yeah.
I fit that bill sometimes, I assume. And he was saying like this whole America's number one thing is like we need to get like stop letting people spread that because we are not number one. There are so many things where we are so far from number one, it's not even funny.
How about least people incarcerated?
Yeah.
No, that's one where you flip it, we're number one, and why would you be proud of that?
No, he's saying the least people, so.
Right, that's why I said if you flip it and you say
Oh, okay.
the opposite, we would be number one, and why would we be proud of that?
We're not number one in anything that's important or good.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, not anymore.
Yeah, we may have been a while back, but the kids don't. They weren't alive at that time. They don't have a memory of it.
And even in that time, we weren't good for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, absolutely. Which was just what I was about. Yeah, you are absolutely correct. I was lucky in the sense that I was a white boy in a Christian family. So I was checking off all the boxes there. Other people didn't have it so good.
Yeah, and I realized that, even though I've been poor all my life, just being white, I didn't get scrutinized to the level a lot of other people did.
Yeah.
And it's not like super critical that everyone be rich to have had a good upbringing, you know what I'm saying? Because you can still have a good upbringing and not be particularly wealthy. but
And you can be wealthy and be a piece of shit.
accurate.
And it works both ways. Yeah.
Accurate.
Yep.
But it's just crazy when people talk about let's go back to the good old days, and then I'm just like, when exactly is that? What?
The good old days for who?
Which
Yeah.
year
Yes.
particularly are you bringing up? Because then the who question's coming up right behind it.
Oh,
Hey,
we
Jen.
we got people trying to come in here, and I didn't see them.
Oh, my.
there we
Hey,
go.
So,
Hi, Tria.
Sorry, I was looking on another tab for a bit and just listening, so I
it's
didn't
okay.
see you.
That's
We
no
just-
problem.
Just scolded
I
you
did-
about the tabs thing.
Tria who?
Well,
There?
I don't have that many open. I just happen to be.
But I did want to add something on this conversation. I run in vintage circles because I like vintage clothing. But that's where my interest ends. I do not want to go back in time. Going back in time sounds good for almost no one. And trying to convince some of the girls that run in these circles that it would be a bad thing for us to go back to the good old days
Oh, no.
is
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
mean,
Who on earth would want that? God.
There are times that I wonder, would it have been any much better for me had I been able to transition, say, at the age of 13 or something like that? But okay, that was 1970, and I'm not at all sure that it would have been very good.
You wouldn't have been allowed though at that age back then.
Well, that too, but I mean, women
you
didn't
know what
have
you would
it
have
all
ended
that.
up with? Electroshock therapy.
Yep. Well, that too. But women didn't have it all that good.
Who
for example,
did have it good though? Really? In
Straight
all
white
honesty,
maybe a few
yeah, that was
CEOs.
about it. Straight white men. That was it. They were the only people back then who had it good.
Yeah, and that's
Well,
most
straight
people
white
when they're
Christian.
talking about going back to when
Yeah,
America
straight white
was great.
Christian men.
yeah.
Yeah, when they're talking about going back to America was great, they're usually thinking about the 1950s, but not how it was historically. They're thinking about what they saw on the TV show Happy Days.
Yep.
Or Leave It to Beaver or whatever else.
Leave it in the beaver. Sorry.
Or some of them may have been lucky enough to have had some decent treatment, and they are remembering their childhood. And
Yeah,
of course,
that's it.
well, even when I look back,
Probably because they came from a white nuclear family that were Christian.
bingo, there you go. I mean, well, even when I look back, it's really strange. When I think of the scene around me in my neighborhood, the sun was brighter at that time than it is now. It's weird, but it must be the way I perceive. It was nicer for me. I didn't have as many things to worry about, as many problems, that sort of shit.
Your eyes are worse.
Well, that too, yeah. I'm with you. I'm not a kid. Okay, I'm older than I look.
You got those mature eyes now.
That is
God damn
Even
it.
on the short term, I see this. Because it's like people are going on about how cold it is now, and it's like, this is northern
Cold.
Michigan.
Hot.
It's November. What did you expect? And they're like,
well,
they're always like, no, this is like January weather, and it's like, I've heard everybody here say that every year for the last 3 years. This is what we get middle of every November. This isn't January weather. This is what you should expect this time of year, except that strangely, we don't have enough snow for them to plow the streets yet. So this is actually better than you should be expecting for this time of year.
Did you guys up there? Because here in Chicago, we got that horrible cold snap last year with that polar vortex. It got negative 54 here.
Was that was the wind chill, right? Or was that the air temperature?
I believe the air temperature was negative 30, and then the wind made
That's bad enough.
It was awful. The wind wasn't crazy, but it definitely, like, my car sits in my complex or whatever. It was outside all night. I couldn't start it in the morning. It completely killed my battery.
I was going to say that it frees the damn battery. Yeah.
Yeah, it just completely. I filled up with gas so that wouldn't be an issue because I mean, literally, it could have started coagulating the gasoline, but it didn't. But I just couldn't get the damn thing to turn over because the battery was like.
Is that actually a thing? Can petrol freeze?
Yeah,
Oh wow!
yeah. It's got to be very, very cold.
Yeah,
Though.
that's what I was thinking. Because what is the freezing point of petroleum?
Yeah,
I'll look it
it's
up.
actually, it's not as bad with gasoline. It's actually a big problem with diesel fuel.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thicker.
Yeah, because diesel fuel, when it, it doesn't have to get much below the freezing point of water, like 10, 20 degrees below water freezing, and diesel fuel will gel.
Well, here I
So
just
the
looked.
engines can't pull it through anymore. And that's why the big rigs, why they often will leave them idling all night.
Yep.
They won't shut them down because if the temperature drops down to 0, they won't get them started again.
I just looked up on the.
But that wouldn't actually be freezing of the fuel. That would be a case of the fuel just coagulating and becoming thicker, and not just actually.
Yeah, well,
freezing.
it would become so thick that the fuel pump can't pull it through
Can't
anymore.
pump it, yeah.
Yeah, same effect.
I'm
so
looking here on
freezing.
the Google page, and it's saying diesel fuel gelling happens when the paraffin usually present in diesel starts to solidify when the temperature drops at 32 degrees. I assume they're meaning Fahrenheit. The wax in liquid form will crystallize and leave the fuel tank clouded. At 10 to 15 degrees, it will finally start to gel and clog the tank and fuel filters.
That happened
Or
with
at -1 Celsius, so just under freezing of water, the paraffin starts to freeze.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. Yep.
Yeah, I knew it wasn't far below the water freezing.
Yeah. So
And y'all wonder why I put up with Florida Man. I choose Florida Man over that kind of cold. Just saying.
I mean,
well, Florida is very much like Australia for temperature, so.
Well, I know what Mikey was talking about because a couple of winters when I was in Minnesota, we had wind chills down to 50 below.
It's just it's unspeakably cold. Like you've never
Where in Florida are you?
that cold.
Tria?
Yeah.
What city?
Tria's by Orlando.
Oh, okay. I haven't been to Orlando.
I'm up in Jacksonville.
Oh.
I've driven through Jacksonville.
Oh Lord, hell, I feel sorry for you.
We're down in Tampa,
Jacksonville.
and we drove through Jacksonville and that. So.
You didn't say hi? That's very rude.
Yeah, this was years ago.
Yeah, I've only been around
this
for
is
about
like 18 years ago.
Doesn't matter. That's still rude.
Oh, okay. It wasn't nearly as bad then as it is now. My dad and I can't go to the grocery store without people trying to break the laws of physics. Like, two objects cannot occupy the same exact space at the same time.
You don't know.
I would like to not experiment with my car and my body.
Three-dimensional space. They might be able to occupy the same four-dimensional space.
Correct.
I'd rather not experiment with my car and my body. Thanks.
And this is why science will never get ahead, is because people are afraid to push the frontier.
Don't tell people in Jacksonville that shit.
But the creature is inside out, and it exploded.
To boldly go where no one has gone before.
No, come to Jacksonville, you'll change your tune.
Absolutely not.
I have sometimes wondered, Tria, if it would be good for me to live down in your neighborhood. But then I've worked in South Carolina, for example, and I worked there long enough to know that I wouldn't want to live anywhere near wouldn't want to live in South Carolina. And I just have to wonder if any other part of the South is any better than, say, South Carolina, North Carolina, Alabama. I mean, how bad is
Florida? It depends on where you land in Florida. It honestly depends on where you land in Florida. Florida is one of the most, like, you go to Tampa, it's completely different from Jacksonville. You go to Miami.
Tampa is awesome.
Tampa is awesome.
Yeah, it is. It is such a fun city.
Miami, I don't know much about.
Miami is fairly progressive, isn't it? I
believe it is. Jacksonville, it depends on a lot of factors. We're more things happen, but they're not as in your face. So sometimes it's a little bit harder to see. You got to reach down in the surface. I will say this: Jacksonville is run by the Southern Baptists.
I'm good.
So it's so it's like they'll smile to your face, but
I'll bless your heart.
Bless your heart.
yeah,
Oy vey.
yeah.
Southern fuck
I know
you.
what that means.
And it also depends on how far out into Jacksonville you are too, because where I live is kind of more redneck, even though I do live within city limits. But if you were to go, say, like to the south side, that's they tend to be a little bit less redneck. It's not country anymore. It's more city. So it depends. But I am well within the city limits, but I still technically live in a you could go like about 15 minutes one direction and hit the boonies. So it really depends on where you're living in Jacksonville, what the neighborhood is like, because it is so spread out. We are huge. Which is why I don't mind saying I live in Jacksonville. Good luck finding me. Good luck on the roads as well. If you try to drive on these roads, you'll die.
Tampa, on the other hand, it was progressive 18 years ago when I was there. So
yeah.
It's a nice city.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Tria. Like when somebody said something because I said I live in Atlanta, and they were like, "Oh," I'm like, "You realize how big this city is, and if you get stuck on 285, you might never leave."
I know exactly what you mean.
The other day, there were 10 wrecks on one side of town.
Oh my.
And it was going back towards, like, we were on one side of town and we were trying to go home. These wrecks weren't on our side of town, and they weren't necessarily on the side of town that we were on, but they were all along the way home, and we basically had to go the opposite direction from our house, go up a bit, and then loop back down just to be able to move. Now, this is not typical, like, this is not an everyday thing, but it does happen from time to time where if you get a wreck in one place, it is messed up in multiple areas of town, depending on where the wreck is. So,
yeah,
that was a fun day.
That happens on 285 because 285 is it was called the perimeter, and it is a freeway that goes around Atlanta. It's like a complete circle. It doesn't go anywhere else. So you get on 285 on one side, and you stay on it, and you're going to go right back to the same place you were.
Right. Oh yeah, we did that when we were doing the tour around because we didn't want to drive through Atlanta. We took the freeway around the outside of it.
Mm-hmm. So you can get wrecks on the west side that will affect the east side because it's just a circle.
Yeah.
And that's why I took somebody home from work the other day, and she was just off 285, and I was freaked out about it because I don't drive on the freeway very often. But my boyfriend was like, "What's the big deal? As long as you're on 285, you can't get too lost. You just keep going straight, and you'll end up looped around again."
Might take you a while. It's pretty long.
Yes, it is.
But yeah, no, another thing is people will merge onto the highway at 30 miles an hour.
And then stay at 30 miles an hour?
They'll bump up to about 40 on the highway. 45, actually, because that's the minimum. And it's just like, dude.
Oh, what is the maximum? 60?
Huh?
What's the maximum? 60?
70.
70.
Oh, see, if I was a police officer, you're doing a 40 and a 70, and I'm going to ticket you for going too slow.
Yeah, unfortunately, cops are never around when you need them.
Don't they? Don't they post the signs on the highways anymore about minimum speed?
Yeah, like you said, 40's the minimum.
Yeah.
They do, but signs don't do much of anything. Humans are going to do what they're going to do, no matter what
That's,
signs say.
that's assuming that people can read.
Well, you got a point there.
Oh.
Yeah.
I did not want to go there, but
So
Well,
Diana,
and
Smart of
what
you.
was
Smart
even
of
if
you.
they don't have signs posted, the minimums are listed in the rules of the road book that they supposedly had to read in order to get a license.
you assume they have a license?
Yeah.
See,
Actually, in
yeah,
this town, I
don't think
don't.
that one, I'm like, that one I will go there. Some people are driving around here, their license are not there anymore for one reason or another, and they're like, I'm gonna get on the road anyhow, and I'm like, if you're gonna do that, at least drive somewhat responsibly. Like, seriously.
You're asking a great deal.
I know I'm asking a great deal, but I want to live, damn it.
what
Well,
do
I
you,
wonder if flat earthers
Why?
think the ring freeway is straight.
So Diana, what was your issue with South Carolina
Oh,
specifically?
it's
dragon?
very southern, very Christian, very opposed to anything that's not them.
Very opposed to new stuff too. Like
Yeah,
a lot of
where
And
I
almost
towns.
was,
impossible to understand.
where I was in the area of Greenville, Spartanburg,
Oh yeah, I know that area, sorta.
small town
it
called
reminds me
Pickens.
of something that Margaret Cho said about when she drove through the South. That people say it's not the heat, it's the humidity. She said it was kind of the same way, that it's not the hate, it's the stupidity.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because the people who would be, outright to your face about it aren't the problem. It's the ones who try to pretend they're being nice, but you can tell.
Oh
yes.
yeah. That's the thing is, and like I said, it depends on which part of town you're in. My side of town tends to be a little bit more blunt to
Yep.
people.
Yeah.
But the more affluent neighborhoods tend to have that smile and say things so sweetly you don't realize you've been insulted until you've walked away.
Well, that's the whole bit that I discovered or I learned when I was down there was that Southern manners are, just a way to normalize being an arsehole.
You
Mhm.
It's an earlier
Yeah.
version of PC.
Yeah. I
I,
like
I
I said,
guess I
and
don't.
Let me grab some coffee.
go ahead, Kitty.
I guess I don't. I don't see a lot of the things that people talk about when they talk about being in the South because I don't associate with people. I'm a transplant. I wasn't born down here, so outside of my own family, like when I lived in South Carolina, it was school or work or I was home on the internet. I wasn't trying to make friends with my neighbors. Of course, my nearest neighbor was a half a mile away because I lived out in the boonies. Um, so I don't get I guess I don't get the opportunity to see a lot of this stuff because I'm not seeking interactions with the people in the area.
I kind of don't have much choice.
Well, right, you've got family. You were. I'm assuming you were born in that area, right?
I wasn't born in this area, but I've only spent about 3 years not living here
Mm.
total.
So,
3 or 4 years. So, but yeah, I live in this area. We had to go to a lot of doctor's appointments.
Mhm.
My mom forced me kind of to socialize because she was worried that I would grow up and not have very good social skills because mine were severely lacking as a kid. They still kind of are. I do okay on the internet, real life, not so much.
Mhm.
She was worried about my social skills, so she kind of got me to try to socialize with as many people as humanly possible. She was also afraid of me being lonely because the majority of my childhood was spent in hospitals.
Mhm.
I was not the person in being seen by the doctors and everything, but my mom couldn't find a babysitter for me, and so I wound up going to all of my sister's appointments.
Right.
because people did not want to help my mom.
Mhm.
When my mom asked for help, they would be like, "Nope, we're not helping. We don't want to have any involvement with that." And my dad was in the military, so he'd be gone for like 6 months at a time and then come home. And a lot of times they would ask him to do extra shifts. Well, ask is not the proper term, order is more like it. And so she spent a lot of our childhood dealing with a special needs kid practically by herself.
Mhm.
And then me. So my mom kind of forced me to be social because she was afraid that if I didn't get any socialization, I would struggle in adulthood. And I'm grateful she did it. Because yeah, things would have been bad if she hadn't. But she was like, "You're gonna go over there and you're gonna go hang out with X over there." Or and she wouldn't just leave me alone. She'd watch me like a hawk, but she just wanted to make sure that I wouldn't grow up lonely, isolated, and no social skills whatsoever.
Right. Yeah, see, I didn't move to the South until 2004. At that point, I was already in my early 20s. And so I had spent my entire childhood in one place, or yeah, basically one place. And so when we moved, it was like, eh, I didn't have many friends there. Why do I want to go out and try and socialize with these people here who, from all intents, from everything that I've ever heard about Southern folk, um, I might not I might make friends with somebody and then realize that they're a raging racist asshole and I'll have to kick their ass later on for it anyway. So like, why bother? So I didn't
I
really
can
try and
understand
socialize.
that. I can understand that. I can avoid having racist friends, but I cannot avoid I can't avoid associating, with people who are racist.
Right. I
I'm
mean,
pretty sure that there's some stuff running around in my noggin up there that I've got to work through and get rid of.
mhm.
That I don't realize is there. But anybody who I know for a fact is racist, I have a tendency to try to avoid them as much as possible. I
Mhm.
can't 100% do it, but
Oh man.
Tria,
but
you're a
it gets
step
difficult.
ahead that you recognize that already. I had a rather sobering experience when I was about 25 when I suddenly realized that a lot more of my father's attitudes were in my head than I had been aware of.
Yeah, I'm getting that point too, especially after leaving Mormonism. It is the
boy.
racism is there, and it's blatant once you look into it, once you're willing to look and see. But they hide it. It's like it's one of those things where they throw it in your face so you don't realize that it's there. So it's like hidden in plain sight kind of thing. Um, I did not realize how racist the Book of Mormon was until I left. Like seriously, I had no
Whoa,
idea.
whoa! I was told that America wasn't racist. You guys are telling me otherwise.
No, you know, one of
My
these
Just
things.
imagine, hey, Mikey?
background.
I was told that we're past that.
You know,
Oh yeah,
People
sure,
want to
Oh,
think
we're
that.
absolutely.
past that.
I had an
People want
incident
to
at
think
work.
that.
I had an incident at work once that was really it really made me realize how ingrained it is where I was in South Carolina. I had been asked to do something at the door at the store, and I'm standing there helping this customer. This customer comes up, and he starts talking to me, and he's saying a couple things that I'm kind of like, these are iffy, and I'm just doing my standard like smile and chuckle and nod your head until they go away thing. And then after the guy had walked away, and I replayed the conversation in my head, I was like, wait, that thing he said was really racist. And I just laughed and chuckled. So now he thinks that I think that, and I don't think that. Oh fuck.
You probably never see him again.
Oh no,
So.
I never did, but it was still one of those things where I was like, he assumed that I would agree with him and have that opinion because I'm white and he's white. And it was like, ew, no, go away. But yeah, I used to have this thing, and it was fairly recent, like within like 3 years, where I would see things happening at my work, and I would make it a false attribution, and I would attribute the action to the person's race, and then one day I thought something, and then I really thought about it. I'm like, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. This could be a youth thing? And then I looked into it. I'm like, no, yeah, it's not something that is particular to any particular race. It's a thing of youth, the way kids behave. But because, like,
A lot
outside
of
of my
adults do it too.
well, no, I mean the particular action that I was thinking about
Yeah.
is fairly common among the youth. But the problem was when I'm at work, where I work, I'm only experiencing maybe 3%, or I'm sorry, let's not put a number, but like 90% of my customers are Indian or black. And I made that jump in my head until I thought about it a little more. And then I was like, well, wait a minute. Jesse and his girlfriend back in South Carolina, they were just like that too.
Yep.
So maybe I've attributed this action based on what's around me and not what I haven't seen. And so that's when if I ever start to think something like that about anything, I have to stop and think, okay, what is this really? Where are you really getting this idea from? And 9 times out of 10, when I'm thinking about something, it's not a racial thing. It's an age thing a lot of the time. But because I'm
You're
not
better
exposed
than
to
me, Kitty, because my mouth tends to work before my brain kicks in. So,
I do that sometimes too.
so the number of times I've landed myself in the absolute poop because of the things I've said. Which I mean, I was probably right in what I said, but yeah, I'm as tactful as a piece of shit. So
It's important to, when you're thinking about something, really think about it and not just let that "it seems like this, therefore it is" type of thoughts to proliferate, I think.
and Faye, I love Avenue Q as well. I actually saw it live.
I wish I could.
It was amazing.
I'm trying to get tickets to see Book of Mormon.
Yeah.
That would be
yeah.
awesome too. I'd love to see that. It hasn't
I
come
kind
here
of want to
yet,
see
so-
Wicked.
That is awesome as well. I've seen that live.
It is? That's cool.
It's really
Yeah.
good.
Does
It's
it,
kind of scary.
if it won't spoil it too much, does it try and change? Okay. The Wicked Witch doesn't end up dead in the end of Wicked, does she?
No, but everybody thinks she is.
Okay, then then it changes things. Never mind. Something that I really dislike about storytelling is where they will take a character who's dead and who's died as the bad person and try and give them a super sympathetic backstory without giving them a redemption arc in the end.
Yeah, no, no, she's definitely redeemed. She's not painted as bad as everybody else paints her to be. And yeah, in the end, she fakes her own death and escapes with her lover.
Oh, okay, that's different then.
So I've just absolutely ruined it for you, haven't I?
No, actually, I kind of did a bit of Googling for it. I knew that up to the beginning, like up until a point, like she had this love triangle going on with Glenda or something like that. So there's enough vagueness where I could actually still see it and be entertained. But it's like, take for example Star Wars. Imagine them giving that. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's pretty.
Mhm.
It's very pretty.
Oh,
That is absolutely
Somewhere
gorgeous.
I
and
have
jealous.
a program from actually seeing Wicked live. If I find it, Faye, I will post it to you.
Imagine them giving the whole baby Anakin story and him not redeeming himself at the end, still dying as the evil bad guy. That's what I thought they were going to be. That's what I thought Wicked was doing, was giving the Wicked Witch of the West a sympathetic backstory, but still
And then
having her
killing
die
her.
as the bad guy.
No, she. Look, I can't keep telling you because
No,
Yeah.
I
said
haven't
enough for me.
seen it.
You've said
Go
it.
see
You've
it.
said enough. You said enough for me to be okay. Like that makes more sense then.
Yeah,
Just go see it.
yeah, go see it. Even if you see a local traveling one and not actually on Broadway, it's.
Mhm.
I mean, I obviously didn't see mine on Broadway. I would love to see some shows on Broadway, but I don't see it happening anytime soon. I try to get to
Broadway.
ones when they happen here.
Well, God, so how much?
Technically, some of our high schools are big enough that their auditoriums are considered on Broadway. Broadway is actually about the number of seats you have in your auditorium and how many people you can seat in it.
Because I thought Broadway was really just about being actually on Broadway.
That's
What,
what
in
I
New
thought.
Yeah.
No, my high school has enough seats in its auditorium that it's considered an on Broadway show. And my old I didn't take
crazy.
drama, but the old drama teacher used to take that seriously. She
No,
was
that's
like,
silly.
"Look, I'm going to try." Well, here's the thing. She actually made the drama club one of the best clubs in the high school because she would be like, "I'm going to take you to New York once a year." She packed up the seniors. She would pack up the sophomores, the juniors, and the seniors, and take them up to New York for a week. And she would actually get special sessions for them so that they could work with Broadway actors for a little while. Not obviously on stage, but just like, coaching and talking and things like that. And she would just
You're giving Faye an
Yeah,
aneurysm.
Faye, I think you're going to have to get in there and argue about this.
Yeah, I'll go into lobby if she wants to do it.
I understand the difference, but you have to understand that for high school students who want to get into acting or love drama class, that is a huge deal.
Yeah, but you're
Like,
not
and I
on
realized
Broadway. Broadway means to be actually in New York on Broadway. It's like if you're in the UK
But
and
then-
if you're in a
but
high school
then-
production with a big auditorium, you're not
but
on the
then
West
if
End.
you can't go
You
to
have to go and
Broadway,
do West
but if
End.
you can't go to New York, then the next best thing
You're
is
still in
fantasy.
musical
production that is
theatre.
Just
You're
go to
still
New
doing stage. I mean, I've done musical theatre and stage. I've done Pirates of Penzance. I played orchestra for Jesus Christ Superstar.
Pirates of the Caribbean. Say what you were going to say. You were Will Turner. It changed my life.
But the thing
No, I
is
wasn't
that okay, but the thing is that then, like, because we have our Florida theater as well, that is considered an on-Broadway production. That is the closest I will ever fucking get.
Yeah.
Okay, I assume that
That is the
Broadway
closest
strictly referred
many
to the New
people will
York
ever
Theater
get.
District.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. There are Broadway tours that are all over.
Yeah,
Over
but
the
they're
United
not. It's
States.
not cool going to Broadway if you go and catch a show that's been on Broadway elsewhere. Like I have seen Wicked in a theater that's as big as any that you would go to in Broadway, but I still didn't go to Broadway. I've seen a Broadway show, but I haven't been to Broadway.
Yep.
Just go to New York. It's not a big deal.
It's off as Faye said.
But
It's
it-
an
but
off Broadway production.
So I'm reading here, and it says, in general, a Broadway theater is defined as one that's located in Manhattan and seats at least 500 people. Actually being located on Broadway is not a requirement. Those on the island with 100 to 499 seats are regarded as off-Broadway venues. Meanwhile, establishments with 99 seats or fewer are deemed off-Broadway. Now, I'm trying to see if there's anything more about locations other than...
Yeah, because we had 700 seats in our auditorium.
I think the biggest
And
show
the thing
I
is
did was
that-
Jesus Christ Superstar, but as I said, I was playing orchestra for that.
What'd you play?
So, trombone.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And one of the nights the bass player wasn't there, and the bass part is way more important than trombone part, so I ended up playing bass on my trombone, and that's freaking hard because I'm talking about acoustic bass, not
Yeah, upright bass.
Yeah, so I had to try and do all those lovely little octave shifts on a trombone, which
So
was
how did
not fun.
So how did you string up your trombone to cover that?
Yeah.
Did you run them from
Yeah.
spit valve to bell, or like how did you do it?
It was.
played
I
trumpet
tell
for
you,
a
it was really hard. I mean, I've got a B flat F trombone, so you can actually swap the pitch quite easily because
Right.
you have a valve. But even with that, it was an absolute nightmare trying to play it. But it was necessary for some of it. So
I played jazz trumpet all throughout school. So
wow, yeah, jazz is my favorite. I used to. I played both first and second trombone in the Will Upson big band, and you guys are going to go, who the hell's Will Upson? He's a big deal. He was, I think he's still alive. Was a big deal in Australia. He was.
That's my second cousin, actually.
What?
No, it's not. I'm just.
I was going to say I doubt it. He's kind of. I'm trying to think of an American equivalent for him who is still alive.
Maynard Ferguson.
He's a band leader, pianist, but he was a band leader first.
Oh man!
So that kind of thing. And you know what a big band is, having played jazz. So
I was lucky enough to hear Maynard Ferguson live. You ready for this?
Fuck off, you guy! No.
Yes.
I hate you.
A free concert at the amphitheater at the Cleveland Zoo. There was Dizzy.
Give me
a
brain. I'm gonna eat it. See, I was born in the wrong generation. I missed all the shit that I wanted to see.
Jen's Faye's in the back room.
Oh, okay. Drop me down. She can jump in.
So.
Okay. Do I have to drop me down? How do I do that?
Why don't you drop yourself down? I think that's.
Look on your image in the lower left corner, and you hover over your avatar, and it should say "Remove from stream."
I have been really, really, really lucky in some of the musicians and groups I've heard. I've heard Gillespie live. I've heard the Count Basie Orchestra with Count Basie directing live at the Kenton Palace Theater. That was, I think, around 81, 82, something like that. Larry Carlton, I heard live. He closed the Pittsburgh Jazz Festival. Oh, God, when was it? Around 1991.
So the table that all of my equipment sits on now it's a fine table. It's got like a darker wood to it, but I want to put like a lacquer on it. But before I do so, I told my girlfriend, I was like, because we met at a concert, and I was like, we should go see shows for a year. So go see bands, comedians, movies, whatever, and then we're gonna take the stubs and we're gonna line them all up, and then we're gonna cover it. And then it'll be, this is our table. This is the first year of us being together.
That'd sounds great. That sounds wonderful.
So I never thought about taking her to go see jazz, because we go out and like, I think we've been to the movies, but we haven't really been. I mean, it's the holiday season and we both work with the public, so we've been very busy. But yeah, I totally want to just like, whether it's on this table or whether or not it's a coffee table, but I want like ticket stubs just everywhere, just of all the cool places and things that we've done and been. I want that to be forever immortalized in a piece of furniture that's sturdy enough, you know what I'm saying, that will last us.
Yes, that sounds wonderful.
So then if we have kids and it's something cool that they're like, oh, I got dad's table. I got mom and dad's table that, oh look, this was from 2020. Oh, look how long ago that was. You know what I'm saying? Like that'll be I think that'll be a cool thing.
Yeah, well, and when your kids ask the story about how you met, then you can show them that and point all these things out.
Yeah, get the Windex. Go take care of that table out in the front room. And that's how we met.
Man, wow. I can't imagine planning that far in advance with a relationship.
I have a very weird brain.
I do too, but in the completely opposite direction.
Well, she's the best thing that's ever happened to me, so I want to do this great.
Yeah.
That's sweet.
Well, if anyone wants to listen to some decent Broadway soundtracks, definitely get the one from Kinky Boots. Cyndi Lauper did the music.
I'm not a huge Cyndi Lauper fan. I'm just going to go ahead and throw that out there, get myself ostracized right off the jump.
She's really good at writing music, though.
That's cool.
It's kind of like I don't like Bruce Springsteen, but he is a really good song crafter. I just wish he'd super glue his mouth together and not sing.
Yeah. No, I know what you mean. There's a couple of artists that I think are either good at singing or good at writing, but should not be doing both.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's musicians and then there's performers, and not every musician is a performer, and not every performer is a musician.
Bingo. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm a musician.
And there are actually songs that I've heard them done by the original artist, and I've heard them done by other people, and I thought that the remake was much better.
Every
Yeah,
Justin
yeah.
Bieber song ever. I'm thinking.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say though, like, the whole Broadway thing being just tickets or the amount of seats, that's kind of like, huh?
Yeah, I can see where that can get kind of bullshittery. I realized that maybe after I said it, maybe the drama teacher was playing it up. Our auditorium did have 700 seats though.
Right,
So
but like there is a difference because technically then your school could put on Little Red Riding Hood, and because of the amount of seats they can call it Broadway. No.
They did put a lot into their production, though. I will say this. It wasn't just I wasn't kidding when I said that the drama teacher at our school took it really seriously. She was basically going, if you want to put however much you put into this, I'll put into this. She would do
get it.
fundraisers and stuff, and they actually had more money than damn near everybody else in the school except for the baseball team. And she didn't get the funding from the school.
I get that. It's just like there's also a difference between an off-Broadway tour and a Broadway tour, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And to Broadway comes with a certain, it's more than just theater size. I'm not saying that the productions weren't good. I'm not saying they weren't like professional or anything. I'm just saying there is a huge difference.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to disparage your experience at all. So
yeah, I understand that. And the thing is that, like I said, she might have been playing it up so that she could get more sponsorships, because the lady had more sponsorships than any of our sports teams did. Yeah, she made sure that she had enough money to take students up to New York so they could go see Broadway, like actually go and not just go to a show, but spend like an entire week in New York. So that's how seriously she took it.
What's odd is that, like, I just did a Google search, right? And it brought up a map near me, and there's like 3 theaters around me that are named something on Broadway.
Mhm.
And I'm just like, how does that?
Because well, see, at the Flynn, we had we my sister and I, we went to see Kinky Boots, and most of the original cast was playing that had been in New York. The thing is, it's called a Broadway tour, and they called it, Broadway's Kinky Boots, but it wasn't a Broadway production because we weren't down there. But it was a Broadway production because it was, basically the cast, crew, financing, blah blah blah, all through this. And that was at a certain theater. But like it's kind of hard to explain. It's a whole other experience, I think. I don't know.
So the references that I'm reading And
And
I Hmm?
Wicked did a tour of the country before they actually even cemented some of their songs and cemented some of their acting and blah 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 before it actually did the whole Broadway, playing on Broadway. But it was a kind of like a pre-Broadway. It's hard to explain.
so this
Oh.
season I'm
Mikey,
looking at.
Here's how we settle this. Let's all get in the bus. We're going to the theater.
Been there.
Mikey,
I
did
wish
you
I
see in the side
could.
chat
Oh, I
that
missed it.
Jens is booking you for doing a duet with her on the channel later?
For a jazz duet.
I don't even have my horn anymore. I have to go buy one.
Oh.
Yeah, I
So
lost it in a tragic roommate incident.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry
geez.
about that.
That's
I'm
the
a
nicest way I could say that motherfucker stole from me.
Yeah.
I'm a big jazz fan myself.
Yeah, it's gone. I had a Bobby Shoe jazz horn, and I love that thing, and it's gone now. So,
Oh.
but I got guitarras, so we
yeah,
can still get together.
I've made the comment on Twitter that next Faithless Forum that we have to do. We, not me, because I don't do music, but they have to do a jam session of some kind because objectively Dan plays the violin, Cosmic Skeptic plays the guitar, so does Drew apparently, and a bunch of other people replied to it with all these instruments that they play, and I'm like, bring them. We're doing this. We're gonna have a Faithless jam session or something at the next Faithless Forum. That would be cool.
Yeah. That's so not my scene. I don't like the
Oh,
idea
man.
of traveling ever.
And then somebody
No,
posted a clip.
seriously. The only thing I can think of is like, I get a hotel room or a motel room, and I end up bringing bed bugs home, and
Really?
I'm in horror. Or do you travel by bus with all these germy people
Mm,
and possibly bring home like a parasite, or do you where do you sleep? There's nowhere to sleep out there. I don't
And the
even
bed bugs.
Yeah, it's like ew.
well,
Ew.
the hotel that they usually get for Faithless Forum was very clean. Just saying
No,
that.
no, it doesn't matter how clean it is. People are filthy.
I'll be there the week before, defiling all of the hotels in the area.
Excellent.
I miss
I
traveling.
wasn't big on travel, but that trip was so worth it.
I enjoy traveling because it's the one time that I get basically it's like, hey, y'all, if you're dead or dying, call me. Okay. Bye, y'all. I'm out. Do not wreck the house while I'm gone.
Yeah, that's what I basically told my boyfriend. I'm like, do not call me unless something is dying.
Yeah, but the thing is that I don't get a lot of opportunities to do things by myself because
Mhm.
most of the time, in order for me to be able to afford to go out, I
Mhm.
have to take my sister with me.
Mhm.
So that traveling that I used to do, I used to scrimp and save and be like, okay, I got enough to like get a plane ticket, a hotel room if something goes wrong, and then I'm gonna go. And I would just be like, I am leaving y'all behind. I'm leaving this house behind. I don't have to take my sister anywhere. My dad is in charge of her for a while. I'm gone.
Mhm.
And I think it's not quite the same as being a mom, but it's pretty freaking close at times. And
Oh
so
yeah.
it's kind of that caregiver's vacation of I don't have to take care of anybody else or anything except me. And
Mhm.
I don't get that many opportunities. That's why I like traveling. Is I got to put some distance between them,
Oh,
or
I
if
never
anything
travel.
comes
I'm
up.
very happy about it.
Oh, I know, and I'm not trying to push you into that. I'm just saying the reason I
Travel.
like traveling alone is it gets me away from them for a while because I love them and I don't mind taking care of them because it's their family. but I gotta get away sometimes.
Right.
No, I don't do any of that either.
I'm planning on taking a cruise in like the next 6 to 8 months. So
I love cruises so much. I've been on 2.
that's my shit.
Ugh.
My auntie, well, she was a travel agent and she did a lot of traveling. And I have a lot of nightmare stories from it.
I'm really upset with myself that I didn't look to be like a cruise musician.
Still could?
No, I can't because I get myself in trouble.
Oh. That sounds rather personal.
Well, I'm in my 30s now. That's a young man's game.
Oh.
You're still young. I hate to tell you.
Yeah. And I'm only 40, so like
Not given my life expectancy for the way I run my life.
oh.
It's time to start being responsible
Okay, fair enough.
Responsible? What is that?
and dance around on cruise ships with a bunch of women from different countries. It's probably not conducive to my relationship.
Take her with you.
Yeah, I don't think
So
she.
Tria, you can take coastal cruises where if on the off chance something were to happen, you're like 300, 400, 500 yards from the land, and it's just a lifeboat row away.
If I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna do it in the St. Johns River. I'd rather die of pollutants than die of anything from the ocean.
Honestly, I don't think there's been a cruise accident related death on the like literally on the ocean, like not like I'm pretty sure there's been deaths like on the boat, but like people getting heart attacks and stuff.
I have I don't deal with most ocean critters very well.
Oh, that's right.
You're
We
more
talked
you're
about
more
that before.
you're more likely to die of hypothermia than
or my own fright, to be honest. Like I'll probably like see fins and be like, "Oh my god, it's a shark! It's not a shark, Tria. Oh, I'm dead. I died of being scared shitless." See y'all later.
I did see flying fish from the deck of the cruise ship, and that was one of the craziest things ever. 'Cause all I heard was, I'm like, what the fuck is? I fucking peek over the side, and they're just breaching, just doing their thing, and I was like, yo, that's from Animal Planet. That's crazy. And of course,
No,
I wake up at 5 a.m. because I don't sleep.
We do have cruises that do go up and down the St. John's. If I were to ever do a cruise, it would probably be that. Because it's around manatees. And manatees don't freak me out. Because they're more of a
cow.
Yeah, basically
because they move too slow and don't have teeth.
Pretty much. That's the biggest reason. And they also don't look like a weird torpedo.
I think the reason that I like cruises so much is like once you pay for your ticket, all the food is free. All the breakfast sauce. No.
They had ice cream machines or frozen yogurt machines all over the boat, and I was like, "This is living."
The first one that I went on was a 2-day out of LA. It went to Catalina Island, and then Ensenada, Mexico, and they had a pizza bar.
Ooh.
And what we would do is we would go to the pizza bar and get dinner, and then we would go to the small lounge where they had a brass band playing. I'm not sure if it was jazz or what, but like Zoot Suit Riot.
That's a big band.
Yeah.
Big band stuff. And so we would sit there and eat our pizza and listen to the big band play for a couple of hours, and then they would have a midnight adult comedian come on, and we would listen to the jokes, and then we'd go get more pizza, gorge on pizza, and then go to bed and wake up at noon the next day and do things on the boat. Because we couldn't afford excursions at that time, but just the stuff that they provided on the boat was good enough for us. and then unlimited breakfast. I like sausage in case
I like
anybody doesn't
pizza.
know.
I like bars. Pizza bar sounds perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
We
the
used
the
to have
unlimited
one.
24-hour buffet. Yeah, I could go into that.
Oh,
We were I'm still sad about what happened to our damn game bar. It was basically you could get pizza, drinks, and then go play arcade games and tabletop games, and now that's gone.
oh, that sucks. Our
Yeah,
we have a place here in Atlanta called Battle and Brew, and it's a gaming bar restaurant. And you come in the door and they've got a display behind the counter with all kinds of board games. Monopoly, Risk, Exploding Kittens, anything you can think of, and you can rent it, take it to a table, drink and eat and play games.
Exploding kittens.
It's a card game.
Oh, I love Exploding Kittens. Have you tried Unstable Unicorns yet?
Mm-mm.
No,
I love that. That was so much fun. If you like Exploding Kittens, you might like Unstable Unicorns.
never heard
So
of either.
you do that on one side of the building, and then you turn the corner to go to the right, and they've got these 3 big islands which each have got PCs on them, like 6 PCs on them, with preloaded games like League and Fortnite and yada yada, and you can
Oh,
rent those
Why
to
would
play
you
those.
just play those at
Oh,
home?
we've got Nacho in the back room. Is somebody else willing to
I'm
Sounds
gonna
help
head
like
to
for a
we'll
bed.
while
step
and let
out.
Nacho in?
No, you're good. I'm gonna go to bed. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I gotta work in like 5 hours. So
Oh,
Yeesh.
okay. All right. Well,
Good.
thanks for
Night.
stopping
It
in,
was
Mikey.
nice to meet you.
So
Nice
likewise.
to meet you, Mikey.
Nice to meet
Likewise.
bye
you.
bye. Yep.
Great
nice
to see you, Mikey. You be good, huh?
I don't know how.
Okay.
Don't get caught, Ben.
So there's the 3 people. Well, the reason that you don't do
Hey,
it at home.
Nacho.
Hello.
Heyo.
Upside down, sweetie. Yay.
Oh, people.
I'm antisocial. Hi. How are
Sorry.
you?
Well,
Um,
that would
peachy.
be why playing the PC games at the bar is not your thing because you're antisocial.
Well,
Um,
no, I just
Yeah.
don't like bars anyway. So
because you can play with your regular friends, but you can also play with the person in the seat next to you if they're playing the same game. Plus, you get food, drinks, and then
sure.
off from those places are couch sitting areas that have got console games like the PlayStation 4, the Nintendo Switch, and all that. And you can rent those by the hour. And so if you've got 4 friends and no video game console, you just go here, you get your food, your drinks, and you can play Smash Brothers with each other for 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah, there's and also like sometimes you just don't want to deal with the food situation too when you're playing with the game, or you may not want people at your house. Like my house is not a good place to game. I like gaming. I enjoy it. I enjoy my friends, but none of us have houses that are suitable to go over and play at, especially if it's more than just 1 or 2 of us. So we do have a couple of game bars left, but the one that we lost had everything. And the rest of them are you can either pick arcade games, you can pick video games, or you can pick tabletops. No place has all 3. We lost our place that had all 3.
Tabletops,
And I'm
no
still
question
sad.
about it.
Yeah, I would pick tabletops because I have the ability to play video games at home, and like most of the kinds of video games I like to play, I tend to not be as social with them. But I'm still mad that we lost Good Luck Have Fun Bar. I am still mad about that.
I'll just play an MMORPG
Me
if I
too.
feel like it. But other than that, I have no interest in being next to anyone who's playing a game.
Mhm.
That's fair. I wouldn't want to play with strangers, but these are like some of my closest friends, and sometimes that's the best excuse we have to get together. Is
Fair
we're like, all right, we're all gonna show up on this date at this place. Clear your schedules. Don't double book, because otherwise we don't see each other. Because we're adults and life bites. And a lot of times it'll be like 5 or 6 months before we see each other.
Now, see, your problem isn't being an adult. Your problem is admitting to it.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's probably it.
So, Nacha, those fires still across the lake?
I'm not actually too sure where they are today. I haven't looked at the news,
Mm.
but
They're
it's
not in
not
your
all
backyard, I hope,
smoky.
right?
Yeah. Well, they're kind of close. At least
Ooh.
as of like yesterday. Um, yeah. No, it's pretty extensive. It's basically the entire coast of like the entire east coast of Australia.
Yeah,
That's
I saw
awful.
some maps there.
Ooh.
Holy
I've
fucking
been
shit.
following it in the news, and it seems like absolutely horrendous. It's my biggest nightmare.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. But I mean, at the moment, for the most part, most people in the cities are okay. I know earlier in the week it hit the edges of Sydney.
But the
But
critters are okay.
no, they're not.
Oh, did you guys see the
They're
video?
we might actually lose the last of our koalas
That's what I
Oh
because they're only
figured.
no.
really in this they're only living in this area that is on fire at the moment.
Yeah, I've
And
seen
we
some
don't
pretty
really look
horrific
after
coverage
them.
that I don't want to get into about the koala.
I saw the video of
It
a
broke
woman.
my heart.
The one that was rescued?
Yeah, she
Yeah,
took her
that went
shirt off.
viral. That
Yeah,
lady.
yep,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
one. Yep.
She good on her for it too. Because
Mhm.
I mean, I didn't know much of the backstory. I just saw the video that went viral, and but no, the worst thing
You
is
get down, you
not only is
little.
it burning their environment down, even the ones that can escape, they're dying in the smoke.
Mhm.
And there's really not many koalas left. Like they are really critically endangered. Like
Well, for many reasons, they're critically endangered, right? I mean, habitat loss. And then, do I remember that there is a koala based STD that's really taking out a whole bunch of them?
yeah, they've all got chlamydia.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah.
Yep, that is correct. Well, not all of them, but it's a problem
Yeah,
there.
well, people need to stop fucking koalas.
Yeah. People need to stop fucking,
Yeah.
period. I mean, we got too many people, man.
Oh, don't get me
That's
started
the
on
other half
that.
of the problem. That is the other half of the problem. It's because there's too many people, and the development is taking out all of the last of that forest, and now
Yes.
we've got a fire taking
That's
out
why
the
we're
other side of
also.
it.
I mean, yeah. Don't look up the information about orangutan.
Yeah, same kind of plight.
Mhm.
Well, human beings are assholes.
Dicks. Yeah. We are not nice creatures. Definitely not.
Parasites.
We're
And more
self-absorbing.
I yell about habitat and saving our beaches and it would be nice if we had at least would give habitat 20% of the beaches. We don't do that. We just build a resort and push them off because nobody wants to see turtle poop, that type of thing. And meanwhile, I have no compassion for people anymore.
Yeah.
It's like,
That's understandable.
well, it's like, okay, you tell them, if you do this, you won't be able to breathe. So they do that. And then they're like, I can't breathe. And it's like, okay, well, whatever you do, don't dump this into your lawn or you won't be able to drink the water. They do that. And meanwhile, it's like, my lake turned purple and I can't, it's like, yeah, we know. There goes the
Yeah.
drinking water for that. And there goes that. And it's like, I really don't like owls in my backyard, so I removed all the trees. Well, okay, fine, whatever. I don't care. Like I near where my mom lives, there's an area called Long Beach Island, right? Sand
Mhm.
dunes protect barrier islands, kind of. Well, a lot of rich people moved in and knocked down the sand dunes.
Oh no.
So when you have a major storm, there's really no way to protect homes long enough to get people off the islands. I mean, most of them go underwater anyway, but the dunes give you some semblance of like maybe coming home to return to something. But if you knock down the sand dunes, oh well. But that's beside the point. Anyway, I'm not a very interesting person when I first wake up. And I
Oh my!
do
No,
have to get ready for work. What?
I just saw the side chat and I put it in the I'm sorry, the internal chat, and I put it in the side chat. Jan, I did not hear Glenn Miller live, but I heard a band that employed some of Glenn Miller's personnel.
I'm gonna pop out and return Jen to you so she can show off her haircut.
There you go.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, look, it's Jen. Yay.
Hi.
Bye-bye, Faye. Take care. I love you dearly.
I didn't even realize you
bye.
put me back in. I was looking at something else.
No, but Jen, yeah, I did.
How's it going, Faye?
A friend of mine played in a big band, which was a labor of love,
Yeah.
down in the Atlanta area, and that band actually had a couple people that played with Miller, a couple people that played
but you
with
haven't seen him
Dorsey.
live, so that's fine. We're still friends.
Yeah, okay. Well, hey, there was no way I could hear Glenn Miller. Glenn Miller died in 1943.
I am aware of
I was
this.
14 years later.
I was giving you shit. Like I was giving Nacho Mary shit. Because I always give them shit, and it's good fun to give them shit.
You people
but
are
it was
so hung up
amazing.
on this linear time concept. You've got to get over it.
You give them shit, and I ship them.
Yeah.
I'll tell you though, Jen, it was.
In all honesty, Kitty, I think we all ship them. They just got to get the fuck over it and get it together.
Now I'll tell you, Jen, it was a beautiful thing. I was at the Atlanta RG Mensa convention down in Atlanta, and one of the members down there did play in this band, and they played the Saturday night dinner, and to hear a 22-piece band with vocalist, it's like seeing God.
Imagine being in one. It's amazing fun.
I've never had that.
I've played in orchestras and I've played in brass bands and that. I love brass bands. I'm not as fond of playing in orchestras. It's something that just doesn't gel with me in playing orchestra, but I've done it. But as far as playing in jazz bands goes, there is nothing like it. It is just so much fun. There's so much camaraderie between all the players. And
this is what I hear.
I started playing jazz before I transitioned. So I actually transitioned still playing jazz.
All right.
So I was still playing and I was still part of these groups, and there was never any issues at all with me being part of that. So it was just awesome fun. I loved it. I haven't done it for donkey's years, I will be honest. Life sort of got in the way, and 2 kids, and and all that.
Does it. Yeah, I don't even have my clarinet anymore, so but I never had it.
So you played jazz as well?
Many moons ago, yeah.
I
never got to play in a big band. No, I got small groups. I wanted to form a band, but I could never drum up any interest.
Yeah, you know how they do some of their online orchestras where they get all the people to play parts and then put it all together?
Oh,
yeah.
It would be amazing
to get enough of us together that we could actually get a reasonable jazz band together and actually do something.
I have not had my clarinet in, wait a minute. I haven't had my clarinet since '89. So it's been 30 years. I don't even remember how to play it. Play one. I
haven't played my trombone for about 5 years. So. I haven't forgotten. I know that. So.
You say that, but I bet you if you had one in your hand, it would come back to you.
It would take a good 4 or 5 months to get the embouchure back.
The embouchure and the alternate fingerings. Remember now, in a clarinet, there are very often 2 ways to play a note, and sometimes there are 3.
You imagine
And-
doing that with a trombone where you can play multiple notes in multiple positions, and then I have a B flat F, so that changes all of those positions into other positions.
No, this is the one I don't remember how a B flat F is put together.
Okay, it looks
you
like
said
a normal trombone, except on your thumb there's a valve, and it changes it from the trombone from being in B flat, key B flat, to being in F.
It
So it lowers you
it lowers it by a fifth.
By a fifth, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is awesome because some of those low notes are an absolute pain in the butt to get low.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
You think of the trombone as being a low instrument, the high notes are much easier to play than the low ones. And you really have to work on your embouchure to play the really low notes. They're the notes I wouldn't be able to play now. But I stopped playing for a while, then I played in a brass band up here near to where I live now for a while. And I just picked my trombone back up and I was able to play it, but it'll take me 3 or 4 months to get my embouchure back because I just haven't played in years.
Yeah,
but, you don't forget how to do it. It's the tone. Your tone's just not going to be good. But
absolutely.
I have a Boozy and Hawkes trombone.
Okay, I don't know my trombones well, so
it is considered one of the premium trombones you can have.
Okay. No, my entire career I just had a Bundy student clarinet.
Yeah, I've had 3 different trombones. This is by far. The people go, oh yeah, you can play anything on any instrument. A better instrument does make a difference.
Yes.
A really well designed trombone you'd think it's just a tube, but no. A well-designed trombone virtually pulls the air out of you when you're playing. It just makes your tone so much fuller and stronger. It's somebody who might sound rubbish on a cheapie is going to actually sound drastically better on a good instrument.
That's the thing is that, to get a clarinet now, I wouldn't have the money, but I would have to get a resin clarinet,
had one for a while.
And I learned on a wooden clarinet, and believe you me, there is the big difference between wood and resin. And I've looked to buy even a wooden student clarinet. You're talking a couple $1,000 before tax, and man, I miss it. I really do, because it's just the whole thing about getting a decent tone out when you're on a number 4 reed trying to play in 3rd register. Think the first clarinet solo of Sunrise Serenade.
Oh, yep.
Think of that's the sort of thing, you work your way to that because it takes work to get that out and make it sound good.
When I was playing, I played for most of the time I was playing in the Will Upson Big Band. I was playing second, not first. The guy who was playing first was a long-time Army Band player. Beautiful tone. Even though I'd learnt in high school and everything, he took me under his wing and taught me a whole heap of tricks that he learnt when he was in the army and everything, and got me to improve my tone and my technique way more than I'd learnt in school.
I'm sorry, I got it right. It wasn't Sunrise Serenade; it was Moonlight Serenade. But
Moonlight Serenade, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, well,
that one.
I'm going to be going because I got to get something to snack on before I go to bed in like 20 minutes. But
no, it's Canadian.
Purple, you should talk to Nerdy about that singing thing you mentioned in your interview. Purple, are you muted?
Honey, unmute your mic.
I think Purple figured that it was just a good time to get up and do something.
No, I'm here. I had my mute. Pirate Kitty, what do you think you're doing here? You think eating and sleeping are excuses that you can get out of this? No, it doesn't.
She does. She does.
But yeah, you should show that song you talked about in your interview. You should show it to Nerdy and see what he thinks if he can sing it.
Yeah, I was considering sending it to him on Twitter. I don't know if it's his kind of thing, but
He could sing it like he did that one song. No, that probably wouldn't work. What song is it based off of? Or is it just your own writing thing?
well, it's based on God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen.
Okay,
Did
then.
you ever play the jazz version of Little Brown Jug?
Bye, everybody.
It is
Night.
gorgeous piece of music.
Okay,
isn't
good
it?
night, Kitty.
And you just can feel the sway as you're doing it. What's really fun is when you're doing alto. What's really fun is when you're doing alto sax on that song.
Oh yeah, it's got some beautiful parts for the alto.
Oh,
yeah. When you don't play sax and you hear some of the parts the saxophonists get, you go, "Oh, you absolute bitches." But getting back to my story, despite how brilliant a trombone player he was, he couldn't solo. So I used to get all the ad lib solos because he couldn't ad lib.
Oh my, okay.
Yeah. Okay. What ended up happening to me was Will Upson, because I wasn't always there, because we didn't always end up being able to show up for shows, depending on when the shows were, of course. He ended up having to write out a solo for Clive to play when I wasn't available.
Oops.
So Clive had to play his solos in pieces from written pieces of music. I mean, granted, when he had the written solo to play, it actually sounded better than my solos, but they weren't ad lib.
Yeah, I mean, I could not improvise anymore to save my life. I mean, it's been too long.
I think I would struggle now. You really have to have your head in the right frame to improvise. People think, oh, you're just bleeding out notes, but you're not. You have to know the structure. You have to know the chord progression in the song that you're soloing to. You have to know what everyone else is doing, because the other music doesn't stop. So it's not just throwing it out there. You really do have to know what you're doing. And no matter how often I'd done it, I would still screw up occasionally.
I sometimes think, it would be so nice if I could buy a clarinet again. It would be so nice if I could buy I wouldn't have enough room for a piano, for fuck's sake. And besides, I could barely play piano. I'd really
I have a keyboard. It's hiding behind there somewhere.
I have thought of getting a Yamaha 88 key keyboard, but it's.
I actually have two keyboards in this house. I have. Oh God, I can't remember what the first one was that I got, but the second one was a CT Tone. It's got velocity sensitive keys and a USB MIDI port, so it USBs to the computer for MIDI, and it's got because my daughter loves it like this, because it's got light up keys. So if you're learning to play the songs, it lights the keys up. So you.
All right.
But it's actually quite a nice keyboard to play. Unfortunately, the velocity sensitivity on the keys isn't great because it's a cheaper one. But I used to have a Yamaha DX7.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and I let my ex take it because I'm.
Oh man, I'll tell you, there was one day, not long after I moved in here, when I was down at the local Goodwill, just looking to see what it was like and everything else, and over on the side, I began to cry.
What was that?
Because just waiting for me was a piano that needed a little bit of work. The action needed a little work. One or two of the keys were really, really soft. $25.
Oh, you should have got it.
Two problems. Number one, how to get it here. Number two, where to put it.
Well, I set your computer up on top of it.
Yeah, there you go. But no, getting it here, there was no way for me to do it. And I had to do it right away because that piano was so cheap. It was going to be gone within hours.
Yeah, I walked into a Goodwill shop here, and there was a Casio Tone electric piano.
Oh, okay.
Sitting on the thing, and I looked at it for 5 seconds, and this person walked over with one of the people who was working in the shop and bought it. And I'm like,
Mm.
damn it, it's gone. I was thinking about it for too long.
There you are.
I
Yeah,
also, same concern as you though. I knew how I could get it home, but I had no idea where I was going to put it.
mm-hmm.
And it was
Yeah,
like,
because it's not easy to see now. I mean, when I used to be turned around 90 degrees, you saw how crowded this is in
yeah,
here, and yeah, there's
a normal
what they
keyboard
call
you
the
can jerk
bedroom.
up against the wall. I really wish I could remember where I stuck my keyboard and dig it out and show you. But,
What they call the bedroom here is even worse because there are 800 some odd books back there on 6 bookshelves, and can't keep a piano back there either.
I will find my keyboard for another stream. Actually, what I might do is find my keyboard for another stream because it does have a programmable rhythm section. And I might program a rhythm, dig out my trombone, and
you know what I wouldn't mind would be a keyboard that could also output the key sequences, etc., to paper, or take it in from paper, so I could dick around on the keyboard and then get the sheet music,
point of having,
or
that's
I
why
could be writing.
Both the keyboards I've got here have got MIDI, but the newer one I picked up with the lossy sensitivity doesn't actually use a MIDI port. It's got a USB port that pretends it's MIDI so it acts as the MIDI device to the PC, so you can plug it into anything, laptop, desktop, whatever, and that device doesn't have to have MIDI. So with that, I can play songs into the computer and put them into Finale or something like that to get sheet music out, or vice versa, write the sheet music and play it out to the keyboard.
Yeah, because I wouldn't mind something that say could that play 13, 14 parts or something like that. So
yeah, I don't know how polyphonic this is, but I mean, it's almost irrelevant how many parts your keyboard can play if you've got a computer.
Yes, it is. If you want first violin, second violin, viola.
Most modern computers can handle about 32 instruments.
Well, there's what I'm after. Yeah.
Yeah, your PC itself can handle those instruments once you've got the music encoded and written. And then the keyboard is also extras. What I would probably do is use my keyboard for the drums for output, and you let the PC play the rest, because then even though the keyboard samples, I can use better sound fonts on the PC to make better sound.
Okay.
So that's the thing. I mean, with the right app that you're using to make music, you can actually have the piece. Most modern PCs can sound as good as most keyboards, as long as you've got a decent enough processor and that. So yeah, I've done that to emulate like an MT32.
This thing would get me. This thing would get me home.
Oh yeah, because it's not as taxing doing music as it is doing video. So so yeah, you'd be able to do it. But I love it. It's just brilliant. I was going to write my own music for my channel, and I probably will do eventually. I've just been lazy.
I wouldn't mind doing that for mine. Yeah.
Not only that, it annoys everyone else in the house, because when I'm very hands-on when I write music, so I like to sit at the keyboard and play through my melodies and adjust them how I want, rather than just hearing them in my head.
Mm-hmm.
So that annoys the hell out of people when you're replaying the same bits over and over again. Yeah, I actually got told to piss off and get out of the lounge room last time. So yeah, I was really annoying. And then I sat down at the computer, not this one, the one that my gaming machine, and got out a drum machines package. It was designing drum riffs to go behind what I was playing, and that's even more annoying. If you're designing the drum riffs and all you're hearing is drums, people just they don't
Hey,
like
doorknob
that.
head.
Yeah, there goes the neighborhood.
So, are either of you familiar with Mike Oldfield?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that's one of my all-time favorite pieces of music is Tubular Bells.
I was going to say Mike is best known for Tubular Bells. Yeah.
Yeah, well, and it's just amazing to me that one person could play that many different instruments.
Yeah, but it's often the case, Purple. over my life, I've played most of the brass instruments, a couple of woodwinds, keyboards. You tend to, once you're into music, you tend to dabble across and.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, Diana.
The male slimy bastard had a bent soprano saxophone, which I was playing with. Yeah, that thing was. It wasn't cared for the best in the world, but it was very serviceable. And the damn thing is, there it goes, because when I transitioned, they disowned me, and there goes any possibility of saving that instrument or anything like that.
That's horrible. I have, even though it's not a really fancy one, I have my dad's clarinet. Not clarinet, my dad's recorder. What I'm missing,
okay.
He had two. He had a beautiful bass recorder that was all wood, and nobody knows what happened to it.
Oh my!
And I really wish I had that, because that was a gorgeous instrument. But I've got his normal recorder.
I've tried playing recorder. Oh my god! What you've got to do for the breath control.
Yeah, it is hard, isn't it? But it's talking clarinets. I had a clarinet up until a couple of years ago, but one of my young great nephew decided he was going to learn clarinet, so he sort of ended up with it.
Okay, it's a good thing.
I'd rather do that and encourage young people to take on. But music's all of the family. Peter, who you've met, one of my nieces, she plays trombone. She's also got a flugelhorn.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
There are times when I'm beset with my fantasies that I think about buying a trumpet. But I would probably get evicted trying to learn how to play trumpet. Because the neighbors would probably want to kill me.
Trumpet is great fun. The biggest problem I had with playing trumpet was I was still playing big band stuff, and I was still mostly playing trombone. And playing the two different size mouthpieces really, really makes your embouchure work hard.
Yes, it does.
And that was the biggest problem I had playing the trumpet, was that it was just ruining my trombone playing, which wasn't a good thing when I'm supposed to be playing solos and stuff like that. And
oops.
So I, around the same time, my eldest niece she just got old enough that she started learning trumpet at school, and here's my trumpet. Here you go.
I'll tell you,
and she's never looked back. She is an amazing trumpet player.
Oh wow,
brilliant.
The clarinet is what really helped me along, though, as far as my transition goes, because I sound the way I do right now because I'm speaking with a clarinet embouchure. I mean, were I to speak in my normal voice and just drop that and open up the throat and everything else, and I sound like this and I look like this, and it doesn't quite go together.
Doesn't work. No, it doesn't work. Will you please not?
Yeah. I have that beautiful music voice, though. The all night FM stations.
Yeah, you could do Frank.
Yeah. I've done Frank.
I know, you've told me. I've heard you sing.
Oh man, I do miss it.
You actually sing really well, Diana. Unlike me, unlike me, who's just a parody singer.
No, I would joke, but some people actually did believe me that I did a better Sinatra than Sinatra.
Hey.
And I miss that. I really do. But you just can't do the singing voice, the baritone, and then, the rack the size of the city bus. It just doesn't work.
Both my songs on my YouTube channel got claimed for copyright.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so I put in counterclaims. Sting's mob let go of the one for Sexual Humanist, and Disney said, nah, to me doing Rainbow Connection.
Oh man, I just recently picked up uh, one of the
Sing
one
off.
of
No, we're not doing a sing off doorknob head.
I picked up the hornpipe from the Water Music in F, and I got it from Wikipedia. It was uh, licensed Creative Commons, the whole bit. You know, it's free to use and all that stuff. I test loaded it to YouTube, and sure enough, they tell me that somebody holds the copyright on it. Now, how
Huh?
does that work? And they said that United Music Group holds the copyright on this thing. Well, um, Wikipedia is telling me it's Creative Commons. How does that work, kids?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, see, I'd be
It's
safe
crazy.
there. If I ever dared actually sing on my channel, I would never get a copyright strike because no one would ever recognize the song I was trying to sing.
You'd be amazed the number of people who've covered Disney songs and even modified them or done them to different music backing tracks, and Disney have claimed. Disney are absolute assholes when it comes to people
Oh yeah,
doing
no,
covers.
Disney's notorious about their copyright claims on anything. You
Oh,
draw a
Mhm.
character that looks vaguely like one of theirs, and they'll try to sue you.
yeah. Don't try and grab clips from Disney movies. They are absolute
Yep,
mongrels.
Disney.
Unlike Warner Brothers, who
Yep.
YouTube's copyright thing picked out that I'd put the clip from the Joker clip in one of my videos, and did that. I put in a claim, and within 2 hours they dropped it. Warner Brothers had come back and said, "Nah, you can have it."
Yep.
Because they're fair and reasonable, and Disney are assholes.
Oh yeah.
Having said that, I still paid my Disney subscription.
Yeah, I kind of am in that boat where it's like, I hate Disney, they're too big, but we need a streaming service, and that one is the closest one to our tastes as a
Yeah.
household. So guess what we're buying?
Yeah,
Well,
this
and
is my
Disney
thing.
takes-
I really wanted to watch The Mandalorian. I'm not 100% against downloading things. If there's a one-off thing I want to watch, I'm not paying a subscription for it. I will pay for it though if I can to watch it when it comes out. But if I can't do that, then screw them. I will get it later and I'll watch it now.
It's not we're not in it for like the Star Wars and the Marvel stuff, but they're putting in a lot of the older series. And my family loves and my sister and I are like watching Saturday morning cartoons together and the TV up front. And that's like a big deal for us because that's one of the few really good memories she has from being a kid.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
we sit there and watch those on the screen in the living room. I would not be able to pirate anything in that living room.
Oh, see, we have a
Because
computer attached
basically
to the
I have
telly, so
Yeah, no, I don't. I would not attach my computer to the telly because there would be an off chance that something might be seen that I don't want my family figuring out I'm doing.
fair enough.
Right.
But
And
our telly actually has its own computer, so
yeah,
it stays
both
there all the
have
time.
separate computers, and my sisters I don't think would hook up to it very well. In fact, her computer's on her last leg. I really need to try to convince her to start saving up and try to get her a new one. Because basically the keys have all fallen off the keyboard. She's typing basically from memory.
Oh wow. Well, we
You know,
pay.
Tria, if you put the word out, there might be a possibility of, if somebody in the community is upgrading, about at least getting you a good deal on their used one. Somebody
Yeah,
might even donate one if they're just going to scrap it.
well, for her, it won't take that much, and she really needs to work on saving her money. So it's kind of one of those things. And
Okay.
also, I've also gotten a lot of help lately, and I'm a little bit about asking for more, even if it's not directly for me.
Yeah, well, also, I'm just thinking that if you're not asking for money, but you're asking for something somebody's probably discarding anyway.
That's true. Um, but yeah, she doesn't need much. She just needs something that she can watch kitty videos on YouTube. Is pretty much what she mainly does with it, with the side of chatting with her friends on Messenger. Think teenager type things without gaming. But she pretty much like chats online with her little friends. I wish she'd actually go out and see them more often, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
uh, TV. Yeah, no, my house has. We all have our own individual laptops, and I think that's part of where the problem lies. Is we don't have a dedicated computer that is for the family. We have laptops, and all of us have things that we don't accidentally want the other one seeing, except maybe my little sister. But yeah, so that's kind of why we
So
don't have it set up to the TV.
yeah, okay. So your father doesn't want, and the rest of you seeing is trancy porn, right? And then the no, huh?
uh I don't know. I'm not even gonna go there. I don't want to think about anything like that.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have to say this, but now you've got me trying to figure out what ace porn would be.
Ah, jeez.
In my case, none. But let's
Yeah,
say
do you just
I'm
sit there and
typing
stare at
something.
a blank screen?
That sounds like the
Not always
No,
people
but y'all know what I'm referencing though. Like, if I were to type in R, Reddit comes up with all of the ex-Mormon stuff I've been looking
Yeah.
at, and like,
Yeah, that
and like,
autocomplete can be a bitch if somebody's watching you.
yeah. There you are.
yeah, that's where the thing lies, because my sister would accept it more than my father, but it would hurt her more, I think, in a sense. Because while my dad realizes that there are problems within the Mormon church, and he's determined that they're okay for him, any any anything that looks like a confrontation, even if it isn't, kind of makes her go into automatic mode where she just like shuts down. So for the sake of her, I just completely avoid the whole thing. Because her brain just does not deal well with it. Um, and I say that even if it looks like a confrontation, but it's not. If it looks like a confrontation to her, she shuts down, and she's been taught that criticism equals confrontation.
Oh
So
no.
yeah, and like I, it, she's also she feels things a lot stronger, I think, than what is typically normal. Well, I won't say normal, but what the average is, I think, too. And I think that has part to play in it as well. So I just, unless she brings it up and she feels like it's a safe discussion to have, I just stay away from it.
Well, I think I can also get an inkling, from her, just the idea of if she's feeling a strong emotion and she doesn't know how to verbalize it or express it in some way, that can be extremely difficult to handle.
Yeah, because that does play into it too. Is she is partially nonverbal, and the more stressed she is, the more nonverbal she is. And people don't realize this with her because, like, I take her out in social situations a lot, and I'm her guard essentially. If I see things are going bad, I'm her out. I'm usually the one who whispers in her ear, "Hey, have you had enough? Do you want to go?" without calling attention to her. So people tend to see her in these situations where she's just fine. She talks like anybody else. Maybe not thinks the same way, but close enough that people don't notice. And then wonder why, and then yell at me because apparently I'm overprotective. And it's like you don't see what happens when I don't step in when I do. You don't see the after effects. And I really, 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 there's a part of me that hopes that before my dad dies, he determines that, because while I am an authority figure to her, he is her main one. And I'm pretty sure that if he were to switch churches, my sister would too. So there's the secret.
Or leave churches altogether.
That's not going to happen. But I might be able to pull off the one of they might leave Mormonism, because I am causing my dad to question quite a few things just by how adamant I am at not ever going back to the Mormon church. Just that throws him for a loop, because essentially I have not changed all that much. Instead of pushing some ideas that I had to the side because they didn't fit with the church, that is the only thing that's really changed. Is I stopped, because when I was a teenager, and this doesn't mean that I was off the hook for anything that I did, but when I was a teenager, I wondered constantly why the gays were a problem, according to our church, when we were doing all kinds of horrible crap. And it was like, why are you judging them specifically as if you're any better, is how I looked at it. And it was just, but I would put that to the side because it's like, church is right. They tell me what's right and wrong. They obviously know better. And honestly, that's really the only big change that's been made, is I don't put those things to the side anymore, and I determine what's right and wrong. Not some old man in a business suit who's trying to get my 10%.
Oh, the church is in their 10%.
Yeah, I love that tithing.
For the Mormon church,
and
it's
that
even
pyramid
more than
selling.
that. Yeah, the MLMs. But I mean, honestly, the only thing that's changed is instead of saying I am not allowed to question, I've jumped in and said, okay, well, they apparently had it wrong. So now I'm going to try to not put that to the side and actually work towards being a better person, instead of assuming that I'm better just because I'm following all the rules. Because that was kind of how it was. But I mean, my views on family are the same. My views on how I take care of my sister are the same. I don't, go off and do anything that's going to get me job loss or lose my ability to take care of her. So the only major change is my belief system, but everything else is the same. So that really throws him for a loop. Because he was told that I would turn into a horrible person after I left the church.
Now, as far as I see when I look around, usually when someone leaves the church, they become better. That's pretty much a constant sort of thing. And it's amazing, isn't it? How when you give up your moral compass, you suddenly become a lot better than you were when you had that moral compass.
Makes you think there's something wrong with that moral compass.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it might be stuck a little bit or something. I don't know,
Well, I've said that I didn't have any ethics until I gave up on the Bible.
Yeah.
Well, why do you need personal ethics if you're just going to have the priest tell you what they are every week?
Pretty much. Well, see, the Catholic Church had convinced me I was going to hell by the time I was 8. So once you're already doomed to hell, what have you got to lose? So why bother behaving?
Mm-hmm.
That was my philosophy growing up.
Well, see, and that's exactly the philosophy somebody like Ray Comfort has, where he says, "Oh, if I didn't have God, I'd be out there raping and murdering." You go, That doesn't
You know-
say anything about your God existing. That says about you being an asshole.
There you are. I mean, I've heard Oren say it. I've heard a couple other people, and I've thought it myself. People like comfort. I think, do you actually believe that? Were you? What is the title of the book? Oh man, it was written I think sometime in the 20s, where the news was released that Jesus' body had been found and he didn't rise from the dead and everything. And all of a sudden, everybody's murdering and fucking in the streets and all this other sort of thing. And then at the end of the book, it's revealed that it was a hoax and everybody goes back to being normal again. But I mean, is that the kind of humanity that Comfort thinks himself a part of?
Yeah.
It's he doesn't think very much of himself, does he?
No, well, none of them do. That's the problem. They entirely tie their being good and honest people to their religion.
But they're not good and honest people.
No, they're not. That's the point. But that's the thing, because they also take this attitude that and it's an attitude a lot of not all Jews, but some Jews have had, that if you're not one of us, it's perfectly okay to treat you bad because that's what they did in the Bible times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Oh my. Where was it?
Because people who aren't us are less than human.
Well,
That's why
and
you could take your slaves from neighboring nations and keep them as property forever.
Yeah. And that's part of why they have such a big thing on pushing the us and them mentality.
Yeah,
because as long as they're not part of us, it doesn't matter how you treat them.
I mean, I'm not necessarily saying other religions are, but all the Abrahamic religions are. It is all us and them.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
The concept of the God in the Bible is an us and them. In fact, the Bible more or less states there are other gods, but this God is the big jealous one who doesn't want you to worry about the other gods.
Yeah,
I've gotten into conversations with my family. I unfortunately have a lot of preachers in my family.
Oh my! I am so sorry.
I have to say this though: they truly believe in what they're selling. They truly do. They're not like Ray Comfort, who I suspect doesn't actually believe and is just trying to get a buck. But they actually believe in what they're selling.
Even with someone like Ken Ham, I think they honestly do drink a lot of their own Kool-Aid. That they certainly know that some of what they sell is bullshit, but they believe a lot of it. They've been stuck in it. They actually have to believe it to be able to sell it.
And they're honestly trying to create a community. So I will give them that, even though I wish that they would pick anything else to build a community around. Well, not anything else, but you know what I mean. But and I've had
for some of that other stuff, if they go
with
down
a lot
to
of
French
them.
Guiana, then it would be okay then.
Yeah, and the thing is that I've had discussions with them because I'm like, there are things that you've been preaching for years, and you don't realize that the Old Testament admitted that there were other gods. And they're like, no. They meant don't worship material things. And I'm like, no, that is definitely not what they like. That is part of it, but that's not exactly what they meant.
I'll grant
and I get in
something,
arguments.
Ray Comfort's not as bad as Ray Blanchard.
Oh my, yeah.
Did you see his post for Trans Awareness Day?
No,
I didn't see it.
He starts out for a start. He doesn't call it Trans Awareness Day. He calls it Autogenophilia Appreciation Day.
He can go fuck himself with
and then he goes on to compare trans people to pedophiles.
Oh,
yeah, I've seen that.
Blanchard's pulling that shit now.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah, that was his whole take.
Let me guess, he's got quite a following, doesn't he?
Ray Blanchard was Ray Blanchard, aside from money, is probably one of the so-called trans professional psychologists who did more damage to trans people in the 70s and 80s than anyone else.
Right.
And
See,
he is
and-
still alive, and he's still kicking, and he's still peddling his bullshit. And it's
I'm
bullshit that
sorry.
TERFs and gender critical people suck up through a fucking
Yeah,
straw.
Here we go.
I have a basic knowledge of the autogynophilia
Yeah.
reports and the stuff around it, like extremely basic, but I know
He's
how much
basically repackaged Freud to justify his own probable issues with his own cross-dressing, would be my guess, because it certainly seems to picture that way with him.
The worst. Yeah, internal phobia is the worst.
It's an
Like,
internal phobia. Yeah.
Internal
But the damage
phobia, I
he did
think,
to trans
causes,
people over it
yeah.
is immense.
Yeah, that's the problem with internal phobia. It doesn't just affect you. You usually turn it outward so that people can be just as miserable as you.
Yeah. Ray Blanchard is still employed by a university. There is a push to get what he tweeted sent to them to basically say, this is the dumb fuckery your dude is
He's
putting
at
online.
University of Toronto, isn't he?
Yeah, somewhere like that.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to them, but they wouldn't listen.
Oh, they might. Yeah, he is. He is vile.
Yeah.
Genuinely hard human. Hard. I can't. Lost me. Hey, if you're gonna do that as a stream about idiots like him, why don't we do one on money and him? You, me, and
why
Jen.
not? Yeah, why not?
Once Jen's out of hospital and feeling better, you, me, and Jen.
Sounds good. I like it. How about that other stream? The one on the
author.
The evolution of, what was it?
Oh yes, we have to do that.
Yes, we do. We do.
Sorry, I've been sidetracked.
I forget
with
what it was.
Jen and I have been planning.
But...
So, which is on the back burner until she's better. So.
And also, in response to Doorknob Head, I don't know whether I don't know whether churches really propagated it or psychologists did. And
no, this was psychology. The churches just gobbled it up, as did TERFs.
Yeah, that's what I kind of got the feeling of it, because I'm doing research on what used to be known as inhibited desire disorder. And essentially, it's basically... you don't necessarily have to be asexual to have that diagnosis, or HSDD is what it's called now. But there was a high percentage of people who are probably asexual who are getting treated for that.
Yeah,
there was conversion therapies.
There was this thing that anyone who was different had to be a paraphernalia. It was, gays and lesbians were treated the same.
Yeah,
and it was to destigmatize people because you weren't part of the normal. And this was exactly the same philosophy that it's Freudian philosophy. It's exactly the same thing that Blanchard followed on from. He just grabbed hold of all the other crap that was already there and repackaged it in his own little thing, and then went into Johns Hopkins and screwed over their entire area that was there to help trans people.
Yeah, and it's basically we were all thrown into the same grouping of, you're all wrong, we must do these experiments and medical treatments in order to get you to be exactly the way we think you should be.
And even at the time that Blanchard, because he didn't start spouting his stuff until the mid to late 80s. It was late 80s, early 90s, wasn't it? Diana.
Late
Late 80s, early 90s when he started talking about. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Even when he came out with it, the rest of the psychiatric fraternity was saying, "You're wrong, Ray. You're an idiot."
Yes, absolutely. Right,
and that was the case. People were telling him, his colleagues were telling him, "No, you are wrong. We already know you're wrong about this." But it was too late. He'd done the damage. A lot of religious-based hospitals instantly grabbed on it and said, "Right, now we can persecute trans people," and they don't get any support.
Mm-hmm.
The Catholic Church jumped on it.
I was going to say the Catholics love Blanchard.
Oh, they do. But so did third wave feminism. It justified their entire thing, and it's where all this concept of TERFs come from. Because trans people, or trans women especially, are just men with fetishes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
and
that is
the only way
entirely
that
what
you
they
can,
believe.
and the only way that you
And-
can, I'm trying to think of the wording for it. The only way that you can justify a lot of what the Turks say is if you don't accept that somebody's identity. And the thing is that I don't doubt that I don't doubt trans people when they tell me what their experiences are, or what their perceptions of themselves are. I don't need science to tell me that. I will take what you say your experience is, because to do so
Well,
causes a lot of othering that I don't
well,
like seeing.
here's the thing that I like the science because I like to know, gee, what might it be that causes something like that? I like to know the mechanics. Well, when I went back to uni, I went for neuroscience. I wanted a lab. I wanted to be a researcher. So I've got that researcher mindset going on in my head here. And the thing that really burned my panties back when I was first getting involved in the various message boards and stuff like that, I ran into problems with people who did not want any of this studied. They actively campaigned against studying,
Well, I can
transness and that sort of thing, because
I can
they're
kind
just,
of understand that though.
they're after
Because-
somebody is going to want to cure us and all that other sort of thing, and it's like,
well, there's evidence to say that there are people who do want to cure you of it, and I think and I think that's a
but is
valid
it?
valid
Yeah, is it the
complaint.
study that the whole thing? There's so much we could learn and maybe
Yeah,
it's
but I don't think like
hilarious
the
when you
maybe
see
make things better.
sad for our how we're perceived amongst religious mobs and that like that but it is hilarious to see when they trot out the occasional person who thought they were trans and tried to transition and fucked their lives up.
Well, okay, this is where I was going to come with the Catholic Church. They are in love with Walt Heyer.
Yeah.
That piece of shit.
Yeah, because it's like an ex-smoker. The worst person to criticize an ex-smoker is somebody who is no, but you know what I mean. If you're an ex-smoker, you are the first person to criticize somebody who smokes. And this is the same thing. If you are somebody who detransition, and there's a couple of reasons why people detransition. Some people can't have unreal expectations of what transition is going to do for them.
Yes,
and if you're in a bad situation and all you're going to do is cop shit, lose family, and completely have your life destroyed by transitioning, sometimes the benefits from transitioning do not outweigh the negatives for you on an emotional level. And that causes some people to detransition. A lot of those people will try and transition again later because the need to transition is that strong.
Yeah.
Then you have the people who have other underlying mental conditions who basically go out of their way to make themselves transition. And this was a problem of gatekeeping, because gatekeeping had this requirement that you had to be a certain type of trans person. So people learnt the model so they could go and pass it. And the people who had other mental issues learnt that model too, went and passed the gatekeeping, transitioned when they really should have been more honest with the people they were, who were doing their psychological counseling and being weeded out before they got there.
This is what I think Heyer's problem was. I know people are going to jump all over me for this. I personally think, unless somebody can come up with a good reason that I should not think it, that Heyer was never trans in the first place. That Heyer convinced him.
No, sorry.
Yeah, there you go. I have a feeling that something else might have been going on, and for whatever reason, he convinced himself that transitioning was the thing for him to do. And
there are
when
elements of dissociative personality disorder where people can hate the life they're in so much that they will do anything to escape that. And if
Mhm.
they are exposed to other trans people, there are people who get that down into depression that they will think this is the path for them.
Yeah.
They are normally weeded out in therapy. But if they learn, if back in the day when you learned to lie to get through therapy, they did exactly the same things. Nowadays the pressure is different. But nowadays we're also doing self ID where people don't have to have the therapy, so that's going to come back and actually be worse.
Yes, absolutely. And I say this and I get jumped on. I personally hold the opinion that the therapy, the self-examination, everything is a good thing. That we
Yeah, no,
should go through it. And
I don't think therapy should be I don't think therapists should have control over whether or not you get hormones. Forget that. Because if you're actually a trans person, I think the doctor prescribing them up front is fine. If they do a little damage to themselves with hormones, they're an adult. Okay? What I do think is there should be therapeutic therapist gatekeeping towards surgery. And there still should be a time gap between when you start transition and when you have surgery, so you can find yourself properly. And you should have to have therapy. It should be like, okay, you're going to transition. You need some therapy to help you deal with everything you're going to go through as part of transition. And it should be a requirement in that sense, but not a gatekeeping thing so much as a support thing. And this way, if they do find people who have other underlying issues, the therapist has a chance to work that person through it and hopefully make them realize they're doing the wrong thing.
yeah, well, I mean, the thing you're saying here, with the people who get hormones without therapy, etc., they might do something, but they are adults. I'm going to say that some of them aren't.
Oh,
Some
yeah,
of
I
them
agree
may
with that.
look like adults, but are not.
Yeah, I know. I agree. They
And I know that I get a lot of shit, and there are times I don't say anything because of all the shit I'll get.
You're more diplomatic than me, and I'm more diplomatic than Sarah.
I'll give you that.
But I don't totally agree with Sarah. I think Sarah maybe takes a step a little bit too far. She is her attitude to some things does come across. I know she isn't, but it can come across as very elitist. And she isn't. If you actually speak to her personally, she isn't, but she can come across that way. I think some of that's a language barrier because English isn't her first language. And I also think some of that is just she's a lot more logical and pragmatic about this stuff than a lot of other people are. She doesn't run anything on her emotion. And that's fine. But there is an element here that you have to accept that, as real as we are, non-binary people are real too. The same mechanics that can give us brains that are female brains in male bodies, or for trans men, male brains in female bodies, can go part way and you end up with this halfway brain in a body that it's not comfortable with. And I don't have any problem with that. I see no issue with that. I do think that the concept of being gender fluid is more a case of a social dysphoria rather than an actual gender dysphoria. But I think that's totally valid too. But those people are still non-binary though, because most of those people still want to change their bodies somewhat so that they're somewhere in between, and I think that's perfectly valid as well. What I object to is self-IDing completely on legal documents. I think there has to be some sort of governance on that. What I would vouch for on legal documents is if you want to change your marker on your sex marker on your birth certificate to an X, you can walk in and do that. Anyone can do that. If you want to change to an M or an F, you have to have doctor sign papers that back up your claim. So somebody who
Okay,
starts in
okay.
transition could go in and go, right, I want an X on my thing, so I'm not identifying as anything for the beginning of transition. And then after they've been in transition for, say, 12 months, they can go back in and say, right, change it. And
Yeah,
you've
but
got your
there's some
documentation.
people who have X on their documentation who are non-binary who have the intent of keeping it X forever.
Yeah, and they could keep it X. I would be perfectly fine with that. And that's
Yeah.
my point. I would like to have self-ID to go to an X on your documentation. So anyone can do that because I don't see a problem with that. But if you want to go to the complete opposite, I think there should be some backup. There needs to be some proof that you've actually made an effort to transition, I think. I don't think that just claiming and does sound elitist. I think I should shut up now. No, it's not a case of being elitist. It's about it's not dissing on any other trans person or saying I'm better than anybody else. It's about if you want to walk into women's spaces and be a part of those spaces, you really should have walked a mile in their shoes first.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't see a problem with that.
I think
I like the idea of the real life.
I do want to say something from the other side is more cis people need to be trying to walk it in trans people's shoes as well.
No, I grant you that too.
We
But
really my side of things needs to work on things a lot better.
Needs to work on understanding what it is for a trans person. But that's my point. If you go to the X first, and a lot of non-binary people would be very happy just to have X on their birth certificates. They would be happy with just that change, and that's it. Those who want to swap between from one side completely to the other would have done enough to be able to achieve that. I'm not saying you have to have full surgery or anything. That's not fair. There's lots of reasons why people may not have the full surgery. What I'm saying is you have to walk a mile in the other person's shoes.
I think another question for society in general is why does there even need to be a gender marker on most of these documents? Why does the government need to even have that there?
It's got to do with safety in women's spaces, and I do actually understand that. I realize these walls we put in between spaces are often arbitrary because people who are going to abuse them will abuse them, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't have them. We have speed limits, and people who are going to abuse them too. So I do understand the need for it. I don't follow the line of somebody like God damn it, Noel Plum, he's a stickler for that's a historical fact, you can't change it. I think that is just downright inconsiderate and and a bit pig-headed on his part.
I think a lot of the barriers will come down a lot more when people are more accepting. And
my problem is if you go down this road of self-ID to say like the extent that there is in Canada, there is eventually going to be a public backlash. You are going to get more people like Jessica Yaniv who abuse the system.
Yeah.
And this is that. I mean, I'm sorry that as much as I hate TERFs and gender critical people and everything, they are not wrong about this. This is going to happen. You're going to have people who are a little bit freaking Fruit Loopy who are dangerous, who are going to take advantage of this.
Yeah, but as a society, we should blame the individuals ruining the system. And that's another thing that needs to change.
No, I agree. The individual is the one who needs to be blamed, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't. Just because an individual is to blame doesn't mean we shouldn't have rules and systems in place to manage how we do these things.
I'm not. I just said earlier, one of the reasons I loved church so much was I loved all the rules. Because that meant, for me, it's basically, I like to know clearly where the boundaries lay. So that if I decide to step over those boundaries, I know what the consequences are. And that's kind of, otherwise I'm worried about tripping all over them. So no, I'm not but I don't think we've got the balance right at all for any of this. currently, especially here in the United States. Because, like you said earlier, psychologists and therapists control whether or not you get the medications. They have complete control. And if somebody decides to be an asshole about it, they can deny trans people any sort of transitioning. And I think that's bullshit. But at the same token, I'm not a you should be able to go in and get whatever the hell you want kind of a person.
Oh my! Did I mention I'm old?
A couple times.
You keep saying it. I'm not buying it.
I'm older now. Look, you know how old I am.
Well, one of these days I'm going to get as old as you are, and I don't want to be that old, so you don't get any older.
I'm going to be rude, everybody.
I don't want to get any
I'm
older.
going to head out because I'm going to help my daughter take the puppy for a walk. So it's
Okay.
been lovely. I'm glad I managed to get him while she was
Okay,
still
well, thank
on.
you, and thank you for being considerate enough to go sideline so that Faye could come in.
Oh
for
no,
a
I
while.
really wanted
Appreciate
Faye to
that.
bring out her point of view. I like that.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
And
I'm just
I
upset
kind
I
of
missed out on all the jazz talk with Mike, but that's okay.
Oh.
It's all good. I'll have another chance to talk jazz.
And Faye needed to set me straight anyhow.
Okay, well,
so
maybe we
I
just
didn't
need
disagree
to
with her.
set it up for you and Mikey and Diane to come
I
on
would
for a couple
love-
hours and just talk about
I would
music.
love to have a couple of hours talk just on jazz and music and all that, and I think it'd be amazing.
I'll just sit
Whether
here with
you
my
do
mic
it or
muted the
whether
whole
Diana
time
does
because
it as
I've
one
got
of her-
nothing I can say intelligently on that subject.
Well, whether you do it, Purple, or whether Diana does it as one of hers, although now you guys are in daylight saving, the time for Diana is absolutely atrocious for me. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning.
What is that, hon? I am what?
I said the time for your coffee with lavender is atrocious for me now because now you're in daylight savings. Oh, you're out of daylight savings. It's 1 o'clock in the morning you start now. So for me.
Oh yeah.
But what we were saying is it'd be nice if you, me, and Mikey had a show where we sat and actually talked about jazz and reminisced about stuff. And
oh man,
Okay,
it would be really a lot of
Jens?
fun.
You do realize that Diana started this program at 1 o'clock in the morning for her, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
I'm happy to do a 1 a.m. show and Diana's, but we'd have to have a good plan on it, like some of the other shows, because otherwise I'm a wreck because it's Monday morning for me.
What would be really what would be really
well,
fun
Monday morning especially, yeah.
would be to work on singing 3-part jazz.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Wouldn't
But
that be
I
fun?
suck. You guys have heard me sing, you know it will suck.
Oh, I mean when I'm the do 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 do.
Oh, scat singing. You say that to somebody nowadays and they go, scat singing? You mean it's got something to do with poop?
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, jazz is kind of outdated now, so that's where everybody goes first.
Yeah, it's a poop. Yeah, it's that 2 girls in a cup thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just the poo-poo-ness. That's what it is.
I have never seen that, and I never intend to.
And then you stare the kittiness over there. What is being a kitty?
Yeah, Tria, you said you never want to make it past 50. When I was in high school, I was
gotta go. Love you.
convinced I would not make past 25.
Bye, honey. You'll be good.
Okay, bye, Jens. We'll talk to you later. Yeah. No, I was sincerely convinced that if I made it past 25, I would be blind and in a wheelchair. I don't know why, but I really honestly believed that for about 15 years of my life.
Well, I mean, if I make it to 50, I'm obviously not going to do anything about it. I think more of my concern is what in the hell am I going to do to keep my sister and I okay when I don't have a lot of family. I don't have any, I'm worried about taking care of her at 50 and taking care of me. And the thing is that my health is not horrible, but it's not that great either. So I'm thinking that in my 50s or 60s, I'm a good candidate to go downhill fast unless things change. And I
Oh,
don't
tell me
see them
about it.
changing. I don't see them
Yeah.
changing. Because if I went to a doctor on a regular basis and got a lot of these things handled, I probably would make it a lot longer. But y'all know my doctor situation, and I
Yeah.
don't think that's going to change.
Well,
Well, if
and
I
again, that's why we need to push for some kind of universal health care, while you've still got a chance at it.
yeah, were
Yeah.
I were how do I want to put it? Were I to have the health care that would keep me going and in good shape and everything else, I would be bankrupt. Well, I'm getting near that point right now. I'm past the hospital procedures, but now I'm into the copays, and that's actually worse
Yeah.
than the hospital procedures because the copays are ongoing. So, what is going to happen? I know it's going to happen, and nobody wants to hear it. Um, I will start refusing medical services. I can't afford them. I won't get them.
Yeah. And I'm in the boat
Yeah.
where I can get medical care at the free clinic, but they tend to ignore me, and they also tend to want to push to fix the asexuality thing. Which I'm like, no, I'm happy with this. Y'all can leave it alone. This is not what I want. And they're just like, oh, well, we want to check your hormones and crap. And I was like, if my hormones were that messed up, I'd probably be dead by now. Leave me alone.
Yeah, Tria, in your case, it does really just sound like a lot of bias that, if you're in there for a physical condition, they should deal with the physical condition. They should not be trying to change your psychology.
Well, and the thing is that a lot of the medicines that they would put me on for some of these things, one of the side effects is messing with your libido, and they're like, "We don't want to break your libido." I'm like, I don't care. I don't have one. Like,
Yeah.
it doesn't. It
And they don't want to
literally does
hear
not
it.
matter to
Yeah,
me.
right. It's
It does not matter to me. And that
it's
was kind of what I was bringing up earlier about like some people don't like the medicine is because until we have less people with specific biases, it is dangerous for them to try to do medical stuff because they will take the science and twist it to their own biases and will use it to try to cure things. And there are some countries who are doing better than others, but until we get some changes made, I am not comfortable with anybody figuring out what makes your sexual orientation or what makes up your gender. I'm not comfortable with it. I can understand why some people want that, but personally for me, and I won't try to stop anything, but I'm going to be watching out with eyes like a hawk, being super leery as they try to figure out how some of these things tick, because the moment they figure out how they tick, you're going to have people who are in the wrong places trying to cure people, and that scares the living Jesus out of me. Oh my gosh, doorknob head.
Yeah. Like I said, Tree, I really didn't even know anything about asexuals, 2 years ago before I started talking with you and Silver and a few other people.
Yeah, and that's
But yeah,
typical.
it's just, I can at least a basic level equate it with the same thing as the, people trying to cure gays and that. And it's like, there's no reason anybody should mess with that if the person is comfortable with it.
And even if they're not, you should be asking why they're uncomfortable with it. Because here's the thing. One of the discussions that we've had is that asexuality has now been distinguished as separate from what they call, and I think they've changed the term again, but the most recent term I know of is hyposexual desire disorder. If you identify yourself as asexual, you cannot be diagnosed with HSDD, but you have to know about asexuality in order to identify as asexual. And people are
Hey,
getting
Silver.
treatments for HSDD right now. And I do believe HSDD is a thing for allosexuals. I do believe that it can cause distress. But where's that distress coming from? Is it coming from you? Is it coming from the fact that society says that you have to have sex in a very specific way or else it's wrong? And there's a lot of pressure from that? Is it because your boyfriend's pressuring you? Is it because you've been taught to hate yourself? Like, there's so many different factors. You need to figure out what the distress is and work on that before you start going any other steps. And that is another concern that I have.
Well, that's true.
Even
if it
for
was
the
brought on
allos,
because of a traumatic experience, then they should do therapy focusing on the traumatic experience and see if that alters anything.
Mm-hmm. And like I said, I have no problems with allos who are distressed getting the help that they need. But it is not set up in a good way between our society and how the medical professionals handle sex. It is not safe for either allos or aces right now in a lot of ways. And there needs to be improvements, and there needs to be improvements fast.
Yeah. Well, and again, it's, this is kind of the newest group that hasn't gotten enough publicity for people in general to be aware of them. And, I'm sure if the general population hasn't really heard of this, that there's probably still an awful lot of doctors who, don't really have any familiarity with it. They may have read a little bit about it, but they probably don't really understand it.
No, and that's another issue. That's why I say that I am a little bit concerned when people talk about doing the science behind it. Are we at a place where because you're always going to have assholes who are going to try to cure things that shouldn't be cured. That's always going to happen. But I don't think we're in a place as a society that finding all of how everything ticks may not be a good thing right now. Maybe a few decades down the road, if we keep pushing hard enough and we have enough people.
Yeah, and I really had some serious reservations when they started the whole Human Genome Project, because I was seriously afraid that if they learn how to manipulate the genes, how many things about people would they be able to change, and are these things they should be trying to change?
Yeah, and we're still determining a lot of that because
well, I'm glad that the genome thing has turned out to be far more complex than they thought it was. That it's not just flicking on one or two switches.
Yeah, and it's also because I don't get science very well. I'm trying to be more science literate, but it is extremely hard for me because if I jump in at too low of a level, I get bored. And if I jump in at too high a level, I don't understand what the hell is going on. So I'm still trying to figure out. I think we all suffer
that to some degree.
Well, it's even worse because I was raised kind of we weren't young earth creationists, but we were kind of like closer to that end of the spectrum than we were the actual
so
science.
You probably didn't get a very good general science background in school.
No, I did not. And I was also not very good at it. Like, I don't have a natural talent for it either. So that does not help. But we've found out because we were just like, okay, well, our genes determine everything. So let's look into the genes and then we can figure all this all out. And then they're like, oh, the genes do kind of determine stuff, but it doesn't control things as 100% completely as we thought it did. There's other factors going on there. And so I am glad that the Genome Project is coming up with all of this extra information and in expanding our knowledge on how our bodies work. But I am kind of also grateful that it's more complicated than they thought it was.
Well, everything, the whole thing is going to be more complicated than anyone ever thought it was, including, I mean, at one time there were people who thought that once you knew the genome, you would know everything. And now, epigenetics is really a thing, for
Yeah.
example, where the environment can change gene expression in multiple generations. I won't have any kids or grandkids, but just hypothetically, my kids could inherit the epigenetic changes to my genes, and their kids could, that sort of thing, on down. So I don't think that I'm in any danger. I don't think people like me are in really any danger from. Well, I shouldn't say they're not in any danger. They're not in as much danger as some think we are. Because I don't think that there's ever going to be any way to cure us. And I know they'll keep trying. They'll keep trying torture, but that's something else again. That's something they're
Yeah.
That's something they are doing even without exploring the genome. So,
oh yeah. Some people will do it regardless of what science says or regardless of what information they have. I get that, and I think that's why I want more of a societal change where we become not so accepting that we'll accept just damn near anything, but more accepting to where like it's not hateful anymore. It's we're not talking about being medicalized or killed or all of the other things.
Well, I think the basic line needs to be drawn at how much does this affect other people?
Well,
if
I'm not
it
going to
doesn't
live to
affect
see any of
anyone other
that.
than yourself, then there's really no reason anybody should be pushing you to change it.
Well, I'm going to kind of disagree with you slightly. There are some things where it does affect other people. My asexuality does affect other people if I get them involved in a relationship.
Well, yes, but if you're telling them up front you're asexual and they're agreeing to get into the relationship, then that is their choice.
Okay, then I just wanted to make sure that was clarified because I'm like, my asexuality affects nobody but me right now.
As long as you're not misleading someone about what the relationship will involve, I don't see that as a problem.
I'm upfront. I tell people unfortunately, I tell people upfront. Now, granted, I don't date because I personally find it too risky.
Well,
that's my personal thing. But if I were to date, I would probably say it on the first date and hope I wasn't telling somebody who believed in corrective therapy.
Well, and that's with me pretty much, if it gets to the point that somebody tries to kiss me, at that point I have to tell them that, I'm polyamorous. I can't do monogamy. If you expect me all to yourself, that just ain't going to happen.
Yeah, because I'm in the position where there is never a safe place to tell somebody unless you started off as a friend and you've been friends for years.
Yeah.
And then before you get involved, then before you even get started, you're like, hey, this is going to be a thing that comes up.
Well, and this is why all of my long-term relationships since 1992 have started out chatting on the computer. That we could cover all of that stuff before we ever actually, covered most of it before we actually ever met face to face, but at least before anything got physically intimate.
Yeah. And keep in mind, also in my case, I come from an extreme background of a lot of hurt. That plays a part in it. I do not want anybody misconstruing anything and thinking that aces cannot date or be in happy relationships with allosexuals. There are a few. It is rare. It does happen. There is nothing wrong with dating. I just personally see it as a, and I know this is not healthy, but I see dating as life or death. I am taking a life or death risk due to my background. It's not just oh, he lied to me or anything, or he thought he could change me. I come from an extreme background where I got physically hurt over it, so keep that in mind as well.
And again, I'm not saying that I can fully understand where you're coming from, but I think I'm at least looking down the right hallway, as it were.
Yeah.
Because I have dated several people that came out of abusive relationships.
Yeah, and it's just like I said, it's complicated. I wish that people would actually listen when you say things, because we, and I get it, there's a lot of people who are out there lying, and you have to take things with a grain of salt. But when somebody tells you things that are upfront and then you twist them to be the way that you want them, it makes it incredibly difficult long term, even if you're not doing it like in a mean or malicious way.
Okay, Tria,
difficult.
Doorknob had put something in the side chat, and I'm not sure if that could be triggering for you, but I'd kind of like your response to it.
Now what did he do?
Here's the thing, Doorknob Head. I'm not 100% sure how I feel about that, because my experience has been that a lot of people associate sex with love, and that they're not satisfied unless they can be intimate with you in that way. And there are exceptions, like polyamorous couples and things like that, but generally speaking, if you're not fucking them, they don't believe that you love them. And so, yes, I could offer that had I had the money, but I don't think it would be enough. I don't think that they would be happy with that, because they'd see it as me not being intimate with them, when really, other than this no sex thing, I feel like I have a lot to offer on all sorts of other things that just get completely thrown by the wayside because I'm not having sex.
Well, there's the bit with, nothing is inclusive, everything is exclusive. You could check all the boxes, and if one box is left unchecked, that's the end of it. It could be sex, it could be something else, but that's the way it works in interhuman.
But the thing is that
whatever you want to call it.
that one check mark though excludes me from a good percentage of even trying with a good portion of the population. Especially because
I get it. Yeah. I do.
Oh yeah, I know you do. It's just it's difficult because it's like, because I don't do sex, they don't accept the other forms of intimacy. And for me, intimacy does have some physical aspects, and those are some physical aspects that I enjoy doing. But to me, intimacy is more than just physical stuff, and for some reason our society is so hell-bent on it all being physical. And the fact of the matter is, there are tons of ways of being intimate with somebody that do not involve physical stuff.
Yeah, and that, again, it's something I never really thought about before talking with you. But I can recognize that while most people equate physical intimacy and romance as all being the same thing, that, I can see that those could be kept completely separate.
Yeah, and in my case, like, for me, there is some physical stuff. I like affectionate stuff. I like holding hands. I like snuggling. So I'm not completely like touch averse. There are certain forms of touch that I like, certain
Yep.
forms that I want. But for me, while that is important, I need way more than that.
Oh, absolutely.
I need for somebody to, be able to laugh with me about a joke that is just so off the wall that it hurts. And the joke shouldn't be that funny, but for some reason it is, and we're laughing until we cry.
Yeah.
Or we go grocery shopping together. Things along that nature.
You've heard me say the words, and this is exactly what I'm talking about when I say things like plan the day's activities over breakfast. It goes much, much, much farther than any sexual activity could even begin to take anything. And even when I was sexually driven, boy, was I, this was a while back, and boy, was it bad. I ruined a marriage that way, but there was still that need for the interpersonal stuff that was non-sexual, non-coitus.
Yeah.
And the thing is that people in general, I think, understand that. But then when they come across something different from them, it's almost like they automatically forget. And it's a really weird phenomenon. Like,
Yeah.
Because people know this. They know that romance is more than just the sexy time stuff. They understand this. If you ask them this, in general, like in a hypothetical, they'd agree with you. And then the moment you say, well, I'm not into sex, all of a sudden that all changes and goes out the window and they forget. And it is the weirdest thing in the world for me to watch. Because I think on a basic level, everybody knows and understands this. But the moment they're confronted with something differently than them, than the way that they normally think, all of it goes out the window. And it's just the weirdest thing ever.
Yeah. No, and with my fiance, I really feel like the most, we were into all the BDSM and the kink stuff and all that, but the most intimate moments were like watching nature documentaries with her playing with my hair.
Yeah, and it's just, and people know this. They really do. I don't believe that everybody is ignorant and unknowledgeable. It's just the weirdest thing to watch.
Well, I think it's something that people don't stop to think about because, this is speaking from my experience here that, like I say, a lot of this stuff, it never occurred to me to stop and think about it separately until I started talking with you and Silver. And it's like it all makes sense to me, but it never would have occurred to me to separate it out.
Yeah. Well, for most people, it works together. I fully admit that the way my attractions all work separately from one another, with the exception of the sensual and the romantic, that's not typical. They don't all go together. I have yet to date anybody who hits my aesthetic attraction button. Usually there's nothing physically like, not to say that they're ugly, but just like usually they don't hit that button for me. That's not a precursor for anything. And my sensual attraction doesn't always line up with my romantic because sometimes I just think that person would be fun to snuggle with. And I don't want anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Because they look very snuggly. Now, whether or not they are is totally a different story, but...
No.
Yeah. Well, and I've also had the experience that I had, a very close friend who, we would spend a lot of time at my apartment together and that, and it's like I would have loved to, pull her in for a snuggle. I would have, if she had given me any hint of interest, I would have loved to have slept with her. And, after I moved away from Minnesota, she told me that she regretted that we never took our relationship to the next level. And I was like, you couldn't have told me that while I was living there. But, and
Oh.
but it was that to both of us, the friendship was so vitally important at that time in our lives that neither of us dared to risk it.
Well, and that's kind of the boat that I'm in because I'm demi-romantic, but I do occasionally get hit with the romance bug. Unfortunately, my on again, off again demi-romantic attraction is for a friend who I know would be terrible for me. So I just
Yeah.
don't even. I just don't even play with it because it's just like he would not be good for me. He would not be good for my sister.
I kind of get where you're coming from, Tria. I won't go any further.
Yeah.
I won't say anything more, but
yeah,
I think we already
I
know.
think we all know that there are certain
Uh-huh.
things that, in our minds could be wonderful, but we know it would be dangerous to pursue.
Oh yeah,
Oh
because
my!
this friend that I'm talking about, I've known him for like 16 years, and I love him to death. But man, child ain't learned his lessons.
Oh my!
He keeps making the exact same mistakes over and over and over again with different girls.
Hmm.
And I'm like, honey, I care about you. You've been one of my closest friends for forever. But in the romance department, you're just as bad as me, and we are not putting that together.
But this one over here is regaining her dignity after I was sampling kitty ears.
Yeah, she was not happy with that. I saw the look on her face. She's like, Mom, why? Mine is sleeping. Mine is sleeping after bouncing off the walls all day. I am. Part of me wants to let him into more of the house, but the other part of me is worried that he's going to eat paint chips.
Ew.
But I don't know what to do. Like, I am allowing him as much access into the house as I can, but apparently it is not enough for him right now.
Yeah. Unfortunately, when you have something that you know is truly dangerous for him that he can't understand.
Yeah, and he's normally a really well-behaved cat. He is not behaving right now. He knows that he's supposed to do certain things, and he's been ignoring commands. And I know that's partly because he's feeling a little bit frisky, but it's like, well, if you can't listen to my commands, how am I going to keep you away from the paint chips?
Hmm.
And I've been opening the window for him. I've been opening my sister's bedroom for him. And he is just, he's been a handful the past
Oh.
couple of days.
Okay. The idea that you can open a window in November, I mean, that is such an alien concept to me.
Wow.
I have to
that
wait
is
until
moon.
I have to wait until noon in order to open it. But it's going to get to a point where I'm not going to be able to open it at all. And that's when it's going to get really hard. Because
Yeah.
that is the only thing that, like, opening the window for him gives him a lot, even though he is not physically outside, it perks him up quite a
Well,
bit. And
he
it
can
makes his
smell
mood
what's
a lot better.
outside.
Yeah, he can smell what's outside. He can yell at the birds. There's a bird that kind of plays with him. There's a bird that's figured out that Elmer can't get to it, and he'll hop along the bush that's next to my window. And I know when that particular bird has shown up because Elmer will make the ek 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 sound, and then will just go screeching back and forth in the window, and the bird just making like a laughing chirp noise. And I'm just like, good,
Yeah.
he's entertaining you. That's great. Now I don't have to.
Yeah, I used to have that with one of my cats, that she would sit in the window on the second floor and a squirrel would sit in the tree branch literally not 3 feet away from her, and they would scream at each other for hours.
That's essentially what's happening with him and this bird. They're not screeching at each other, but there's definitely an interaction going on. And Elmer gets mad at me because I won't let him outside. And I'm like, nope, I am not letting you outside, baby boy. I'm not letting you outside.
Steve Ballman had put up a cat video a couple of weeks ago of his cat just sitting there staring out the screen door. And that was the comment I put on it. Was that, hey, stupid human, open the screen so I can go kill that bird.
Yeah. Elmer definitely has the hunter gene. I have to be careful not to let dust bunnies accumulate in my room because he will hunt them down and kill them. He'll be like, oh, look, it moves a certain way. I think it's an animal. I'm going to play attack it and then eat it.
Yeah.
Yum.
Sammy's son's the same way, and it's like, I almost wish there was some safe way to, like, get the feeder mice from the pet store and let him hunt one, but, there's no way I can do that without some chance of it getting loose in the building somewhere.
Oops.
Yeah. I bought like these little mouse toys that if you hit them a certain way, food gets out. Elmer loves the hell out of those.
Yeah, actually, Sloth Girl showed me a toy, one of these YouTube, build it yourself videos that I think I need to make for Sammy's son. That's like that it's just something that he can bat around and that the treats would randomly fall out of it if he tips it the right way.
Yeah, and it took him a while to figure them out, but then once he figured them out, he was all into it. The funny thing is that half the time he won't eat what comes out of the mouse. He'll go back to his own food dish. Because apparently he is extremely picky about dry food, and half the time he won't even eat dry food at all. So he'll be like, I'm gonna go hunt. Well, I hunted and killed it. Now time to go back to the food I like. It's like, really, you dumb beast? Really? You gonna do this to mom?
Actually, depending on what age he was taken away from his mother, see, cats have a natural instinct to hunt, but they actually need to be taught that the prey is food. They will go out and kill mice, but they will not eat them unless they have seen another cat eating it.
I sometimes wonder about that because the way Elmer likes to snuggle up to me, he is an aggressive meter. He will rip my neck apart. And I've been told that is a sign of a cat that was taken away from its mother too early.
I get that impression as well. Yeah, the little one would do that.
Yeah, he doesn't suckle, but he definitely, like, my neck is going to, after he's gone, my neck is going to have scratchy marks for a while after he's gone.
Sylvia would suckle at my throat. And I would have to, Sylvia, you're going to have to move down a little bit to find out they don't work. One of those deals.
Well, and in my case, like, I tried to dissuade him from it, but that seemed to give him anxiety. So I was like, screw it, I'll just deal with it, and hopefully he doesn't take out my windpipe.
The more awkward thing is showing up at a family gathering with a hickey and trying to explain it's from your cat.
Honestly, my family would believe it at this point. Cause yeah, well, most of them. There'd probably be a couple that would question, but most of my family has gotten the idea that I am not interested in dating, that I am happy not dating, and have kind of left me alone about it. Um, there's a few of the older generation, and by older I mean there are people in their 90s and 100s in my family still knocking about giving around orders,
Yeah.
and a lot of them are those tend to be the ones that are like, oh, you'll change your mind, you'll want a kid, blah blah blah, and I just kind of nod my head and smile because I'm like, I am not going to argue with you. You're 90 years old and in a wheelchair. I'm just gonna nod
Um,
my head, smile, and walk away.
okay, Tria, I have to just throw this out there, but you're talking about these people in your family in their 90s still giving orders.
Yeah,
My mother is 92.
she still gives orders, huh?
Oh, she's still up and around. She's living independently. But yeah, I've got a lot of aunts and uncles in that category.
Yeah, well, not everybody who's in their 90s is in a wheelchair. My grandmother, up until recently,
Yeah, no,
was
but
able to
I mean,
completely
yeah,
care for
I've got
herself.
a lot
And
of
she
them that
was,
are, in wheelchairs and in walkers and still think that they've got, that it's their job to keep the rest of us in line.
yeah, yeah. Like, my grandmother is probably going to be wheelchair bound in the next couple of years, but she's 98. So she's kind of in that point where, yeah, it's getting there. Um, but yeah,
I
it's mostly the 80 plus crowd is the ones that usually look at me and be like, "Oh, you'll change your mind. They'll be a sweetheart for you." And I'm
Yep.
just like, I don't think so. Like, I'm not saying that it's not ever going to happen or that I'm not
Yeah.
open to the possibility, but I don't think you understand how rare it is.
And joy, oh joy, this is one of the years that every 3 years my Aunt Dolly organizes a family reunion.
Oh
So,
no.
yeah, July 2020, 300 relatives gathered together in one place.
My family's crazy. They do it once a year. And there's about that many. Maybe a few more, maybe a few less, but there's about that many.
Yeah, and despite the fact that I'm 55, they will still refer to me as
Oh, we
being a.
lost you, purple.
Despite the fact that I'm
My
55,
dad.
yeah, because I'm the youngest, they will continue to refer to me as the baby of the family.
Che la costa per Yeah. Oy vey.
That's
And it's
kind of
like
my aunt.
somehow they have completely missed that this has been annoying the hell out of me for 45 years.
No, they haven't missed it. They just don't care. They
Yeah.
probably find it funny that it annoys you.
Happily, I was never the baby of the family. That was a good thing. There were those older than I was, but no, there were two of us within 2 days in age, so I didn't get that baby shit.
Oh, my sister is babied when she goes. They're just like, oh, because she is not the youngest, but she kind of comes off teenage, like preteen, kind of. So they still baby her. I don't think she realizes that that's what they're
Yeah.
doing. But I kind of notice it, and I just let it go because if it's not bugging her, I'm not gonna bring it up. Um, but I think the youngest we have right now is about a month old in the family. Yeah, a month old. We have somebody who's a month old, and I believe on the McClellan side. I think. Trying to remember. I know somebody had a baby recently.
Yeah.
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 This is another reason I need to move out of this town because this is where the family reunions happen.
It's harder to come up with an
And
excuse not
the
to
travel
go.
expenses as being a reason for not attending.
You
As
could
long as
always
I'm
go
living here,
Ferris
I've got no
Bueller and
excuse not
like
to show up every day.
you could always do a Ferris Bueller thing and be like, "I have the plague." Hear and then play like vomiting sounds on a keyboard in the background.
No, I don't even think I could do the weekend at Bernie's thing. That if I was literally dead, they would expect Sloth Girl to bring me over there like a puppet.
Oh, jeez. I'm sorry. Oh man. And see, I struggle at family reunions because I think they don't know how to take me. I'm not exactly the most social, and my family is extremely social, and like they've all been around each other. So, and there are a lot of apparently etiquette rules about the family that I was not taught that I'm apparently supposed to know. There have been a couple of run-ins. Now, granted, it was like a short little blip and then let go. But the thing is that even when they let it go, I'm usually still beating myself up because I'm like, how badly did I screw up? I don't know, because to them it's like no big deal. To me, I'm like, I don't know how bad this was. Is this going to come back and bite me in the ass?
Okay, I have that a lot, and for me, I now recognize that that's part of the autism. That I recognize, like hours or days later about a conversation running through my mind and realizing that somebody else probably took that completely differently from how I meant it.
Yeah, I do that a little bit, probably not to the same level, um, but like I said, I think it'll be better once I'm closer to them. I do want to move closer to them. I have a secret hope that maybe being closer to them will mean that we're not quite as isolated. I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but I kind of hope.
Okay, bye,
Um,
Dave.
um, but yeah, my family seems pretty chill for the most part. I don't know if that would be the same if they found out I was atheist.
Well, yeah, from what you've said about how much stress your family puts on the church, I think that would be a lot more difficult.
Well, the thing is that most of my dad's side of the family is actually not Mormon. The only family members who are Mormon is my dad, my sister, my aunt, her husband, and her kids. And I don't know about my first cousins. I know that they were all raised in the church, or the first cousins on my dad's side. I know that they were all raised in the church, but I don't know how many of them are actually still in because it's not exactly something you go around announcing. Um, I'm a little bit different about it because I felt like my hand was forced, but they might all still be really in. They might not. I have no clue. I'm not about to go test that waters because, it's bad enough that I've already got tension with my dad and my sister over it. I really don't want more tension from other family members because
Yeah.
I think I have 12 first cousins on my dad's side.
Rookie.
I know, but still, that's a lot.
I have 52 first cousins. But no, I get what you mean, and that,
Jesus.
you know, that you can't really inquire because that can go badly either way of
Yeah.
whether they are in or they aren't in. You know, it could either be a problem dealing with you or it could cause them a problem dealing with others in the family.
Yeah, like I said, it's people are becoming more outspoken about being ex-Mormon, but when I was a kid, you didn't. It was basically a nobody asks about it or talks about it kind of thing. Um,
Well, and
it
if
was
there are
even
people
worse
in the
than it is
family who
now.
are in the church, you know, it can be very awkward for them to announce that they aren't.
Yeah. In my case, I got lucky. My dad didn't kick me out. He didn't make anything harder for me taking care of my
Yeah.
sibling. Um,
Well, and I have to
you
give
know,
points to your dad for that. That from everything I've learned about Mormons, that's a very progressive attitude.
it is an extremely progressive attitude. Like,
They seem to be very big on the shunning.
um, or they don't shun you, but they drop hints that you are um, going on the wrong path, and they have attempts to save you, which in some ways can be almost as bad.
Yeah, the love bombing, I can understand how that would be
Yeah,
very, yeah.
I've had a friend who will occasionally, and it's usually around general conference, who will occasionally say, "Hey, I read this article and I think it will help you." And it's basically a "you're loved and welcome back at church anytime" spiel, and it's just like, no, I'm not. You think you want me at church, but you really don't. Like, but yeah, my dad's side of the family, even though there's a lot of pastors and stuff, they are fairly progressive in a lot of ways, especially when it relates to how you treat family. But at the same token, even if I don't think that they would shun me, I don't need the arguments and the constant, well, we need you back at church. I that really causes me a lot of mental anxiety and a little bit of pain. So, um, but yeah, I'm lucky in the fact that my dad is accepting. Um, I'm lucky that he is accepting with the asexuality as well. But then again, he's ace somewhere on the ace spectrum too. So, but
Yeah.
yeah, there's no way in hell I'm telling my family I'm atheist. I will let and I still don't know if my aunt knows that I'm ex-Mormon or not. I know she'll accept it. I just haven't wanted to disappoint her.
Yeah, well,
Because even though she's Mormon, she's a pretty cool aunt. She's my coolest aunt. I don't know
well,
how
and
my
it's like
coolest aunt is
none of
Mormon.
my family are even all that religious. I mean, at worst, we've got Lutherans, but I'm not comfortable with making it general knowledge that I'm atheist. You know,
Yeah,
so
I
that's
think even
not
with my
nearly at the same level, and I can already, you know, see that that would make things really awkward with certain people.
yeah, like I said, I have, let's see, I believe it's my, let's see, I believe it's my second cousins that actually run a church. Like, they are both the pastors of the church. The husband and wife are team pastors. He pretty much says that he can't run the church without his wife, and his wife deserves to have deserves to not be just a background figure, which most preachers' wives kind of are. they do a lot. They just do just as much legwork, but they often don't get the recognition. There's no way in hell I'm telling them I'm not Christian anymore. No way I'm telling them I'm not Christian. Because then the invites to church would come up, and well, you really need to be in a church community and let us teach you about Christ because you obviously got it wrong in your Mormon upbringing, although we'll never say that to your dad. No, I'm avoiding the whole thing.
Oh my! Oh.
You okay, Diana?
Yeah.
Yeah, the uppers were a little loose, so I'm resetting them. You do know that I wear dentures, right?
Oh,
Oh, I
sorry, I
wish
was
I
just checking.
could.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but yeah, Tree, I get what you mean, and yeah, especially if you have members of your family that are in the clergy, I can see that would be an awful lot of pressure.
Yeah. And like a good portion of our family actually goes to their church too. So it would be a real team effort there.
Oh man.
Like, I love them. They're good peeps. And they really do mean well, but no.
Yeah. Well, it's like I've mentioned, my eldest brother falls somewhere on the spectrum between a fanatic and zealot.
I am
And
so
it's like,
sorry.
yeah,
Ew.
it's just better that the subject never comes up around him because it's like, I know I will never get anywhere. I will never make any progress, so there is no point in discussing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the thing is that
There we go.
my family kind of has that general rule of there are just some things we don't talk about. And I wish that would fall under this would fall under one of those general rules, but I don't think it would.
Oh man, the MSB understood that there were some things you just don't talk about. Those are the things he would scream about.
Ugh.
He was fun.
Yeah, apparently I've dropped enough hints that my mother realizes if the subject of religion ever comes up, she has to change it very quickly before I can open my mouth.
Oh, I know for a fact that if any of my family members find out just how progressive I am, they will not let their children around my house. Because if one of the little cousins, and I say little cousins, I really mean the 14, 15, and 16-year-olds, if one of the teens came to my house and said, "Hey, I'm gay," I would go out and buy them a fucking cake. I would go out, buy them a cake,
Yeah.
and be like, "Let's celebrate this shit.
There you go.
You're welcome at my house." And if their parents knew, they wouldn't let me anywhere near them because that's not what they want their kids to hear.
Well, yeah, and actually, that's the age that's the most dangerous to them because teenagers are the ones most likely to start asking questions.
Uh-huh. And
Yeah.
I won't lie to them. I won't be extremely blunt, but I won't lie to them
Oh,
either. And if they ask me questions, they will get the answers. I'm not going to be like, "Go to your parents." Now, if they are preteens, I'm like, "I'm not dealing with that shit. You go to your parents." But if they're teenagers, I'm like, "Look, they're old enough to start making their own decisions. They need that information.
yeah.
They ask me, they're going to get it."
Well, and, any teenager is basically a vat of raging hormones. So if
Oh, yeah.
somebody doesn't start giving them answers to their questions, they're going to go experiment on their own.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is people don't even think about that, despite the fact that they've all been teenagers. I'm just like, hey, y'all, I was kind of the exception here. Like, I am not the rule. You really need to be giving your teenagers the information to keep themselves safe. Not telling them information does not keep them safe. It hurts them.
You know, Tria, it never occurred to me before, but if I had teenagers that were asking questions like that and I knew someone who was ace, that would be the person I'd want to send them to.
Why?
Well, you know, just that you're more likely to give them, you know, kind of unbiased answers that aren't being influenced by a lot of the things that the rest of us deal with.
That is true. And I'd be like, look, because I accept the fact that sex is a part of life. I get that. I am not anti-sex. I am so mad that we have a society that hides so many things and winds up getting people hurt. I am pissed off that that is so common. So I'm actually a big proponent of a full comprehensive sex education now based on the that's based on the age of the kid. Obviously teenagers are going to need more information than 3-year-olds, and 3-year-olds really only need to understand to start with the development of understanding their bodies. But like I basically, if anybody asks me questions in my house, if I don't know the answer, I will say I don't know. But if I have the answers, I will give them.
Yeah, I actually did wind up in the situation that we wound up taking in another teenage girl while we were already raising 2 girls, because when she came out as a lesbian, her mother kicked her out.
Damn it.
At least she had somewhere to go.
Yeah, well, that's, you know, she was our older daughter's best friend. So it's like, you know, what could we do? It's like, if we didn't take care of her, she was out in the streets, and we weren't going to have that.
Yeah, I think it's easier when you've already got kids to be like, we'll take another one. I don't know that I have the capacity to take on a teenager. I really don't. I think if my energy levels were stabilized, like maybe, but I go through long periods of time where I do not have the energy to do much of anything except for the bare minimum. And those are long time periods. We're talking like months. But like I said, I know for a fact that other family members would not like my approach to things, because I'm like, if you want people to not get hurt, you give them as much knowledge as you possibly can. Keeping knowledge from people does not protect them.
Yeah,
There are
well, and
cases where it does, but for the most part, the general rule is that does not protect people.
yeah, that was the approach I always took, that I would give anyone an honest and accurate answer as best I could to any question they asked. And the end effect of this was that most of my family learned not to ask me any questions. And my kids were kind of nervous about things they asked me about.
I have a general rule that is, if you're not ready for the answer, don't ask the question. And I apply that because it's like, hold on, do I really want to ask this question? Do I really want the answer? Because if I'm going to be mad at the person for the answer, maybe I shouldn't ask it in the first place. Lavender lady, what you doing? You sound like you're typing a book.
Yeah.
There's somebody in Twitter that's asking me how impeachment works, and this person does not live in the U.S. So
Oh, okay.
I want
Well,
to.
a lot of people, well, even
Oh,
if they were in the US, they should know how impeachment works.
I was going to say if they didn't live in the U.S., they probably know more about it.
Probably.
Most people in the U.S. don't seem to have any clue what the impeachment hearings really involve.
No, they don't. No, this person has lived in South Africa, Germany, and I think New Zealand. I can find out in a minute. Oh, okay. No, I can't do that. Um, I'll have to wait until I finish the comment here.
Yeah. How is that going? I haven't been paying attention. I should be, but
What the? Oh, okay. The hearings are done. They wrapped up today. It was a circus as usual. Um, my guess, and I could be wildly incorrect here, is that impeachment is a near certainty, removal is a near impossibility.
well, we kind of knew that.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
I
pretty
think,
much what I was expecting from the start.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, because the Republicans would have to decide to stop being yes men to Trump, and I don't think that's going to happen.
No, they're too busy licking his arse.
Yeah, they seem to have decided that no matter what he does, they're going to be on board with it. And granted, I understand that a lot of it's self-preservation, but
Yeah.
I keep hoping that they'll fall over that line where people no longer find it acceptable, but that's not going to happen because apparently they find Trump acceptable.
Well, and not just that, but I think pushing for his removal at this point, because of the amount of time it would take, might be a bad move for the Democrats because it could prove to only solidify Trump's base right before the election.
If they aren't already solidified, because what I'm seeing in an article or two is that very recent polls are indicating that support for impeachment is decreasing. There was an article in The Hill on that.
Well, something I saw just like yesterday or the day before
Okay.
was indicating that 71% of the people agreed that Trump had done at least one thing that was worth impeaching. Yet
Uh
only
huh.
19% of the people supported continuing with the hearings.
And that's
So there's
something.
a lot of factors that are
Yeah, well,
involved with that. Timing is one of them, I'm sure.
yeah, but basically that boiled down to that 3/4 of the people agreed that Trump had committed a crime, but only 1/5 of them thought we should actually prosecute him for it.
Yeah.
And I had this conversation with my dad. I was like, I wish the impeachment process had started a little bit earlier. And he completely disagrees with me and my outtake on Trump. But we do agree on a lot of politics in general in a weird sense. And I said, look, Trump has done impeachable things. He's admitted to impeachable things. He has acted as if he is above the law. He thinks he is above the law. And I said, now, what's going to happen if we keep allowing people to do impeachable things and not holding them accountable to it? And he said, you're afraid that the next person's going to be worse.
Yep.
And I said, yeah, we can always get worse than Trump. I loathe him. I think he's the worst president we've had so far. That doesn't mean he's the worst president ever. And I was like, and I'm so tired of all the victim blaming, or not the victim blaming, but the pointing fingers, the vicious cycle of nothing getting done. Like, if we just keep sitting back and twiddling our thumbs and allowing it to happen, nothing is going to get fixed, and it's only going to get worse. And
Well,
he
I
was like,
don't.
I can agree with you on that. I still think Trump's a great president, but I can agree with you on that. And I was like, I don't think Trump's a great president. I think it's a garbage human being who never should have been in that office. But we did at least agree on the impeachment. So that's why I said, in weird sense, we often agree on things, even if we're coming at it from a different angle.
Moo.
Yeah, Doorknob had I think the Democrats went with what they felt they had the most evidence for.
Oh,
It
he
certainly
has
was
admitted
not
that
the
he did
worst
that
thing that
Biden
he's
thing.
ever done.
No, it's not the worst thing he's ever done, but they have the tapes of the conversation, and he went out and admitted them and said, "I'm the president. I do what I want," essentially, and said, "Yes, I did what is on that tape, but it's okay because I'm the president." And that's
Well,
what they can want. That's the
that's
only thing they
taking a that's taking a Nixon line right there. When in the Frost interviews, he said, when the president does it, that means it's not illegal. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
that's
Steve
why
Colbert.
they were able to, that's why they pushed for it, was they finally had something that they felt like they could do something with. The other stuff was kind of iffy.
Yeah, Steve Colbert, in one of his monologues, said the difference between Nixon and Trump was Nixon said, "I'm not a president," or Nixon said, "I'm not a
I'm not a
crook,"
crook. Yeah.
and Trump said, "I'm a crook, but I'm president, so it doesn't matter."
Yeah. And the whole thing here, Tria, you say you don't think things are going to be, fixed all that easily. I don't know that things will be fixed at all because remember now, you can take care of Trump, you can take care of McConnell, you can take care of the ass-licking Senate Republicans, all of that, but you still haven't fixed the electorate.
Yeah,
and that's where it all boils down.
And I get a lot of heat for this because I do believe in us having a single payer system. I think that would be the most beneficial for us. Yes, there would be a lot of problems. Yes, there's always going to be problems in a system. But I don't think we're ready for a single payer system. We are working towards it, but I can guarantee you that if we tried to implement it right now, we still have too many people who are basically like, fuck you, I got mine, or fuck you, I didn't get mine, so you're not going to get yours either.
This
and until
is
that
what,
attitude changes, we're not going to get anywhere with anything.
Well,
this
and
is why the
I
U.S.
agree
has.
with you.
Well, there you go. Yeah, and then this is why the U.S. has to be an autocracy with me as the autocrat. I keep telling you this.
Well, and I don't think we can go to a single payer system in one fell swoop.
No.
Well,
And
how else can we do it? This is the thing.
Well, I think our best approach is to go with something like the Medicaid for All system as an intermediate step to going to a single payer. Is expanding Medicaid to the point that it covers everyone making less than $50,000 a year.
Oh,
But
doorknob
what do you-
head, that's not helping.
What are you saying? Are you saying do the Medicare for all, but let people have their own insurance if they want it? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I believe that needs to be an intermediate step to getting to where we really want to go.
Well, yeah,
I think that's a realistic step that we could go to.
I'm trying to clarify the intermediate step.
Yeah.
I mean, is that what you were?
Yeah, that
Okay,
going to
I gotcha.
going to Medicaid for everyone making $50,000 a year, and if people who make more than that want to buy private insurance, that should still be available. And then maybe 5 to 10 years down the road, maybe we can push that a little further.
Yeah, the problem here is I'm starting to see Kate's point. I'm starting to see the point of a lot of the the folks who are chronologically a little behind me, who are saying that incrementalism, the day for that is done because there's too much that has to be done in too little time. I get that point.
Well, here's the thing. There is too much that has to be done in too little time. I don't disagree with that, but is that what's going to happen in the reality in which we are living in, is my question. Because
Okay,
I'm the kind of person where I have really optimistic ideals, but I also have to work within the reality that I am stuck in. And the reality I am stuck in seems to be, I don't think we're going to get these sweeping changes through, whether we need them or want them or not.
And here's the whole, I'm going to say it again. Nobody wants to hear this shit. I am happy I am as old as I am. Because that means I don't have as much time ahead of me as a lot of people do. I'm also disappointed that I'm not dying next week. I was looking forward to dying because I would miss a lot of this bullshit.
Well, I'm sorry, but we're keeping you, Diana.
Yeah. We are. You're not dying yet. And I think Trio and I are basically on the same page. That's like, yes, I would prefer we went to a single-payer health plan, but that's not going to happen in the next 10 years. So going to something incremental is the best we can hope for, unless we actually want to go for an all-armed revolution that will involve thousands of people getting killed.
You know what? That might not be that bad an idea.
I have different thoughts on that, but
okay, if you're going to go that route, then I think that we need to really go with somebody who's ready to, like, wipe out the Supreme Court and bomb the Congress building while they're in session.
See,
this channel does not openly advocate violence against any government official.
Okay, and here's my thing.
And if it happens, none of you know anything about flamethrowers.
Okay, here's my thing. And I know that this is a selfish as fuck view. I get that. I know it's selfish. But people talk about how they want changes to be implemented. And they don't ever say it outright, but I know exactly what they mean. They mean to start an actual war. And they use pretty words to draw you in. And they don't really admit to that's what they want, partially because they don't want to get in trouble and partially because they're hoping that by making it sound pretty, more people will be on board that otherwise would. And I listen to them and I'm like, and this system that you're talking about destructing and then re-implementing your own, what happens in the middle? What happens to the people who are getting help? Because my thing is I don't want to take away from the people who are already getting the help that they need. You are talking about destructing the system and putting in a war, and then my sister gets taken out of that system. The system is helping her. Is there a way that we can get more people getting the help that they need without taking it away from the people who need it? And if the answer is no, I'll accept that, but you're going to have to convince me of that.
Okay, because, and this gets back to one of the books I recommended in yesterday's chat, Copernicus Rebellion, that the genetically engineered creatures they created realized that their approach was going to result in like 100,000 deaths. But the creatures did not tell their creators about this because they felt this was the only way to bring about the necessary change.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it's just like, and like I said, I realize that my viewpoint is kind of selfish as fuck because I'm like, I don't want you to harm my sibling in trying to get help for everybody, because we really should be having more people get help. We should not be, you shouldn't, if you're working 40 hours a week, you shouldn't have to choose between rent and electricity and food. I don't disagree with them on these points, but I am just as concerned about the how we get to that point as I am the end. Because anytime somebody tells me that things are going to be better on the end just because they say so, I tend to be a little bit suspicious. Because you can make those promises all you want. Are you going to be able to enact them? And are you going to be able to enact them in a way that does not get more people hurt than you are helping? And apparently people in certain circles do not like those kinds of questions very much.
Well, what keeps government stable is as long as the majority of people are comfortable enough that they are not willing to risk losing what they have, there will not be an armed revolt. When the balance tips that at least half the people feel they have more to gain than to lose, then you get the pitchforks and rifles.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that pitchforks and rifles may not be called for. I just keep hearing these guarantees that when they are, things are going to be better. And history tells me that that's not always the case.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do differently so that history doesn't play out the same way? Because again, I am talking about self-preservation for me and the family that I have to take care of.
Yeah, and I agree with you, and I feel that at every election, they're allowing it to get closer to that point that people are going to finally decide that taking out the guns and shooting people is a better alternative than voting.
Yeah, I'd like to avoid that. I know, like I said, I know that it's not necessarily going to happen that way.
Yeah, well,
It's the
and
reality I deal in, but
that's why I am trying to promote the idea of some incremental changes that will be distasteful, but something people can still swallow, rather than going to an all-out revolt.
yeah,
Because
an
I think
all-out
an
revolt is
all-out
going to
revolt
cause
will get a lot more people
harm.
killed.
Yeah, I think that's going to cause more harm than good. And there's also no guarantee that things will be better when we get out on the other side of that.
Oh, right. Again,
You
one
know,
of the
so
reasons
yeah,
I'm glad I'm as old as I am.
I'm trying to be very pragmatic about this, and I'm trying to look for the solution that will accomplish the greatest change with getting the fewest people killed.
Yeah, because once you pull out the guns, once you start pulling out the guns, it gets to a point where it's out of your control. It is completely out of your control at that point. And I think people have this idea that, oh, I can keep it contained and strategized and organized. It's like, no, you can't. You have no control over other parties once you pull those guns out. You might keep your people under control.
Yeah.
But you're not going to have the ability. Just because you have a gun does not mean that you can contain everything the way that you want to. And
one of the big problems historically is that in an armed revolt, they tend to lynch the intellectuals, which are the people who are most likely to pull you out of the situation after you've toppled the government and everything's fallen to shit.
Doorknob Head, I am not saying that people aren't getting killed or that it's not a bad problem. I'm just concerned that we will make it even worse with we will make it I don't mind sometimes making things worse to make them better, but I am not seeing anything that that says, "Hey, you have a high likelihood of this turning out the way that you need it to."
Yeah,
The risk assessment on this, I'm not convinced.
and Doorknob Head, I agree with you that there are thousands of people a year who are getting killed by these things, but I'm trying not to escalate it to the point where it becomes millions of people.
Oh, we're already at millions of people, but the thing is that, like I said, the risk assessment that I'm hearing from people seems to be set in more, this is the end goal that I want. It sounds really, really nice, and I'm going to do what it takes to get there. And it just, a lot of people that I've talked to now, some people that I've talked to who want a revolution actually seem to have a good grip on what would happen, but a lot of them sound like they're being taken up by the pretty, pretty words and the pretty, pretty sound of a utopia at the end, and not actually dealing with the reality of what a shootout between varying groups would entail.
Well, and the thing that really scares me about an open revolution at this point is recalling a documentary I saw in the late 80s that interviewed various people. And, in the 80s, the big thing was about nuclear war. And basically, they interviewed a number of people at several universities. And they found several people that said that, yes, any talented physics student could build a nuclear bomb, but they could never get the fusionable materials. And they interviewed a number of people who worked at nuclear power sites who said that, yeah, somebody could probably smuggle out the fusionable material, but nobody could actually build the bomb. And if you put those two together, you wind up with, yeah, if you get the right people connected, somebody could build a nuclear bomb that could take out any major city. And that was 40 years ago that they believed this. So with the internet available, I think it wouldn't be that difficult for the right people to get together to do this.
Well, and there's other factors involved as well. Some people I've heard seem to have the idea that they could just go up and shoot the rich and like threaten them into giving their stuff away. And I'm like, you won't even make it to their damn doorstep before they take you out. Like, really? You think you could somehow get your way in with a gun? And also, if somebody thought that it was a huge risk of happening, what's to say the rich just won't move to another country and control things from another country?
Well,
they have that
okay.
ability.
Well, now that you introduced the subject of another country, that's the interesting thing that very few people talk about. An open warfare revolution here would result, I'm thinking, in an invasion by someone else. The military would be sufficiently weakened that an invasion would become possible.
Yeah,
and
there are
the
a lot
U.S.
of
would
countries
fall.
we've pissed off. There are a lot of countries we've pissed off, and rightly so.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I say I'm not sure.
There's one that has the personnel and material to do it.
And this is why I question if they've thought everything through, or if they're just listening to, hey, things will be better once we're in charge. And we'll take our charge the way that we think is whatever means necessary. And this is why I question that. I question their risk assessment. Because I am really hating that so many people are hurting. I want changes. I want them as quickly as possible. But what are the risks for doing or not doing something a specific way? Because you have to take that into consideration if you're going to start something. Is it worth the risks that you are doing? And are you calculating as many of the risks as you possibly can? And I don't think a lot of people are.
It's okay. Human species doesn't have that long left.
And you know,
Yeah.
Diana, as far as the idea of a foreign invasion, I'm not that worried about that because, yes, there could be several other countries who could invade and gain a foothold in the US, but I think that would tend to unite the population against the foreign invader. And I don't think any of the foreign invaders would have the capacity to maintain a controlling presence to the point that it would do them any profit.
Yeah, that might be entirely possible. There'd just be a lot of loss of life in
Oh,
between
yeah.
the
There would be
initiation and the
hundreds of
realization.
thousands of people getting killed for no one gaining anything.
Yeah, sort of like
Yeah,
World
and
War
that is
One.
my concern. And that is my concern. Are we going to actually gain, or do you just think we do because you think you have control, or do you just think you do because you assume you're going to have control of the situation?
Yeah, and that is the problem when it gets to be more about ideals than about any practical gain.
And
That
I've
people
heard pretty
people
pretty
will go
words before.
yeah, people will go to war over ideals and completely wipe out a population without realizing that they have gained nothing in the process.
Hmm.
Well, that was certainly an upbeat note.
Sorry, I think I got us on that. That's my bad.
No, no, not
Yay!
not
Yay!
not your fault. I was certainly ranting on it plenty.
Yes, same here.
Well, yeah, I don't have a lot of spaces where I can talk about this in a way where people won't jump on me, even if they disagree with me and they have a better viewpoint. Nobody is going to jump on me and say you're saying horrible shit. They might get a little bit riled, but it seems to be around here. It's more about correction than it is just finding something to like tear somebody apart over. So, but yeah, like I said, I am a selfish person. I do not want. I am concerned about the. I am in charge of my sister's well-being and all factors, including mental and physical. And people who want to tear the government down scare me because have you gotten rid of your ableism? Have you gotten rid of the idea that disabled people should be treated as lesser? Because I don't trust you either. Like, are you going to make sure she has her medical supplies while you're tearing down this system? What about her medical stuff? What is going to happen then? Are you, because my guess is all of that stuff gets taken away and you're tearing down of the current system.
They're working on it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, those people who need medical assistance on a daily or weekly basis are the ones who are most likely to be eliminated in the process.
Mm-hmm. She will not make it out, and if she does, there's going to be serious damage. And that is my biggest thing is what is I know that there's no guarantees, and I know that the current government could decide that she doesn't deserve it. I get that. But everybody seems to be trying to find ways to tear things down without replacements in place, and that scares the living daylights out of me.
Yeah, well, that's what everything was about in 16. I'm hearing people tear it down, burn it down. I'm telling them, look, when you tear your house down, you need somewhere to live until you build another one. They're not listening.
Yeah.
So the best I can hope for is that I die early in the process, and that I die rather peacefully. And of course, I won't get that simply because I want it.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, back in the 1980s, when we were still very worried about an all out nuclear war, I was living in Minneapolis, and my plan was that if the sirens went off, I was going to go up to the observation deck on the IDS Tower, the highest building in the city, with a case of whiskey and a lawn chair, just
yeah,
to make sure that I was taken out in the first blast.
yep. Um, I always had the comfort of knowing that I lived in a place that was high on the list of targets, that I had a very, very high probability of the first bomb falling directly on my head. That was nice. Because I lived in Cleveland, I lived in Pittsburgh. And they, believe it or not, are still high on the list, both cities.
Yeah, that's another thing to think about. uh like
When I was young, the one of the Nike sites was very near my house. The ground to air missiles for defense, or surface to air, however you want to put that.
I don't know how high the risk is where I'm living, but I'm assuming it's fairly high considering that within like a couple of hours of me, I think we have like 6 military bases within a 2-hour radius from
Yeah,
all
I'm not sure
directions.
exactly where you are, but I expect there's a major naval base as a first target.
Well, we have two bases here in town.
Hmm.
We only have. Okay, technically, Mayport is not part of Jacksonville proper, but it might as well be. Jacksonville Beach is considered its own city, its own entity,
Yeah.
but like it's really not. Mayport is really not that far away from me. So there's
Well,
Mayport. There's one near there. There's a few in Georgia that are within 2 hours from me. There are bases down around the Orlando area and the Miami
yeah.
area. So
Yeah, but none
yeah,
of those are going to take you out within the blast radius.
Well, the long and short of it is if you're within about 50 miles of a naval base that has the capability of sending orders to the nuclear subs, you're on the list of first targets.
okay, yep. I'm probably on a list somewhere of first targets because we have a lot of subs that come out from our area because you can build them along the river using civilian contractors, then easily move them down to the river and to the naval base that's at Mayport, which is on the beach. I don't
Yep.
I don't think that the ships are actually built on base. I could be wrong. It's been a while.
It doesn't matter
Oh.
if they're built there, it only matters if they can be resupplied there.
We could probably be resupplied pretty
And
easily.
this is something that most people living around me don't realize, but the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, in the center of the country around the Great Lakes, is still a major target.
Yes,
Because in the 1970s and 80s, they installed what they referred to as the ELF network, which is ultra low frequency antennas that were designed specifically for communicating with submarines that couldn't surface.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, we're a target just because we can send signals to submarines that are several hundred feet below the ocean.
Yeah. I don't think it would be all that difficult for us to get resupplied, to be honest, just based on location alone. Uh, but yeah. Um, let's see, how many military bases do I have close to me? I'm curious.
Florida's
I
full of
know
them.
of a couple that shut down. Well,
Oh,
when
yeah.
I was a kid, we had 3 military bases that were considered as part of Jacksonville. One of them shut down. Um, Cecil Field shut down after I think right after my dad retired. And the city of Jacksonville and the government sold that land to the city of Jacksonville and then instantly regretted it after they sold it, despite being told by experts that was what was going to happen. But you shouldn't, you can't listen to civilian experts. They don't know what they're talking about. Uh, and in some cases that is true.
Yeah, I think that's
But
usually more a situation of how many city council members got paid off for it.
well, it actually cost my city more to buy and develop that area. It's pretty much like there are some warehouses out there, a couple of warehouses, and
Hmm.
like a couple of and like the gym is still open,
Yeah,
but there's nothing really of value out there.
it costs the city as a whole more. But how many of the council members had family members who made a profit for selling the land?
Um, I don't know
Yeah,
because
that's
they didn't
usually
really
That was
sell
what
a
it
kind
lot.
of
comes
a
They
down
didn't
to.
rhetorical question.
they didn't really sell a lot of land. Nobody really wanted to buy it. That was the problem. Was the government sold off the base because the government decided that the base costed more than what they wanted to pay. So then they sold the land to the state. They shut down the base. They sold the land to the city, and then the city said, "Okay, we're going to turn around and sell this land to businesses and try to get more businesses out that direction." And all the businesses said, "That's in the middle of nowhere. There's literally nobody out there to buy things. Why in the hell would we want to develop there?" And then it was basically there were a few people who, because the warehouses were built so well because it's a military base, they went ahead and moved some of their warehouses in there, but that was basically it. There it's a few warehouses and the gym, and there's nothing else out there.
Yeah, so some of my speculation didn't turn out as well as they'd hoped.
Hmm.
Speculation rarely does. You got to
Yeah,
be
and the
really good and
military's
really
been
lucky.
and
Nerdy
the
Rodent is
military has
saying
been
maybe Greenland would buy it. And
uh
I'm sorry, people. I think I'm starting to slur. I think I've been hitting too much of the whiskey. I'm trying to back off a bit.
oh noes. Well, you've explained your situation, so I kind of understand it, even though I personally don't like alcohol. I kind of get it.
I didn't expect me to I didn't expect it to hit me as fast as it has.
Whoops. I've
Yeah,
determined that I don't like alcohol, so
I'm a
I got
little
another chance, but yeah.
I'm a little afraid of booze. I mean, I like scotch, that sort of thing. I say that I forget to drink, that sort of thing. But I've been around too many people who took a wrong turn with the booze bottle, and being around heavy drinkers, I just don't find comfortable. I really don't. I'm always a little bit frightened, no matter who that person is. Um, so I've seen shit go bad. And, oh well, maybe I'm horrible for that. I don't know.
I don't know. I think it's I think if you've had traumatic experiences around something, I don't think it's bad for you to have a negative reaction around them. It's how you treat others when you're in that situation, I think, that counts. Because if you're just trying to avoid it as much as humanly possible and not treating people like dirt about it, I can understand trying to get out of that situation. I'm not really good around drunk people. I don't mind it so much online, but in person, it kind of weirds me out a little bit, especially because some people get super friendly while they're drunk,
Oh
and
well,
I
that
don't
too.
handle that well. No
Um,
dying, you're not allowed.
there have been a couple of
Sorry, I
people.
thought I was muted.
Oops. There have been a couple of people in whom I might otherwise have been interested, but were kind of heavy drinkers, and it was like I'm just a little too scared of going there.
Yeah.
And I understand why it can scare people for many different reasons. And having grown up with a violently alcoholic father, that's why I'm rather embarrassed that I let it get to this point before I realized it.
It's okay.
No,
It
I'm not giving
happens.
you a hard time. No, not by any stretch of the
But I
imagination.
found out personally I got another chance to try alcohol again when I wasn't quite as tired. And yeah, I don't like the buzz. I don't like it, so not gonna do it.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
I've made a mistake or two recently. I mean, there's the legendary night of the gin and Dr Pepper, and yeah, that was not fun. Um, I let that one get away from me. Uh, God, that next
Yeah,
morning was
I
horrible.
missed that episode and I kind of wish I had seen it because I've never seen you out of control.
Yeah, I was pretty smashed. Ooh, not good, not good.
Speaking of Diana, is there a movie night planned for tonight?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
Jared will be at the helm because I guess Sean and what the hell is your Jess uh, are involved in some stuff. Well, he's moving out there, and they've got stuff going on and shit like this and everything. So they're going to be in transit. So he's going to handle the driver's seat this week. We'll see how that works because I don't remember him running a movie night before. So I don't know how he is as a host. And of course, we don't have Karis, unfortunately. It's it's kind of sad that she's hiding, but I get it. I get it.
yeah, it seemed like Karis and Jeff got super close. So I can kind of understand her kind of backing away a little bit.
Yeah, I was actually surprised to find out they had not met in person. I really had the impression that they had been even closer than they were.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, they were going to meet to go to the Creation Museum, if I remember correctly.
well, Online friendships.
And that was going to be
can
within a week. Say again?
I said
Uh-huh.
online friendships can be just as intense as offline ones.
Oh, tell me about it. Jeff and I were very close
Yeah.
friends.
So
And I think some of you guys saw how it affected me.
Well,
And I didn't even have
Yeah.
a crush on him.
yeah, I had only met him that once, and honestly, his death hit me a lot harder than most of my relatives.
Yeah, it's he was just that kind of person. It was easy to get to know, and he was, it's, yeah.
I'm sorry, y'all. I don't feel his death the same way. It's kind of a secondary thing of I feel badly for everybody else. But
Like I said, well, I know my situation's a little strange. As I said, I did not cry for my sister. I did not cry for the slimy bastards. You saw how I cried for Jeff.
yeah,
Yeah, and Tria, I know what you mean because it's like Jeff hit me really hard when Bill Ludlow died. You know, it hit me, but that was more like a celebrity death. He was someone I watched, but I didn't feel a personal connection with.
yeah. And that's the thing is like I know of Strike. I am familiar with him, but the closest interaction I ever got was him reading off some of the super chats that I sent. That is about the entirety of any interaction with him. But I can see how other people are hurting. I can see how he is a great loss. I can see the effect that he had on people. And while I don't mourn him directly, I do kind of mourn that aspect of it and hope that any pain that y'all are feeling over it flies away quickly.
It's going to be a while.
I know it is, but that's the closest thing that I can come to express how I feel that doesn't sound like cliche or non-supportive. Because there are things that people say at death where it's like, that's really not helpful. Like, I know you're trying, but and I don't know whether the way I put things is either, but there are things that I never want to hear at another funeral again.
I get you, Tria, and I really appreciate that. You know, because I don't like to do funerals. I feel very awkward because there's very little I can say that doesn't sound like a canned platitude.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And that's the difficulty is I don't know whether mine sounds more like a canned platitude or not, but I'm trying.
No, I appreciate what you're saying sounds honest.
Because I hate funerals myself. Because yes, there's a time for grieving, but I think part of it is I grew up with a family. Like my mom's side of the family is very traditional and kind of uppity and stuffy, but my dad's side of the family, how they handle a funeral is you go to the funeral, you mourn for that person, you take the time to grieve, you take the time to be sad, and it's okay to be sad afterwards, but directly after the funeral, you hit the biggest restaurant that'll take you, and then you go and eat a dinner, and over that dinner, you like laugh and joke and share stories, and like I said, you're still allowed to be sad, but you take both those moments. You take both the sad moment and the grieving moment, and then you do and then you do a party. And it's literally like a party.
Yeah, that's what I was involved in when my grandfather died. The FSB's stepfather, when he died, there were a bunch of us in my generation, the cousins, sitting around a table at Carrie Serena. It was just exchanging stories about him and that sort of thing. But I never realized how hard I could have the shit kicked out of me when Jeff died. I never realized that anything could be that hit that hard. It still hits. I mean, they're the aftershocks.
Yeah, yeah, and it's and I also I come from where I have had deaths hit me pretty hard, uh, but my situation has been my family situation has been a little bit different, and some of my family members when they passed it did smack me upside the head. And I'm wondering if Jeff was more family to you than your actual family in some ways.
Let me put it to you this way: the local dustman was more family to me than my so-called family. When I say I had no family, I mean it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Diana, but you're the only person in the U.S. I have ever heard use the term dustman.
For some reason, I have picked up some of the
Do I want to know
Anglicisms.
what that mean? Do I want to know what that is?
Garbage
It's what
man.
the British refer to as a garbage man.
Okay. Okay.
You know, whoever collects the trash.
That's fair.
Yeah, it's. I'm trying. I'm trying to remember. I cannot remember one of the lines. And my old man's a dustman. He wears a dustman's hat, and I forget what comes next. And then he lives in a council flat.
But yeah, and the thing is that people, for me, it feels so weird because most of the funerals
There
that
we
I've
go.
gone to have been family members on my dad's side. And the fact that people mourn
There it is.
without doing the celebrating part seems so odd to me.
He wears corporal limey trousers, and he lives in a council flat. There you go. All right, done.
Okay, I'm sorry, Trio. I got a little sidetracked. Can you repeat that? Because you said something very important there.
I said it's really difficult for me to understand how people do the mourning process sometimes without the celebrating process. Like, and I'm not saying that, to rush your grieving or anything because that's not healthy for you or repress, but I just like going to a funeral and having the funeral be so down,
Yeah,
and then you not even celebrate the life.
I detest
It's both.
funerals. I have no intention of showing up for my own.
Okay.
But yeah, I would much rather just have people gather around and share stories. I don't want a dark room, depressed and sobbing. I can skip that.
And I wish I could put a little bit of money away and I have someone I could designate, to okay, here, when I'm dead, take this money, buy some booze and a dartboard, and then put my picture on the dartboard, and you guys could just drink and throw darts at my picture,
I'm pretty much, I halfway joke about this, but I'm like, look, when I'm dead, my body doesn't really matter. Throw me to the swamp kitties where I belong, and then go down to East Street, order my favorites, and talk, and don't just tell the good stuff. Like, don't make me out to be a terrible person, but like, don't make me out to be a saint either.
Yes.
Be real, sit, laugh, enjoy yourselves, and Don't worry
Yes,
about a
and
grave marker or any of that shit because that's expensive and none of y'all have that money. Just throw me to the swamp kitties.
There
and
you go.
Tria, that's something I felt very personally is the thing that I'm most afraid of with my fiance is that the memories will fade and become sanitized. I don't want to just remember the good times. I want to remember the reality. I want to remember the times we argued and the things that we had problems with. I don't want
Yeah.
her to become something that was other than human.
Yeah, and I can totally understand that fear. Because when you love somebody that much, you do have a tendency to kind of forget all of the other interactions, the things that didn't go so well. Um, I try not to put any old memories on a pedestal. It is hard though because that is the human tendency. Is we want the people that we care about to be these perfect images, and that's not the case even with the best people. And yeah, my family, it's almost like a wake. My family, I wouldn't call what we do a wake because that tends to have an Irish cultural meaning. Um, but my family gets together right after the funeral and goes to a restaurant, and usually there's about 100 of us or so sitting all around the table. You can barely hear what's going on beyond the person sitting next to you. Kids running around. Uh, and usually because of where people are located, most of them are around the Amarillo area in Texas. And there's about 3 places that prep when a funeral happens to somebody in our family because they know we're heading their direction.
Now with the shitheads that everybody else called my family, uh, the funeral home would do the whole food thing. So they would order up the dinner or whatever it is, and you would go to the you would go to the church because you remember they're Catholics. They wore that
Mm-hmm.
as an ID badge. Then you would go to the cemetery, and then you would come back to the funeral home, and the Slovak ladies would have all the dinner done, and there'd be the whole shitload of tables there, and everybody would sit there and endure each other. Um, and one of the things I did not like was that after funeral crap. Um, Happily, there was also the couple cases of various whiskeys, and you'd get bombed and didn't remember half of what went on. So that was okay. So as long as you had a designated driver, everything was fine. Um, now, I do not have happy memories of those people. Have you noticed? Um, and
Yeah.
I am very happy that there's no one left after when I'm dead. There's no one to care. So that's a good thing.
Well, I will care, but you know.
You don't have to if you don't want to, really. Um,
No, Diana, that is actually not an option. It's not that we can't if we don't want to. It's going to happen, and we can't stop that.
Yeah, like I said, the joke about the swamp kitties, I don't care about my body, but there's no way in hell my family would allow that to happen, even if I put it in a will. Also, it's probably kind of illegal.
Probably. Yeah, with me, it's I'm not exactly sure what happens. You know what I really need to do? I need to finish that paperwork for donating my body.
Yeah, you do. If that's what you want happen, you need to have it finished because they won't do it without that paperwork.
Well,
Yeah,
especially in your case where there isn't a clear next of kin.
there is no next of kin, zero.
Yeah,
Unless there are, mini me's running around that I don't know about. But I mean, there is that possibility. But
yeah. So unfortunately, even though it is an expense that you probably don't have money for, you need to have something filed with an attorney somewhere.
why?
Well, just so that whatever, your last request or your body being donated or so forth, so that it's documented in some legal fashion.
Oh well, that's the paperwork I need to finish. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's in the drawer here somewhere. What I most want, if somebody wants it, is to donate my head meats, as Kate would say, because there's some interesting stuff going on up there, possibly, related to uh, the stuff that caused my motor seizures and everything. And then, if somebody wants to look at the sexually dimorphic areas in connection with my being trans, that would be great. I'd love that.
Yeah, we're still going, Orla. In my case, I don't know how I feel about donating my body to science. Like personally, I wouldn't care. The same with donating any organs, although as I doubt that mine are healthy enough for anybody to take them. I also think about how my family would take that, and they would not take that very well. So,
Yeah, I'm all for them taking any parts they can find usable, and in my case, there might be a few things worthwhile, but yeah, it's once I've evacuated the shell, it doesn't matter to me. So, anything
yeah, I'm
anybody can
dead and
find
gone.
useful, go for it.
There's a funky little song that I like, and one of the lines in it, and it's by Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, but it says, "Gravestones cheer the living, dear, they're no use for the dead." It's kind of my attitude on the whole thing.
Wait a minute. There is
I don't.
somebody else on Earth who knows who the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band was.
Oh yeah, I know them.
My dad had me listening to them when I was a little kid.
Oh,
That's
jeez.
actually one of my favorite songs. I also like the one about Winnie the Pooh.
Actually,
Can't remember the
Lavender,
name of it.
I'm surprised, Diana, that you know them. It just didn't seem like the type of music you would listen to.
Um, there was if I remember correctly, they did Mr. Bojangles, right?
I believe they did a version of that. Yes.
Mr.
Yeah,
Bojangles was done by at least a half dozen different artists that I know of.
yeah.
Uh,
Let's see if we have here.
"Fishing in the Dark" is one of my dad's all-time favorite
Yeah,
songs.
actually, as far as country songs go regarding death, one I love is
Yep, there it is. That's what drew my attention to them.
yeah. I'm not quite sure which group it was that did it now, but there's a song "Prop Me Up" by the Jukebox When I Die.
Oh, I think I know that song, and I haven't heard it in a dog's age.
Yeah,
And don't even ask
Oh,
me where
and that's kind of the thing. I like the idea of that. It's like, okay, just put me there in a corner and everybody have a party.
yeah.
oh, let's see. Another one of my favorites, and it's uh kind of along the same lines, is I love the song, and I haven't found a variation of it I don't like, but "The Night That Patty Murphy Died" is one of my all-time favorites. It's basically about a bunch of people getting drunk and causing all kinds of shenanigans, including stuff like they partied so hard that they went down to the gravesite and actually forgot to bring the body with them.
Okay.
Okay.
There are several different versions. The Misbehaving Maidens do one. Great Big Sea does one. I think if you do any kind of filk or any kind of Celtic music, I think it's almost one of those things where you're almost contractually obligated to sing that as part of your routine at one point.
Yeah, I had the feeling it sounded kind of like an Irish drinking song.
It is an Irish drinking song, yes. It is definitely an Irish drinking song. And it's basically, as far as I know, the most commonly circulated one.
Okay,
I could be
for
wrong, but
anyone not paying attention to the side chat, Orl is scolding us for not being in bed yet.
Tope treste per quello che avete
I
detto.
went to bed. I woke up at 3-ish.
Yeah, I'm likely going to have to get some sort of sleep at some point because, as I say, it's going to be freaking movie night tonight, and then
Yeah,
I have no idea what I'm doing Sunday, but I'll think of something.
yeah, here the sky is just getting at that point of going from black to blue, so
Yeah, here the sun's been up almost an hour.
Yeah, the sun is up and Elmer is mad at me because I don't have the window open.
yeah, Sammyson's a bit annoyed that I haven't gone to bed yet because that's a good petting time between when I lay down and I actually fall asleep.
Yeah, same with Elmer. He gets mad if he doesn't get enough snuggles. In fact, he has been
What are
mad
you
at me
looking
because I've
at?
been playing Outer Worlds.
Hmm.
And he will jump on the computer and yell at me and then jump on the bed. And I know exactly what that means.
Why did you carry off my shotgun, Mike? Huh? Why did you do that?
What? Wait. What's this about the cat carrying off your shotgun?
Yeah, the little one. I found my. It's not much of a shotgun, Mike. It's this damn thing. I found it on the bed. There's only one person around here I know who would have carried it over there.
Okay.
I don't know what the hell else she carried off because I didn't notice her in the little stand over here. I was doing stuff and things, and
Yeah, I
You
went
can
and picked
move
up a new
piece of furniture.
stand mic to come to the conclusion that the problem must be the soundboard in my computer. Because this one doesn't give me a stronger signal than the old one.
oops.
So I'm still getting better sound off of the headset than I am off of the sound mic.
Oh, excuse me. I'm just happy that this whole arrangement works as well as it does.
Yeah,
I
so
need to get
basically
my computer area set up a little bit better because I'm trying to get a boom arm in here so that because I've been lucky.
Oh, okay. So hang on. As soon as I get it published, I've got an unboxing for the boom arm I bought.
Yeah, and I have my microphone sitting on 3 books on the edge of my desk, and Elmer's water dish is at the edge of my desk because that is the only place in my room I can really put it. And if Elmer decides to be a little bit rambunctious near the mic, he could throw the mic into the water dish.
You do not want that.
No, I don't.
yeah.
Is that a heavy mic that you have?
Yeah, it's a blue snowball. It's a snowball.
Okay, I'm trying to think of how heavy that one is. I have a Blue Yeti, which is heavy.
I think it's
Yeah, the snowball's much
same.
lighter.
Okay, you might get along better. Yeah, because the boom arm I bought and the one I reviewed, in certain configurations, doesn't handle the weight of the Yeti as well as I had wanted. But what do you want for $20, right? Uh, the way I've got it set up right now, it's
Yeah.
doing pretty well. So I'm happy it's working that well. Free subscription.
I'm waiting for my Patreon money to come to a point to where I could buy a boom arm. I'm trying to see if I can make it to where I can get something around the $40 range,
Okay.
but I might not. I might not be able to.
Yeah, this one, as I say, was 20. It's okay. I've seen worse.
Well, you were talking about the fact that yours, the screws don't completely tighten up. I'm like, you know what? I am not against duct taping the hell out of it.
Oh, on this one, no. When I say that the heaviness of the mic, for one, you don't want the arm sideways because it actually the rails that are part of the arm are light enough that they actually begin to warp from the weight of the mic. But as they are right now, where it's sort of like so with the table, so it's working all right because I guess the load is born well that way. It's just about the only way that the weight is born well.
Yeah.
It works. It's okay.
Yeah. And I just basically want protection from. I want it to be able to be raised, but I also want protection to keep it from being able to be easily knocked off by Elmer.
Yeah.
He has been rambunctious the past couple of days. Almost to the point where it's like, really, I love you, but I wish you were anywhere other than close to me right now.
Okay, there. Yeah. Later I may replace this with a better model, but for now, this is working well and it's okay. I have other things I need to spend money on, and God, I hope I have something left over for Faithless Forum. Oh, man. No, I'm talking about co-payments for doctors at the rate of between $40 and $80 a month. So there's going to be doctor visits I'm not making.
Yeah.
I just wanted to let you know I am morbidly obese. I am way, way overweight. I don't like being as skinny as what is recommended to me by doctors, but I should probably lose about 80 pounds.
Okay, Tria. Hoping this doesn't come across as creepy, but you've got a picture there. And to me, you just look curvy.
Yeah, if that's a recent picture, I am not seeing morbidly obese.
Yeah,
but
if
then again,
I was closer to your age, I would be very interested
need to
there.
understand that I am very good at hiding my body and very good at making sure that it looks like I'm skinnier than I am. Now, keep in mind, the top half really isn't all that bad. But
I remember you saying that you have a set of hips.
I have a 70. When I put a tape measure around the widest part of my body, which is my thighs. I think that my thighs, when you wrap the tape measure around, are around the 68 inches mark.
Okay. So that's a bit larger than my ex-wife. Her hip measurement was about 52 inches.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just saying that most of the women I have dated have been around 300 pounds. So to me, that does not really sound like a bad thing.
Okay, but you have to realize that most of my body weight is contained in one area, and it is hard for me to carry it around. It is hard for me to find clothes.
I can imagine that, yeah.
It is hard for me to find clothes. It is hard for me to sit in certain places. because of how big the butt area is.
No,
It is
okay,
actually not easy. It is actually not easy because most of the weight is carried in one place.
okay,
It's
I
a
hope I
little
don't
bit more
sound
spread out.
horrible here, but how do you manage to find a dress?
I don't.
I didn't think so.
That is not a dress. That is two separate pieces that I carefully put together to make me look as flattering as possible. See, this is what I'm saying is you're not seeing the behind shot. You're seeing the front shot.
Yeah,
And
because,
I have
okay,
posed myself and picked an outfit in such a way that I hide where I'm carrying all of my weight.
from the way
I'm
you're
also
describing
wearing
things, I'm hearing that, okay, your top might be size 20 and the hip might be a 3X or a 4X.
Yeah. I am
Yeah.
an large to extra large on top, and then I am 4X on bottom.
Okay.
And like I said, there's a reason I pick that specific outfit. I also have a petticoat on underneath it so that it makes things look more even. And I also have decorations around the neckline so that it draws your eyes up to the neckline where I'm not quite as fat. I am really, really good at hiding what I look like.
I know, I'm trying to
I am
examine this.
Because when I say I am a fat ass, I don't mean that my entire body is fat. I mean I have a fat ass. My ass is fat. That is where all the fat goes.
I'm looking at the picture here. I'm trying to examine it. The hips, are they as wide as your shoulders?
The hips are wider than my shoulders.
Wider than, okay.
I am definitely a pear shape. Now my arms are the upper arms are especially fatter than are much fatter than my lower arms, which also throws things off. It makes me look like I have big shoulders, but my shoulders are not actually that big. I just have big flappy upper arms. Which makes it difficult sometimes to find tops because the sleeves can sometimes cut me off if I'm not careful. Which is why I like a lot of vintage styles, is I can get around that a lot of times. And like I said,
So,
there's a reason I pose myself and also a reason I choose the clothing that I find.
okay, I'm trying to think at this, and there are several factors at play, but I'm guessing maybe did you actually, or do you actually weigh more than I did before I started losing? I mean,
I
yes.
weigh, right now, I'm at 240 pounds.
Oh, okay, so was I. When I
Yeah,
quit
but you also
smoking, I
have
went up to
you also
240.
have to keep in mind, I am much shorter than you, I think.
I kind of guess that you probably are.
I'm like 5'3".
I'm between 5'8" and 5'9".
Yeah, I'm 5'3" and carrying 240 pounds.
Okay,
And
the
That
only
sounds a lot
tactful
like Sandra.
the only tactful way I can say this is, Diana, I think I understand how you feel talking to Kate. I
Okay.
mean, just describing that kind of build to me does not sound like a bad thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
yeah, and like I said,
I'm in the midst of trying really, really hard to lose weight. I mean, I was 5'9", 240. Last I checked, I'm 5'9", 219.
yeah,
I
and here's the
want to
thing,
get down to 180.
as I don't like being super skinny, but this is a weight that is hard on my knees. It's hard in other physical aspects. I really would like to be back to probably around 140-ish, 150-ish, because that's actually what I consider a comfortable weight for me.
Okay,
It's
and
not hard on my body.
Okay.
I can understand if it's actually causing problems with your knees or such.
Yeah, it's causing problems with my knees. It causes
You
back
know,
problems because I can't sit properly.
yeah.
Because in
And
order
that's
for me to sit,
I understand trying to be a healthy weight.
yeah,
You know,
I don't want to be super skinny.
yeah,
It's like I said, I am good at camouflaging what
yeah.
my weight actually is because
My.
my
Yeah,
body.
I run into major problems with people who feel they are forced to conform to a social norm that is generally unrealistic.
Oh,
My nerdy, you're quite well, you are quite light. I mean, 10 stone, Jesus. Um,
no, I,
for those who don't know, that's about 140 pounds.
And actually, until about 5 years ago, that's pretty much where I was stuck. I was between 140 and 160 from the time I was in high school until about the time I hit 50.
Oh my, okay. I was always around 175, 180. God, I felt good at 180. I liked it. Well, there was one point, I don't know how it happened, but I dropped about 30 pounds from 190 to 160. And that was really, 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 really nice. I don't know if I can manage that again because I was 22 years old at the time.
yeah, my big thing is I need to figure out how to not be apathetic about my food when I'm depressed.
Okay, back in a
Because,
moment.
um,
I'd like to know how to become apathetic about food. God damn it. I look at food
Uh,
and I gain
no,
weight.
I mean in a sense of I don't care what I put in my mouth and then regret it later because I gained 20 pounds after my depressive episodes.
Oh, shit, okay, I got you
Yeah,
now. Cause
like
yes,
let's say that I'm in the kitchen. I don't have the energy to make something because I'm depressed. I stress eat and my depression makes me stressed. And let's say that Amber has a bag of M&Ms on the table that she's left out, or Amber and I have a bag of M&Ms on the table because we just do. I will go, you know what? I don't give a fuck. I need to eat something and then eat that entire bag of M&Ms. And we're not talking like the little small ones that you get at the convenience store. I'm talking like the big ass ones that you bring home that are, supposed to last you a while, like a week or two. And I will eat that all in one sitting because I just don't care. But I need to eat something, but I don't want to make anything.
moo. Yeah, it's okay. Probably because I was a smoker at the time, it was easier. And then I was younger. I could do without the food for days at a time. Well, there was one point at which I was making a point. I actually went on a hunger strike. I was without food for 10 days. Um, that was the first time in a very long time that I went below 200. I wish I could have kept it there. But yeah, I doubt that I could go 10 days without food anymore. The hunger would
Yeah,
catch up with
it
me.
sounds like your metabolism is really off the way you're talking.
I've slowed down. Remember, I'm not young. I'm older than I look. Okay?
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think you know how old I am, right?
yeah. I
Okay.
have a general idea. Um but
Okay, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
didn't you say cuz you look like you're in your lower 50s. Didn't you say you were in your mid 60s?
Yeah, I'm 62. Everybody
Yeah.
thinks I'm 50.
Yeah, well, okay. You have to realize that my mom looked like she was in her 40s until the last 3 years of her cancer hit. She looked young. And I think that that's part of why people assume that I'm so young is my sister and I both got that part of her genes. And I look like I'm in my 20s, but I'm about to hit 40 in the next couple of years.
I remember 40.
And it's really
Well,
nice to not have to worry about aging so quickly.
well, Diana, you have to consider you keep hanging around with a dinosaur with a gray beard. Everybody's going to think you're younger.
Um,
I mean,
But-
okay, like I say, everybody thinks I'm 10 years younger than I really am. It still doesn't get me a date. God damn it.
hey, look, if I figure out how to get a date, I will let you know any secrets I get, but I'm kind of clueless and I kind of don't know anymore.
You've
And
heard
it
my
doesn't
list.
help. Yes, I've heard your list, and I have a list that's different but has about the same number of barriers. Hi, would you like to not ever have sex again? And also, I have a sibling that will never completely grow up, that will always need to be taken care of, that's practically going to be like having a teenage child for the rest of your life. But I don't want any children of our own, and I don't want to raise your children. I don't mind if they're like teenagers on their way out the door to like living on their own. That I can handle. Or if you have adult children, that's fine. But you need to accept my little sister. Also, I'm poor, and also a lot of times I'm not really romantic. You want to date me?
Yeah. Yeah, you'll get them running to your door. Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, there's a line. It goes all the way down the block, and it's great. Fortunately, I go through long periods of time where I don't really care, so that I've got that going for me. But
Doorknob, you have to understand something. I've said it once or twice. I don't mind being, I don't mind living alone. I really don't. I hate being lonely. God, do I hate being lonely. But then, too, living alone, I do have a little bit of freedom in some respects.
Yeah.
Going to view the total solar eclipse would not have been as easy as it was were I to be with someone, either cohabitating or something else or whatever. But where there's someone in my life, yeah, I just couldn't pick up and run to Illinois, one of those deals as I did. I get that, but damn it, you still need companionship. And when it's as difficult as it is for me to find companionship, because I'm picky, I really am, and I shouldn't be. I know my cousin, you need to lower your standards. It's like,
the thing with lowering your standards is then you get somebody that you're not really that happy with. And as far as I'm concerned, and I don't, and this is kind of odd, but it's better to be alone than have company that is not good for you.
That's what I've resigned myself
And it really
to.
bites, and it really bites that's the fact. But the fact is that good company is necessary in order for you to continue with that person.
I've gone to someone's arms simply because I was lonely, and yeah, more than once I've done that, and it went so doesn't work too well. Yeah, and
Well, this is kind of why Sloth Girl and I have had to make the compromise of separate apartments in one building. That we have too much history to be completely separated, but we could never live together.
I can understand that. I kind of wish my best friend lived a little bit closer. Because it would be much better for us, I think. But it is what it is. But I don't see me ever being able to live in the same space as her. Like that, it would not work well.
Yeah.
Especially considering that I would also have my sister in the mix. So, but yeah, and that's another thing too that I kind of wish people understood a little bit better. Now, Diana's is a special case. She's living in a town that's not really all that progressive and in the middle of nowhere, essentially. I get it.
Well, this is the thing. It's not in the middle of nowhere, but it still is.
Yeah, I get
I'm-
it. But the thing is that for me, I've learned that the romantic companionship's probably not going to happen, at least not anytime soon. So I throw myself into my friendships to combat that loneliness. But I get that that is not doable for everybody.
Yeah.
I totally understand that because
Well,
it
and
depends on your
I'm
location and who you have around you.
yeah, and I'm from the perspective that both of you are in fairly densely populated areas, and it's like I have no dating prospects because there are just literally so few people around here that the chance of finding an
yeah.
individual remotely compatible is virtually zero.
Well, let me look this up. I'm just, I think I remember, but I want to make sure.
Here's my problem. There are people who might be compatible with me because it is densely populated, but because I live in Southern Baptist Central, the likelihood that anybody's going to be open about being ace is going to be
Yeah.
zilch.
Well, yeah,
Okay, here we are. At the last
that's
census, the population of this area was 10,229, and
oh,
let's see now, the probability of me finding anyone compatible is less than zero.
I'm
We're
actually
into
surprised. I thought your city was bigger than 10,000.
well, this is just North Versailles.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, oh, no, we're right on the border of Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh is a couple 100,000.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, but Pittsburgh is, even though you're right on Pittsburgh, it take one hell of a trek to get you from North Versailles to Pittsburgh.
the problem with me is that to get from here to there, it's not very far. But okay, if I wanted, I could bike the distance, except the distance is on US Route 30.
Yeah.
People
With
have tried to kill me on that highway,
yeah, with
literally.
not having a car, it's a considerable travel for you.
And then the bus,
Yeah.
there's only there are only two bus routes that go out of here on a regular basis. They
Oh.
run once an hour. Getting
Hi,
anywhere from
Orla. Sorry.
What?
Hi.
Orla just came in. I didn't see her sitting there.
I
Hello.
literally just got off. Hi.
Yay. Hi. Yay. I'm weird.
But-
Okay.
Well, and in
But
my
I like
case,
it.
and like I said, in my case, I haven't had a lot of problems being openly ace, but I also have family and friends who accept me 100% on that fact. This area is not asexual friendly, even when people know what asexuality is, because there's the God's plan, so to speak, of you grow up, you fall in love, you get married, and you have kids. And it is tied to religious teachings here. And it's not just the Southern Baptist, but I've come across it as well in other denominations. But it seems like if you're deciding to be child free, if you're not romantically or sexually inclined, there is something wrong with you and you need to realign yourself to be better suited with God's plan. Seems to be the attitude I get around here.
Chesta. I do not knowing
Yeah.
until you.
Well, as you say, pretty much one church controls your whole city, so that's a bad problem.
Pretty much. And the other Baptist churches that could do something about it pretty much nod their head and go along.
Yeah.
Well, this is the interesting thing. This area that I'm in. I mentioned that the census of 2010 determined the population to be 10,229. When I moved in here, the average IQ increased 3 points. So
Well,
what
my
does that tell you? Well, remember, there are
Yeah.
10,000 of them, you know?
Yeah, and like I said, in my case, and also keep in mind, I come from an extreme background, so things
Yeah.
may not be as bad as I'm thinking, but I have only met, and I've lived here all of my life, I have only met maybe 6 aces in my time here, and 5 of the 6 that I met were women. And well, I feel like I could probably develop a relationship with a woman if my demi-romanticism kicked in for a female friend. It never has before. So I'm not really counting on it. I'm not saying that I'm not open to the possibility. I'm just saying
Yeah, it's not where your
it,
general attraction lies.
yeah, and
Yeah,
even
I
though my
get
attraction
it.
does drop off, there has to be something to start with in order to do anything.
Yeah.
Even if it doesn't stay for very long, there has to be something there that says, hey, I would like to try this relationship thing out with you.
Yeah, my big problem, as I've alluded to more than once, is trying to find somebody I can talk to. And someone with an intellectual capacity equal to or greater than my own, someone who is not looking for a body type. And yes, you've heard a little bit of annoyance out of me, but that's okay. And then we've got somebody. What did you sit on your microphone?
Yeah, I wasn't sure who that came from.
I think that was Orla because she unmuted. Orla, are the kids playing with the microphone again?
No, I just moved at the same time as I unmuted.
Me is going to go and get some coffee, but I can hear you guys because I unplugged. I'm sure you know that I unplugged because I'm probably feeding back on everybody. Okay. I hope there's.
But yeah, no, I
coffee.
have to assume that I am not in physical danger in order for me to even attempt dating. And convincing myself of that recently has been rather difficult.
No, I mean, I get that, which is probably why I choose to have long distance relationships, or like with Badger, where we're treating it like one, because it gives an awful long time to get to know somebody. Which I know you've said before, you can't do that.
Yeah, I can understand that, as you have certain boundaries that a lot of people aren't likely to understand.
Yeah, and I get that. I don't blame other people for it, and I fully admit that my attitudes on dating, like for other people, they're fine. Like for other people I see the best and I'm optimistic for them. But for me personally, my attitude on me personally jumping into the dating scene is unhealthy. I know it is. But there's not much I can do about that at this point.
Well,
And
I would seriously suggest that your best prospects would likely be getting involved with online hobby groups of things you enjoy and meeting someone that way. That you would talk to them through the computer for a couple of months before actually meeting them.
yeah. And also, before we even start to talk about dating, the asexuality comes up because I am not going to have somebody say, well, you strung me along.
Right.
And
Yeah, that
that's why I
to
say
make
it's
sure that they're
complicated.
clear on what you think a relationship involves before they get into that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
It's okay. And I think I cut off Orla on accident. But
No, you're fine.
okay. I was about to say, I can understand you doing the LDR thing. I personally can't do it, but there are people within my ACE community for whom all they can do is really an LDR because being physically around the person all the time that they care about is just too much for them.
See, I get that because I'm like it because of my history with people. It's not exactly favorable, you know. So
Yeah.
I do try and keep my distance from them considerably. It's like there's nobody here that I will talk to except for Badger, but he's like an hour away from me, and even then we've only met like 5 or 6 times at this point. So, you know, that can be fairly difficult when it comes to trying building relationships anyway.
Yeah.
That's sorry. That is why I tend to go for the LDRs because I can expose them to all my weird behavior because I am quite open on social media. Like, you know, there's not much I can hide anyway. I don't have much of a filter. No,
Like,
come
how do
on.
you feel about being stabbed and eaten on the first date?
Yeah, but that's roleplay. Because quite frankly, that's a shield. It gets me to talk to people, but then they can react however they can react, and it's like, oh, I don't care, you know. I'm just bugging around.
Yeah. I can understand the shield being up. The thing is that in some respects, long distance relationship might have actually worked for me if I hadn't spent so much time in my relationships feeling attached but completely alone. It kind of makes me feel kind of flashbacky to that, where it's like, okay, I'm attached to this person. I'm monogamous. I do sometimes wonder if I could pull off polyamory, but I'm pretty sure deep down I never would be able to. So if I've attached myself to somebody long distance and I am not getting my physical needs met, I will wind up being even more lonely and wrecked than if I had just been alone in the first place.
It's not exactly helpful for you.
No, it's not. And like I said, these are my own issues having to do with having a bad history.
Mm-hmm.
I really knew how to pick them when I was younger.
Yeah, I'm sorry that seems to have left scars for you that make it so difficult now.
I work around them. And like I said, I'm not 100%. Like, for me, I go through long periods of time where I don't really want romance anyways, so that kind of helps. And then the other times, I have friends who understand me well enough to know that if I start being clingy all of a sudden, it's because I'm getting lonely again and actually step in and help. I am lucky. I don't know how I did it, but I am lucky to have found a handful of people that are LGBTQ plus. Because I think that this is my saving grace here. I did not know that my best friend in high school was pansexual until we started hanging out again a couple of years ago. And then we were in contact, not all of us with everybody else, but like through the grapevine, we found out that 3/4 of the people that we used to hang out with in high school were actually LGBTQ plus. Just most of us didn't know it, either because we weren't out or we didn't realize that it was an option.
Yeah, I can say without any ambiguity that there are a total of 6 people I knew in high school that I would still be willing to talk to today.
That many?
I'm not. I have about 9, but the thing is that of those 9, I'm still talking to 5 of them. So, and I don't have a lot of friends outside of that. Most of my friendships are long-term friendships. I would say at least 70% of the friendships that I have are with people that I've known a decade or more. I don't make friends easily, but when I do, I tend to keep them.
I'm very much the same way, which is probably why I haven't made any new friends in the last decade.
There are some people that I've come to through doing YouTube that I do consider friends, but I don't consider
Well,
everybody that I'm working with on YouTube
yeah,
as
I
friends.
was meaning real
Yeah.
life people. There are a group of people on YouTube I consider friends that I've only known for a year or two.
Yeah. Well, and I consider my online friendships just as enriching as my offline ones, with the exception of my best friend is like there is a hierarchy, and my best friend is definitely queen.
Well, aside from Sloth Girl, online are the only people I have.
Blah. We need to get you moved somehow.
Yeah, I don't have
Well,
anyone else that I can talk to face to face that I feel I can really be myself with without having to have a lot of shields up.
hey, guess what, honey? You've got one more than I have.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why we got to get you moved closer to some people.
What I really need is, let's see, instantly acquire 5 million subscribers, 1.5 million views per video, $10,000 a month income. That way I would be able to afford health insurance and an apartment, and groceries, and everything else. Nice little vehicle, get around and meet people who wouldn't want to deal with me anyway. But at least I could buy a real doll and pretend it loves me.
Well, Diana, if we could find an apartment for you that was close to some people who I knew would, kind of check in on you from time to time, I'd put a 17-foot U-Haul on my credit card and I'd be there.
That's the whole thing about this thing too. You see, um, I'm kind of affording this place, and there is, I'm guessing, a probability of about -20% that I would be able to find something else I could afford.
Yeah, well,
So this is
and
where I'm stuck.
and
It's not
that's
that
the
bad in
reason I'm
a.
not in Minnesota.
Yeah, I mean, there's the apartment's not all that bad, really, as
Yeah.
long as I don't go outside.
Well, it's
Um,
like I say, I'm stuck here because I can manage the bills month to month. I can live here without falling any further behind. I'm never going to get ahead.
I am in the position where I can move anywhere in the state and be somewhat okay. The problem is trying to move out of state. If I try to
wow,
move
it's
out of state, all of a sudden Hufflepuff doesn't have any more doctor stuff.
yeah, moo. God, it's windy out there. Um, Yeah, it's the whole thing. No matter who you are, no matter where you
Yeah.
are, no matter what you are, the medical bills are going to get you eventually, and
Yeah,
that's where I stand
if
right now.
handled very carefully, there may be ways to circumvent that. But it's a very individualized situation depending on what state you're leaving and what state you're going to.
Most states have a few months waiting period before they apply you.
Yes.
She would automatically be like, they would look at her past history and be like, okay, yeah, you need to be put back on medical insurance. But the thing is that you never know when her stuff is going to come up. It's not consistent. You can't plan for it. Like for right now, we're doing a whole bunch of stuff with like endocrinology and
Hmm.
ENTs and psychology. And these are all things that we cannot ignore for her quality of life. Like she won't die, but her quality of life would go downhill for a few months.
Yeah.
And the
I have a
damage from
question.
that, yeah,
Is it possible to apply for medical in a different state before you move?
no.
No. You
Why?
must establish residency in the state you're applying in.
And residency
So,
takes 3 to 6 months depending on the state.
However, there is often an overlap period because often the state you're moving out of does not immediately cancel you, and that coverage may hold for anywhere from 30 to 90 days after you've left.
so what if you managed to save up enough money to have dual residency? Would you be able to do it then?
No, they won't accept that because if you're collecting in another state, they will disqualify you.
Ugh. It sounds a little
Well, the whole
fucked.
idea is to make it as difficult as possible to get it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It,
because the state doesn't want to pay. So if they make
yeah.
give you a waiting period where they don't pay, people are less likely to move out of the state that they're in where they're already getting paid by somebody else.
Yeah,
But
it is
people could
very
die
messed
waiting.
up, but like I said, you have to study the individual situation carefully, but sometimes you can find loopholes.
I've tried to look for loopholes and I haven't found any guaranteed ones, to be honest. And unless I have a guarantee, I'm not
Yeah.
gambling with my sister.
Well, I'm
Uh,
only aware of this because I was studying this for my fiance for us to be able to move before she died. And I had found a way for her that it would have worked moving from New York to Minnesota, that we could have done it without her losing coverage for her prescriptions. But
yeah,
I
and
can't guarantee that would necessarily work for someone in any other state. I'd have to look into it.
yeah, and the thing is that my sister also has daily medical supplies that are deemed as necessary.
Yeah.
She also has daily medicines that are deemed as necessary.
Yeah.
And
Well, and that's
while those things aren't necessarily all that expensive per se, it
mhm.
all adds up to a lot of stuff.
Yeah, well, and that's the stuff I had looked into for my fiance was that she was diabetic and asthmatic and a couple of other conditions, and was to make sure that she would not have any interruption in her prescriptions or in being
Hmm.
able to get the needles for her daily injections and things of that nature.
Yeah. And right now, for instance, this is not typical for her, but right now we are dealing with a swelling in her throat. Um, and we're fairly certain that it's hormonal. She's had hormonal imbalances before that have caused problems. It's right around the lymph nodes area. So we're dealing with all of that. Um, would it kill her? We don't think it would, but ignoring it just means that the problem would be worse down the road and harder for her to heal from.
Yeah, well, and
Um,
that's also part of the question of, like I say, there's a period of anywhere from 30 to 90 days, and how big of an impact could that have on her if she was interrupted for that period of time?
yeah, and the thing is that If she stays in state, these things are not an issue. She is 100% fully taken care of. I did have to fight a little bit for her to see a therapist, but that's because Medicaid does not want to pay for mental stuff if because basically her mental problems have nothing to do with her spina bifida, so they don't want to pay for it. But because spina bifida can cause so many weird complications, things like checking for hormone imbalances actually kind of fall into that, because while they don't know it's caused by the spina bifida, it could be. So they go, you know what? It's we can relate it to her original diagnosis. We have no problem with this. We can get that for her. She is the exception, though, not the rule. Most people are, even if they do get government assistance, are not 100% covered. But also keep in mind, until we figure something out, we would be stuck in Florida because it's all done through the state. It's not done through the federal government. It's done through the state.
Yeah,
Perk
and
is
again,
right. The 50 states
this is
don't
why I
like to
think it's
cooperate.
really. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I'm done.
No, I was talking over you, so finish that.
No, I don't even remember where I was going. I'm done. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying again, this is why we need a nationalized health program. That this patchwork of things that are individual to each state and county is not functional for anyone who's actually trying to improve their situation.
No, it's not. And we also need to lessen the rules on how much you can have in assets before you get cut off. Because there is no way, with the limited amount of assets that you're allowed to have, that you can better your situation and get off of the help. My
Yeah.
sister will never be in a place where she doesn't need some kind of assistance. But there are people for whom, if you loosened up the reins just a little bit and gave them a little bit more leeway before they got cut off, they would actually be able to improve themselves and not need the government assistance.
Well,
As it
and
is right
also
now, it's not set up that way.
allowing a transition period that just because you have more assets for 1 month, you shouldn't be automatically cut off. If you can, have a period of 3 to 6 months that you can be building assets before they cut you off.
Because basically once you get stuck on welfare, the government makes it incredibly impossible for you to get off of it without damaging yourself.
Well, especially if you have any health conditions. Because to be able to get a job that will start providing you with health coverage takes an amount of time that they don't allow for.
And also, I forgot what I was going to say. But yeah, I mean, like in my case, we don't use anything except for my sister's health coverage. We don't need a lot. But I look back at the times when my parents asked for help and they were given help in such a way that they could transition out. We've got it so bad now that people cannot transition out once they get to a point where they start having to ask for help.
Yeah. Well, and again, it mostly comes back to the medical coverage. Because if you're starting a new job, especially if you're saying a low income job, your chance of getting suitable health coverage are extremely low.
Yeah, I can't get suitable health coverage because honestly, I could afford it if I didn't have Elmer, but Elmer's what's keeping me sane right now.
Yeah.
But I do have the ability to go to Duval County Health. I am kind of on that line where they might turn me down at this point, but they probably wouldn't. And the thing of the matter is that even the free stuff and the help you can get is often loaded with bias and bare
Yeah.
minimum and not really taking care of you either. And there's a lot of that in the system too.
Yeah, and the only reason I can work at all is because I have skills that allow me to be self employed. If I had to actually be getting a job with a company and, waiting a couple of weeks for the first paycheck and waiting for health coverage to kick in, there's no possible way I could work at all.
Yeah. It's so messed up. And I don't understand to what point and purpose it is other than punishment, because it's cheaper and better for the economy if you can get people to transition out of being poor.
Uh-huh.
It costs a lot less if you go that direction. So the only reason
Yeah.
I can think of doing it that way is, no, you're poor, you deserve to be poor, let's keep you
Yeah,
poor.
it is the social attitude that the only reason you're poor is because you're lazy. That they do not accept that there is any other reason somebody might be poor.
Which is bullshit.
Yeah.
It is complete and utter bullshit. Because some of the most hardworking people I know have just had a string of bad things happen to them,
Well,
and there was nothing they could do about it.
how lazy do you have to be to spend the entire day picking aluminum cans out of everybody's garbage in order to have enough money to buy dinner?
Well, how lazy do you have to be to jump through all the goddamn hoops just to get help? Or go job hunting. Job hunting is not easy.
Yeah.
It's not just sitting on your ass and doing nothing. It's, job hunting and like doing odd jobs and like whatever else you have to come up with. Yes, there are some lazy people out there who assume that they should be given everything, but that's extremely rare, and you shouldn't. And that's not the norm, nor should people be punished for the few who think they deserve handouts.
Yeah, but people who have all their life had a comfortable middle class lifestyle have no idea how much work it is struggling to get by when you're not sure if you have enough money to pay your rent every month.
Yeah, and if you're working 40 hours a week in any capacity or more, you shouldn't have to be taking a crapshoot as to whether or not you're going to pay for your food, your rent, or your electric bill. Even if it's not your standard 9 to 5. If you're willing to put in the work, you shouldn't have to wonder where those things are coming from.
Yeah.
And if you're not able to, you shouldn't have to wonder where those things are coming from.
Well, okay. We are approaching the 8 hour mark and it is full daylight here. I'm starting to fade off, so I need to go and lay down for a while.
Yeah, I was just going to
Alrighty.
mention that it's probably getting around time where I should lie down as well.
So, Orla, I'm glad you came in. I'm sorry that you're so close to the end you didn't get to say much.
It's fine, really. I don't think I could have been here the whole time.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you to everybody in the side chat. Nerdy's the only one who's said anything recently. I think Doorknob Head is still hanging around, maybe Hands. So, we appreciate all of you coming in, stopping in and chatting with us. Actually, the YouTube page says we still have 8 people watching. Although
That
that's
is
8
very-
people. Well, it's 8 people logged in. That's not saying how many of
Are actually paying any
still with
attention.
us.
Well, how many of us here are watching the side chat? Because if we are, they are counting us, very likely.
I'm almost always in the side chat, so
Yeah,
maybe
well,
one
I
day.
always have the
Yeah, I'm in
pop-out
the
chat
side chat
open,
too.
so I always have the page open there.
Okay, so we're showing 9 watching now, so there are 5 people. Oh, Maya just showed up. Hi, lady.
Yeah. Oh, hi,
Um,
Maya. We were just wrapping up here.
Yeah,
yeah, so
we
there's the
wore
4 of
purple
us. There are
out.
5 people.
Yep.
Yeah, we're still streaming. Can you believe that? For another minute or so, what can I tell
But
I
you?
think it's
hey,
my fault.
you know, I'm pretty happy with that. Showing a watch count of 8 or 9 people, I think is still doing pretty good.
Up,
It
we
is
still
very
have
moo. It
Hans.
is very, very moo. Yes.
Yep,
And
Hans is still here with us.
yay. Yay, 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 yay,
And then
yay.
I know we tend to always have a couple of people watching who are at work, so they're kind of in and out. Especially since for the people in England, it's somewhere in the afternoon by now.
What are you doing, kittiness?
What is it for the people in England? It's about time for the 2 o'clock break.
Yeah, it's almost 10 to 2.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it's 4 hours difference now. That's okay, right?
Okay. Well,
Yeah, I'm in the.
does anyone have anything they want to plug?
Well, what I think I'm going to do is just throw everything open on Sunday and do a you pick the topic and see if we can't have just a little bit of chat and conviviality in the
Does chewing
coffee
gum
with
lose its
lavender.
flavor on the bedpost overnight?
Yeah, there you go. We'll do that one.
Yes, it does.
I couldn't tell you. I cannot chew. I cannot chew gum. My saliva is corrosive. It dissolves chewing gum. So I just can't do that stuff. So I really don't know.
Well, I'm going to
was
do
awful. Sorry, go on.
And I'll tell you, this would be really interesting. I don't know what would happen. I mean, not that I do. I'm not interested in such things. But were I to suck dick, what would my saliva do to that?
Okay, I'm going to do a retro plug here for anyone who wasn't aware of it. 12 hours ago, B. Melzebub interviewed me on his channel.
Oh boy! Yeah.
So you can go back and look at what we did last night.
Go into the time tunnel.
I am still desperately fighting myself to try to get that one video out that I've been promising. I am not sure I'm going to be able to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Trio, we know you've got a lot to deal with, and if you don't get it out till January, that's okay.
Yeah, it's been difficult. I'm pretty sure I have seasonal affect disorder or whatever it's called. And having it turn wintertime, what little we get here is kind of killing me.
The Sloth Girl deals with that as well.
Yeah, I've been fairly, I've been able to take care of my family, but I take care of my family and then go, sleep for hours at a time.
Yeah.
So I'm just...
Well, and I've often said that's why I always did better taking care of kids. Because I take care of other people better than I take care of myself. If I've got kids around, I'll at least make sure I cook dinner every night. If I'm on my own, I can't guarantee that.
Yeah, and we're getting closer and closer to December, and as we do, it rains more and more. So I don't want I want everybody to understand that I will pop in and say hi in Purple's chat on Twitter on occasion, but what's typical for me is for me to completely disappear during the month of December and then pop up back up mid-January.
I'm fine with that as long as you can pop in once or twice a week to let us know that you're still managing.
I will try my best to do that.
That's...
Yeah, but unless you hear something,
I'm gonna worry.
Okay, I will try my best. I lose track of days during
Yeah.
December.
Well, and unfortunately, I'm not making that a requirement because, quite honestly, I can't make it a promise that I'll always do that myself.
Yeah, I like I said, I will make as big of an attempt as I can, but I just want to be upfront so that people don't really get that concerned because it is typical for me to not have enough energy. Basically, I only have enough energy to cook dinner and wash dishes.
Yep.
And next month I have the added bonus of I have 20 doctor's appointments with my little sister.
Well, and I understand how hard it can be sometimes just to keep going day to day. And I'm only dealing with myself and a cat. You've got other people you're taking care of.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to do that. I'm sure I will, but it's kind of daunting. But yeah,
Yep.
and
I,
I
I get
might be
that.
wrong and because I've been slightly more social, I might actually stick around a little bit more, but just don't be surprised if all of a sudden you stop hearing from me for a short little bit.
I get that. And I look back at certain periods of my life and I wonder how I managed to do it.
I wonder why my friends put up with it, to be honest, because there are time periods where I won't talk to hardly of them at all, and then we'll pick back up. I'm kind of lucky, I think, in that regard.
They
'Cause
put up with it because person.
You broke up there a bit,
yeah,
Aura.
I said they put up with it because she's a wonderful person.
Yep.
thank you, Orla. That's sweet. I still think they're nuts,
We are nuts, but you're still a wonderful person. What's the point?
but yeah. I just nothing seriously wrong during December. I just get too tired to deal. That's the long and short of it.
Yeah, well,
So
and through November, December, and the first half of January, I'm likely to be so stressed out by my family that I'm going to have periods of time that I'm not going to be talking to anyone either.
yeah, that
I
I
will
think can
try to
be a lot.
continue to do my chats on schedule, but I can't really guarantee I'll be very interactive.
That's completely fair. The holidays can be a stressful time. I kind of don't like Christmas, but I try to keep that to myself because I don't want to ruin it for anybody else.
Yeah,
Fuck
it was a
Christmas.
lot easier for me when I was with my fiance and living 1,000 miles from anyone I was related to.
Fair enough.
You can always help with that by singing some of various parody Christmas songs. You know,
Oh,
like I sang on
my
Diana's stream the other.
Probably
oh,
my all-time favorite is probably Tom Lear's Christmas Carol.
Oh,
Christmas time this
yeah.
year, by golly, disapproval would be folly. Deck the halls
Mm-hmm.
with hunks of holly, fill the cup and don't say when. Kill the turkeys, ducks, and chickens, mix the punch, drag out the dickens. Even though the prospect sickens, brother, here we go again.
I'm not sure if all the lyrics are there, but one of my favorite ones is it's beginning to look a lot like fuck this.
Yeah,
I like it. I like it.
sounds like a good start. I don't know that version.
I don't know if it's got full lyrics or not. I've just heard some people around me sing it, and I'm just like, that's kind of my attitude. It's beginning to look a lot like fuck this.
I have one for that tune, but it like sorry, the one that I sang on Diana's stream, which was "It's beginning to look a lot like murder." I don't know if any of you
I'm
are familiar with Yandere Simulator, but it's to do with that game.
No, I don't know. I don't really play
No.
many online games or anything, so
I haven't
Well, it's about
played.
a sociopath girl who gets obsessed and murders everybody who gets close to him.
Oh, jeez.
is that kind of
What?
along the lines like what was that a psychopath is just an extroverted suicidist? Something like that. I'm getting it wrong now.
Yeah.
But the girl's a sociopath, not a psychopath. There is a difference. Sorry.
It's okay. But yeah, I play video games, but basically the video games that I play tend to be free and or older games that I got when I actually had money. And I tend to play those. Right now, Xbox has a $1 sale for their live features, and I'm doing that because I can basically pull that out of my change jar now. And I'm playing Outer Worlds, and that is taking up a lot of my time. Oh my god, that game is so gay, and I mean it in like the greatest way possible.
Okay, well, this is kind of last chance for anything anybody wants public before I shut off the side chat.
Play Outer Worlds, it's really gay.
Okay, well, thank you all for all coming, and I'm clicking the unbroadcast.
Tapa Rosta. Have fun.